You want me to try it? Or?
Yeah, should.
Okay, good.
Maybe give him a couple more minutes.
Do what? Yeah. Well, it's 8:30. I don't know if she's gonna.
It's gonna get feedback.
If she's gonna start it or.
Yeah, I definitely want to leave the door open. Is she? Is there a person back there? I'm
She'll
gonna tell her.
start.
Will you tell us when to begin?
I think we'll leave the door open for a couple minutes though, because people might be coming to practice.
Actually, do me a favor. Just I'm gonna get up and look like I'm walking around you, and I can stand right there. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Well, we're going to stand. Can you hear me okay? I'm sure you can. I'm Rachel Strawn. I'm the Program Director for Great Expectations, and I have been with the VCCS for about a year, and I'm really thrilled to work with this program. It's wonderful. This is Rachel McDonald. She's really spearheaded this program. I'm going to let her tell a little bit more about herself, and then we'll get started.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming early. I appreciate it. I've been working with the Great Expectations program this year. In my spare time, I am a full-time PhD student at the College of William and Mary, and this has been a really great learning opportunity for me. And I really appreciate Dr. Strawn and Allison Roberts and our Great Expectations team for supporting me and helping me through this process initiative as we start the student leadership program this year. Dr. Strawn is going to start for us.
Thanks. So I'm just going to provide a brief background on Great Expectations. Some of you may know about it and some of you may not. This program started about 8 years ago with 5 colleges. It was a piloted program. Since then, we have grown to be at 18 of Virginia's community colleges. We are now serving about 1,000 students. And what the program grew out of was the statistics for former foster youth are pretty grim in terms of higher education and lifetime outcomes. It varies, but between 2 and 8% of former foster youth will graduate from college, so folks were seeking to remedy that. Also, within a couple years of leaving foster care, about a quarter of former foster youth become incarcerated and half become homeless. So this was a program that was started to remedy some of that. So as I mentioned, we are now at 18 schools. We just added Thomas Nelson this year, and that was very exciting. We, of course, are about enrollment and also about credentials. We had 47 students graduate or receive some kind of credential last year, and we're excited about increasing that. This has some statistics about how former foster youth do compared to their peers. Our students are doing well. It's a real challenge for the coaches to catch some of these kids, I would say. We call them slippery. So we keep stats on enrolled students and non-enrolled students. So we have about 453 students who are enrolled right now in the program, and our coaches are working with them. We also have another just about as many, 420, that are not enrolled, who are, maybe they're students who had to take a semester off for academic reasons, maybe because of situations in their life. They became homeless, they had personal transportation issues, all the barriers that our students face. And so our coaches have to really keep up with those students who we know may take a semester off, but who may come back. Some of the goals of the program. This particular program grew out of a grant, actually, that was started, a Kresge grant. We knew that the program was moving out of its infancy, and we were having some students who were having real success, and we wanted to see if those students could share some of the ideas that were working for them and also become peer leaders for some of our other students. So the idea was actually with Great Expectations before I came last year, but this year we were really happy to actually get it started. And so that's where Rachel came in, and as part of her graduate assistant She really started this program this fall, and I'm going to let her tell you a little more about it.
Thank you, Dr. Strong. And I forgot to mention earlier, we will not go the full 45 minutes. We'll give a little time at the end if anyone has questions or just want to have a little bit of a dialogue about our program. So, why create a leadership program? We wanted to provide access to leadership training for some of our students. And that was a little bit of a challenge for us because our students are all across the state. So in order to do that, we had to get creative. We knew that we wanted to give them leadership training. We had some specific criteria, things like communication, conflict resolution, public speaking. But we couldn't get all the students together, but maybe it would be like twice for the year in order to coordinate and pay for that meeting. And we weren't sure if we would be able to do as extensive support as we wanted to. So we decided to get creative and split our program into 2 parts. So the first part is a 12-module program using the Blackboard Collaborate system. We wanted to use the resources we had available to us, so we were able to use Blackboard in the group function, which mirrors the class function, but it allowed us to have a non-credit course, which gave us the full technology available to Blackboard Collaborate, which is videos, virtual collaboration online, the ability for students to turn in assignments and journals and things of that nature. And then throughout the 12 weeks, in addition to giving them leadership training, also working on an advocacy project. And so the second component is the social media component. So we have a private Facebook page where our students have been building a community since January. We also use that page as a sort of a discussion group as well, where they can post assignments they're working on, and I'll get to a little more of that later. And then the third component is a Leadership Institute, which will be held in May at the College of William and Mary, and it will be a 2-day Leadership Institute where the students will be able to get more training, present advocacy projects, and also our whole Great Expectation community will be coming the second day for a graduation and for our students to present those advocacy projects as well. So we started in October. Our coaches gave us some referrals and encouraged their students to apply. They had to write leadership essays, talk about why they were interested in the program, and we were able to accept 12 students into our cohort from across the state of Virginia. January 2nd, our Blackboard course opened, and the module series began, as well as our social media site. The students will complete the modules by April 26th, so we're kind of in the home stretch now. And then, as I mentioned earlier, in May is our Leadership Institute at the College of William and Mary, which is on the 20th and 21st. This is our list of spring 2015, which is our first cohort of student leaders. And as you may be able to see, we have students from all across the state. We have Katja from Northern Virginia, LaRonda from John Tyler, Clinton from Lord Fairfax, Caitlin from Southwest, as well as Brittany from Southwest, Gary from Mountain Empire, Cheyenne from New River, Michelle from Southside, Asian from John Tyler, and Anna from John Tyler, and Sarah from Southside. And this is the heart of our leadership program right here. So beginning the class, we had a few challenges. So the whole reason we started the program was to provide access for leadership training. But we had some challenges because it's not a course, it's not a credit course. We're not giving the students grades. Our students come from really different places in their lives and in their education. So they might be in a GED program, they might be getting ready to transfer to a university. So I had to design assignments and projects that different levels of students could do at their own pace. We also had the issue of the digital divide. So you may think that our students are all hooked up with technology, but they're not. A lot of our students do not have computers. Some of them don't have internet access. And we didn't want them just working on this leadership program at school because we felt like it would really limit them from the frequent contact with their peers on the social media page and working on their advocacy project. Many of them work full time, so they need to do their work in the evening when we get home. So we were able to partner with Tidewater Community College to we built laptops for our computers for $25 for the students that didn't have one. And this was an amazing tool for them as well. And with internet challenges, our coaches really support them to give them time to have internet at school, but most of them have been able to get it at home. Also, the support network is really integral because I don't see the students in person. Well, maybe I see them through the virtual methods, but I'm not there one-on-one to see them. So our coaches, which we have at each school, have provided additional support. The coaches and I communicate if a student is experiencing something like homelessness, and we want to make sure we get them back on track and keep them in the program. We also had to give incentives outside of grades and course credit. As much as they wanted to do the student leadership program, we felt they deserved a little bit of an incentive for their time. So as part of our grant program, we're able to provide them with $100 per month during the course of the online portion of the course. And we also have a lot of intrinsic motivation because they are designing advocacy projects that are related to topics of their own interest. It's really helped them to stay engaged. Also, I've been able to provide them with a lot of feedback. We do a lot of journaling. We interact on our private Facebook account. And that's helped to keep the community together and help them stay motivated when they're experiencing challenges like midterms, maybe job loss. Many of our students have families of their own as well, so they have a lot going on. Some of the topic selections, we use the leadership challenge from Kouzes and Posner, and I'll tell you more about that in a minute. The advocacy projects, so through the course of the module and up to the Leadership Institute, in addition to the content we've been delivering in regard to leadership and communication and social media literacy and things of that nature, they've each had their own individual advocacy projects they've been working on throughout the semester, and I'll tell you more about those in a little bit. Presentation tools and social media campaigns. So one of the functions we've used on our module is having having guest speakers who we've been able to produce videos just for our students. And one of them has been on presentation tools and social media campaigns from a colleague of mine at college in William & Mary. And it was designed just for them, showing them how to use social media responsibly, but also how to use it as an advocacy tool and as a leader as well. Community and diversity and conflict resolution and team building. And that was why this social media page was so important, because they're not going to see each other till May, but they see each other online every week, some of them every couple days, and they feel like they're friends. They talk to each other like they're friends, even though they've never met. So the Kouzes and Posner, some of you involved in leadership training or leadership education may be aware of the Leadership Challenge, which is a book about leadership, but they also created a Student Leadership Challenge, which is what we've been using as the base for our leadership training. We had the challenge of only having 3 months with them online, so we weren't able to do like a survey of leadership or leadership theory. We really needed to pick something that they could grab hold to very quickly and use as a reference, and also to refer to things during the semester. And so we used the 5 practices of authentic leadership from the Leadership Challenge. And these include modeling the way, inspiring a shared vision, challenging the process, enabling others to act, and encouraging the heart. And our students many of them have been through pretty significant challenges in their life. And so a lot of them have picked advocacy projects that are related to their own previous struggles, and they very much want to kind of move forward with that, and they want to advocate and support others. So they've really attached themselves well to these 5 practices, particularly encourage the heart, which is that passion. And I've asked them each to pick one of these, even though we talk about all 5 of these. I've asked them to pick one early on and really focus on that as they go through their project. And most of them picked Encourage the Heart. Not all of them, but majority of them. So virtual tools you can use. So we wanted to make sure that other people knew that they could use these tools for their own groups outside of simply the classroom or credit courses. So Blackboard Collaborate has a function for groups. Anyone at VCCS can form a group. It mirrors the class function. You can have people join. You can use all the video tools. You can have Blackboard. You could have virtual conferences and things of that nature, which is what we used it for. Also, the video technology, we were able to upload our guest speakers. Dr. Strawn opened the class with a leadership overview and talked about the Leadership Challenge. And then we have Sixto Cancel, who is a foster youth associated with our program. He's an advocate as well, talking to students about telling their story, which is a challenge for some of our students because they get asked all the time, what's your story? Tell me your story. And as leaders, they want to share that story, but they also sometimes don't have the boundaries they should have. the boundaries they should have with that, and they end up getting a little hurt or a little maybe overexposed. And so as part of this leadership program, we've talked to them and taught them how to tell your story in a way that will encourage others, but that also allows you to have boundaries with what you say and when you say it, which is very important. And so we decided to use social media, and when we first decided to do this, we weren't sure what to do, because we felt like the students had sort of, Facebook was like, yesterday's news, and maybe we should be using Twitter, or maybe we should be using some like education type social media tools. But after I talked to the coaches who really helped me when I was developing this, they told me, no, our kids are all on Facebook. They use it every day. Sometimes when I can't get hold of them by phone because they've lost their phone, I message them on Facebook. And so I decided to go for it and create a private page, and the coaches were so right. They are completely comfortable on Facebook, messaging me, posting online, posting projects. It's also a private page, so we do have that privacy there. And we're hoping that when the program is over, we can actually turn the leadership of the page over to the students so that they will continue with their cohort on the page, and they will be administrators and running the page after the program ends at the end of the year. And the last is the virtual one-on-one and class meetings. There is a function on Blackboard Collaborate to have virtual meetings. I've also used Skype and FaceTime. I had it in my head that would only use Blackboard at first, but you just have to meet students where they are, and sometimes that is in other places. So this is one of the, and I'll pull you a clip out of this. I know it's pretty small. So this is one of our discussions we had, and the 3 students involved here gave me their permission to share this because this is from our private page. This is the second assignment that we did on Facebook, and I started with really kind of low stakes questions that I felt like they could all be comfortable getting on, and learning how to use Facebook to really have discussions as opposed to just liking things or posting social things on there. So this is the second assignment we did. I asked them to tell me about a leader that they really looked up to, and I gave them a couple more criteria than that, but they had to talk about the leader and why that leader was a model for them, or why they looked up to that person. Tell us a little bit about it. They had to link us to a resource that was academic in nature so that everyone could go to the page, post a picture, and then they had to respond to 2 of their peers. And I don't have to tell them anymore to respond, but the first couple times I did have to give them the encouragement to respond specifically to at least 2 people. And so this is a discussion that one of our students had about Rosa Parks. And some of the leaders they chose were people that we all know about from our history books. Some of them chose people that they know in real life. A couple of them chose motivational speakers who are associated with foster youth topics. So this is just a couple quotes from the page, and this will show you too, I think, a little bit of difference in the different students communicating in different ways as far as their level of understanding. So this is a student who posted about Rosa Parks, and she says, Rosa said that she was tired of being treated differently, and she finally stood up for something she believed in. And this is really important to my students, standing up for yourself, something they talk about a lot, trying to get that power back and become empowered. And then my other student just posted a quote from Gandhi. She said, be the change you want to see in the world. And I had never asked them to post quotes in response. I'd only asked them to respond to the question. So I was really impressed with that. And then I said, so then I'm able to respond to multiple students. And I said, Sarah, your description of Rosa Parks as a change agent is an excellent one, which is, she called her a radical change agent. Also, a compelling quote from Mahatma Gandhi, thanks for chiming in, Brittany. And that's how we all get connected on these responses. And now they do it kind of without me, and I just kind of add on at the end. So these are some of our topics that the students have chosen that they've been working out throughout the semester. So foster youth campaigns, trafficking, homelessness. We have one student who is spearheading a complete change in the placement test for remedial coursework at his community college. Healthy pregnancy habits. This is a big issue for some of our students. Several of our students do have families. Mental health awareness, cyberbullying, which is a big issue for some of our students who have been bullied and bullied online. And refugee assistance. We have a student who is a Burmese refugee who is getting ready to transfer to VCU, and he's starting a community tutoring program, which will be once a week with both families and their children. He's very concerned about parents taking their kids to school and the kids speaking English and the parents not doing that. So he's trying to help provide a link there between the community and the schools. The Leadership Institute itself, I mentioned that earlier. We're going to do further team building when we're at William & Mary in May. Some workshops, some of the topics we weren't really able to get to online like we would, things like fundraising and further networking. project networking. So they're going to be presenting their advocacy projects on the second day of our institute, and we're going to have some individuals there who we're going to connect with them as to network, because once this program is over, we want them to continue with their projects. Many of them are only in the beginning. Some of them are doing social media campaigns and awareness campaigns, and those are going to continue on in the refugee program, and the remedial preparing for the placement test so you don't have to take remedial courses is also going to go on. So some lessons learned. Okay, so some lessons that we've learned. One thing that because we were having interaction on the social media sites, I felt like the students had a good understanding of who I was and what I expected of them. Also in the modules, I provide a lot of videos and also written instructions. And so I decided not to have that one-on-one first contact until we actually started the advocacy projects. And that was a mistake. It wasn't a terrible mistake. We still have 12 of our 12 students. But I realized once I had that first conference with them that I should have had the conference earlier on in the semester just to establish rapport, even though we weren't actually working on the projects yet. And so that's going to be my advice going forward, and my advice to you if you decide to do something like this where you want to create a program and you're working with students or individuals that you won't have personal contact with for some time, to go ahead and Skype with them or go ahead and use the Blackboard Collaborate early on, because I found there were some anxieties the students were having about the project, and I didn't realize that from our online communication. So it's been a wonderful experience to talk to them and see them and hear them and their different accents, and they're from different places, and they've got different things going on in the background. So it's been very eye-opening for me. Providing modeling for online forum assignments. So don't assume that the students you're working with understand how to use technology or social media and the way you think they do. You really need, just as if you were in the classroom when you give students an assignment and then provide them with an example or model that for them, you have to do that. You have to do the same thing on social media forums. And even I would say on discussion boards, sometimes a professor will ask student questions. The students don't really know exactly how to answer, even if they've been online before. So whenever I give a social media assignment, and I still do it, I give an example, and I give a personal example. I don't actually give, I don't give like a fake sample. So for the leadership assignment, I actually told them about a leader that I looked up to. I showed how I want it to be laid out, and then every time they posted, I would provide a comment to show them how to comment on other students' posts. And I think that's been really important. And I think also they need me to kind of test the waters first, because they worry a lot about pleasing me and pleasing the other students and not letting anyone down. And so I want them to feel like they can be empowered to communicate online without fear or nervousness, I guess you could say. And the other thing I didn't mention earlier is using the Blackboard Collaborate. I also assumed the students would be really familiar with Blackboard Collaborate, and most of them really didn't know how to use it. They knew how to log on, and that was about it. And so they didn't understand how to access the assignments I posted. They didn't understand how to turn in assignments. Most of them had never used the journal function on Blackboard Collaborate, and they definitely hadn't used the virtual conferencing. So what I do every time I do something new on Blackboard, like the first time I post a journal or the first time I post a video, I also provide them with instructions on how to do that themselves. So they can do that on the site with me, or they can go into their other classes, and many of them do take online classes. So I don't know how they made it this far with having a little bit of confusion, but and now they're comfortable with it. They use it pretty easily. I don't have a lot of questions, but those first couple weeks I had some basic questions that surprised me. So I was really glad that we decided to, it was sort of an additional bonus in addition to the leadership training, that we've taught them how to use programs, the Blackboard and social media in a way that they could take with them once this program is over. And again, the support network, I say, for when life happens. The support network most strongly comes from our coaches. We have coaches at all the community colleges where our students are in school. So I can call them, I can email them, and they are just on it immediately. So I will contact them if I don't hear from a student maybe for a week. I don't see them posting. I will contact the coach. If if I'm concerned about a student, maybe someone gives me a journal that worries me, I can contact the coach. We have situations like students becoming homeless overnight. We have students who are having children during the course of the school year. They lose transportation, they lose their jobs, other kind of, financial issues, things of that nature. So when you're in school, it's hard for adults to balance life with school, but for students who are in their late teens and early 20s and they don't have a support network, they're not going to call mom and dad and ask them to help them out. So that coach network is really integral. It's an important part of our Great Expectations program, and it's been an important part of the student leadership program as well. And here's our contact information. So we wanted to leave time for questions, or if you would like me to go on any further about some of these things. Right?
Could you tell us a story that's happened to you in the course of this and working with the leadership program from the youth perspective?
Yes, I'm trying to think of something that's not too private or identifiable. Yes, when we first, actually this has happened to me twice. We had, pretty shortly after we had accepted the students into the program, and they were so excited, by the way, because there was about a month before we started. They were emailing me and calling me, wanting to know when we would start and when they could have something to do, and that they were just so excited. I mean, they were so excited to be student leaders. They do not get recognition for anything. And so they understand how important this opportunity was, and they were so excited about it. And shortly after we started, maybe 2 weeks after we started, I was asking for some information. I was getting them set up and, wanting to find out who needed computers and who had phones and all those type of logistical things. And one of my students just stopped responding. And she'd been one of the students that had been so excited. And so I contacted her coach, and her coach said, thank you, let me find out. Well, she had become homeless overnight and decided she wasn't good enough to be in the student leadership program. She wasn't worthy of being called a student leader. And so the coach took her out, had lunch with her, assisted her with the real life issue, and then assured her that she was very much, we wanted her part of the program and that we needed her as part of the program. And we did need her. She's a valuable member now. So she came back to us, and she was able to, she's back and she has housing now. She's in the program. She's been one of our most diligent students. Just a really good heart. And that's not the only time. I had a second student who almost left us because of she got a new job and she was afraid that we weren't going to be willing to accommodate her schedule, and of course we were willing to accommodate her. We just needed some communication, and we were able to do that. So the second time a coach reached out for us and got a student back on board, and we're in April and we have 12 of the 12 students still in complete full participation, and statistically that is not common for our population of students because of all the issues that they do deal with. They're so challenging on top of being in school. So we've been really fortunate to keep all our leaders.
To add to that, when we were getting ready to mail out the first stipend checks, the business office needed, we need their addresses, and we didn't have addresses because even though, a lot of our students would not call themselves homeless. They are couch surfers, so they really don't have addresses. So, where are we going to mail the checks? There was this, and then we, of course, quickly decided we could just mail them to the coaches, and then the coaches hand out the checks. But just things like that you wouldn't anticipate with a regular, student body, it can be in particular concern with this population. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I apologize because I came in late, so I think I missed some
Glad you're
key
here.
information. Are these children, or not children, but young adults, part of a special group, or do they find you? And or are they already connected with a coach? How does it start out, and how do they access you? And then my second question is, why can't we give these students credit for what they do?
I'll answer the first
Yes,
part.
first, I'll
Right.
answer the
So these students are part of the greater Great Expectations population, which is and just background for that. Those students are either students who are already enrolled at the community college who find the Great Expectations coach and enroll in the program, or quite often students who are not in the community college yet. Our coaches spend about 30% of their time on outreach, so they go out to the high schools and the social service agencies and the independent living providers and recruit students who have experienced foster care to come to the community college and continue their education there. So from that group, we sent out word that we were starting this new student leadership program, and those students applied, and I think we required that they had one semester in school, one successful semester, and then we selected from that.
As far as the credit, so this is our first year to do the program, and initially, and it is a grant-funded program. Initially, we had the criteria for what we were able to do or what we needed to do with them, and the rest of it just kind of, we kind of invented it, over November and December. So it wouldn't, I don't think it would have been possible or occurred to me, to set it up as a credit program this year. And it's not run out of a college. I mean, we're running out of the VCCS Office Great Expectations program. But it has been so successful this year, and we definitely, I think the Institute is going to be a really good opportunity for us to network with, more of the VCCS community and Great Expectations supporters, and figure out what we're going to do next year, and hopefully can continue and possibly expand it into other opportunities. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the coaches? Are they faculty? Are they? I can chat. Thank you.
We're being recorded.
Oh, yeah, I have it right too. Who, are the coaches faculty members or administration people at different campuses?
Our Great Expectations coaches, they're coaches, first of all, but they are under different departments at all of the different community colleges. Frequently, student services. Sometimes, they're considered advisors where they are, but they're employees of the different community colleges. Sure. Yes.
Wonderfully designed program. And question about the long-term thinking of this. So, do you have a vision for how you will know that it's successful, qualitative or quantitatively, some period of time in the future?
Well, we have done, we have quantitative aspect that we created a survey, which is a leader perception. So perceptions of themselves as leaders, and also their perceptions on leadership topics. So we administered a pre-assessment survey before the course started. We're in the middle of our mid-survey, and then we'll have a third at the end of the program. And then we can look how things have, if things have evolved over time, if perceptions are the same, are they different. Just preliminary it's looking like they have already changed. Our advocacy project is sort of our authentic assessment to see if they are able to apply what they've learned throughout this semester. And then we are also doing qualitative interviews at the Leadership Institute. So we have been through an IRB process. We have research proposals attached to the program, and we've been collecting that data from day one so that we can at the end see how did this work, what did we learn, if we can do this again next year, how are we going to do it. And we're hoping that the students, when they complete, will be ambassadors for the program going forward with our current students, for those that are going on to the four-year schools, for those interacting with their peers. A lot of them are interested in working with foster youth as they continue on into careers. They're very committed to that, to their own peer group. So does that answer your question? Okay. Nice.
I had a question about capacity, and I know this is your first year and you're still kind of feeling your way through some of this and documenting your lessons learned, but you started with 12. Did you have capacity for more, or maybe was it an interest, whether you had more of an interest?
We had capacity for 10, and we decided to squeeze it out to 12 because we wanted to accept as many students as possible. So I think we would have a capacity for more students. We'd be reliant on grant funding so that we could do it. I think with the way we have it set up, and it was a lot of work to set it up, but now it's set up. And so I think that we would have a capacity for more. I'm not sure how many on the one site, because on the social media site, I think if we would probably kind of cap out at a certain point, but if we had enough funding and we want, had enough students at some point, we could certainly split up into 2 cohorts or something like that. But I like having all the students together for now. So.
And then just to follow up a little bit with that, and so part of the quantitative and qualitative research that you're collecting or data that you're collecting, are there cost implications that you're also monitoring? So as you said, it was maybe more expensive for starting, for developing the infrastructure, but then are you considering what it might cost to continue on next year and in the future?
Yes, we are.
Go ahead.
I mean, yes, we would. I mean, if we have the funding, we will expand it. And
Right. I'll just add to that. Tell your friends and neighbors. This program, Great Expectations as a whole, is primarily philanthropically and grant funded, like 99%. So even though we're run through the VCCS, the funding for the program comes through from donations and grants. So this program, the primary cost was the graduate assistant salary, which was Rachel's, which is low. If you've ever been a GA, you know that. And then then we used all the free tools we had available to us, the Blackboard Collaborate, and obviously Facebook is free. And then so the only other cost is the bringing them in that one extra night for the Leadership Institute, and that also doing at a Virginia State school is keeping the cost really low. So. Yeah, and the stipend as well, right? So I think that we think that we'll be able to keep it going next year for, like I said, a minimal cost, and we hope to, because we don't want to lose this. Now that we started, I think the kids are pretty excited about it. We also want to figure out a way to keep in contact with this alumni network, which we're building, which is going to be a great resource for our younger students coming in when they have this peer group, the successful peer group that they can connect with that has been there, done that, and can tell them about how to succeed and share what worked for them. So.
And teaching them about networking has been a really, I think we've had 2 separate lessons on how to network online and also how to network over the phone, in person, by email, all these little things that we think the students should understand how to do, and many of them don't. So we want them to take those skills with them and continue to network even when they're not with us anymore. So.
Okay, any other questions?
Any other questions?
I just want to let you know, I put some of our materials over on the sideboard if you're interested in learning more about the program. We also have a website, of course, that can share more information for you. And we welcome any questions.
And if anyone is interested in any of the advocacy topics I mentioned and could be a resource for networking, please come let me know or contact me via email if you're not in here.
Thank you all so much. Oh, evaluation forms are at the back if you wouldn't mind doing one of those.
Thank you for coming
Thanks
so
much for
early.
coming.
teaching a little bit now. I started last fall in the early childhood department. I work with Ivy Manager in the early childhood department. Well, I went through the master's program at George Mason. I mean, I think I was still working on that when I came here, and got an early childhood and master's, but without teacher licensure, because I've worked with groups of children, groups of them for 25 years, and I knew I didn't want to be in the classroom. Yeah. Well, with the teacher licensure, there's a lot of prereqs.
Yeah, well, she already had her license.
Oh, okay, so she didn't.
But it was in, I think it was in,
Yeah. Well, my daughter, okay, my daughter is working at Pediatric Associates right there, you know, the health flex on the other side of Springfield Mall from the highway, Beulah, and at the end of the parkway where Manchester Lake Shop is.
yeah, we back over
At Walker Lane. Yeah. And Missy had taken all kinds of courses at Noah and just sort of hopped around. And I said, she has a 1-year certificate in general studies. And I said to her, ask your mom, I said, you can certificate in health administration, because that's what she's doing now. She's at Voice of Mobility Department. And she talked to them, and they were going to pay for her the pediatrician. Yeah, yeah, the medical. But she's doing some of hers online too. I'm very pleased. I knew enough to get her sort of more narrowly focused on what she could do.
My daughter, I couldn't believe it. She started out, she was,
Yeah, mine either.
my son was real good. He was taking high school, he was taking college classes. My daughter has a master's degree in studies.
I love it. Yeah, now I've got 3 and they're all over the place. One in the Marines, so. Right. Both of my boys are doing the same thing. Yep. Yeah. Billy has a bachelor's degree at the University of Colorado, and he's an IT software and hardware at Dulles Airport for it's not the airport itself, it's a taxes and tariffs company, and they coordinate all the stuff on the bottom of your airplane ticket with the Federal Aviation Administration and the airlines. And so he keeps their computers humming and programming, but he just has his bachelor's. And my son Chris was in the Marines for 9 years. He did IT there. He has a 2-year degree from IT Tech, but all the courses he took in the Marines as well. And he's working at the Navy Yard, working for Hewlett Packard, doing IT help desk stuff. And neither one of them has like a further degree, but they seem to be men who sounds like a lot like.
And I've kept telling him someday he's gonna run into a job where they just don't, he has experience and everything, but some people just think they have to have degrees. That's going away.
It is. It's changed. It's more about what you know and what
20
you can
years
offer.
ago, you didn't have a master's
Well, it's killing me because Chris has GI Bill money he could use because he was in the Marines during 9/11 and all that. And I said, son, free is free. You can't go back and get that after a certain length of time. He's just not in a place in his life where he wants to study. And I can't speak to it because I went back and finished school at 52.
Smarter than I am. He was taking calculus
In high school?
high school.
Yeah.
might be sharing. I don't recognize.
No, Dorcas is back
Dorcas
here.
is here. Okay.
Maybe that's her purse.
Okay.
Oh, no, she has a purse. So that must be Sharon.
Okay.
Okay. And then, they're just two chairs?
There are two on this side and two on the
Oh, okay. All right. No. You have a story to share too.
Well, you know what I look at? My job is to say my
Yeah, right.
team leaders,
Yeah.
hold them accountable,
And
and their
that's
authorities to not only
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, right.
much smaller scale.
It's the same.
It's growing people.
Exactly. Yeah. And in the end, a lot of it is about chemistry and your integrity. I'm big on integrity. If I can sense integrity or somebody wanting to do something because it's good for the cause, like for their own self-empowerment or their own self-aggrandizement, they're not part of my team. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
about heart. I was chatting with Lisa from your Chesapeake program. She interviewed for the position. You gave her a chance to fly, and she's going.
Yes, she is.
Everybody, if I could have your attention real quick.
That's what I thought, and then Abby said, yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Abby's like the facilitator. She's the facilitator, exactly.
If you have a question, please raise your hand and we will get you a microphone. You must use the microphone to ask your question. Otherwise, the far sight people that are watching it on the internet, they will not be able to hear your question. So please raise your hand and we will get you a microphone.
Until the very end.
Test 1, 2.
We felt funny too.
Very
We felt disconnected from each other.
When you start speaking, remind me to use your microphone so they can hear what you're doing.
Okay.
Because when people start asking questions,
And we do not need a handheld. We're just ready. Okay, we have to push anything?
as long as the green light's on.
Okay.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah. Okay. All right. They'll see all the wrinkles and everything. Oh, it's just the way it is, right?
Oh, goodness. I earned every one of them.
Yeah, right, exactly. Sure. Sure, okay. Okay. Okay.
Do you want us to do answer, or if you feel compelled to? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So just build off of what Edna said. Okay, you're the lead.
Oh, God. The pressure is on. Yeah, yeah.
are a lot of aspiring women in our
Yeah.
system. Look at this.
But that was the same at the aspiring president session yesterday. That
Were
was
there-
excellent as well.
How many
Good.
people were there?
I was surprised at the number. Not quite this many, but even the chancellor was surprised. He must have had about 20, 25.
Okay.
He thought nobody was going to show up.
He was very
Yeah.
surprised.
I think he was afraid nobody wants to be a president.
He found out he had a lot of people
Yeah,
interested in
that's
what it
good.
takes.
That's good. I'm a member of AWCC board, and we each year give out a $2,500 scholarship to a woman who needs that kind of scholarship to finish her PhD program. And so we had 14 applicants from across the country, and it was amazing how quickly, there were 7 of us on the review committee, how quickly we pushed out the ones that just weren't even ready. They couldn't even, make a presentation or state their case appropriately. And then you could see naturally the ones that were the emerging leaders, and for them, this $2,500 was the make or break for their next step.
That's good.
And we all came to the same conclusion on all of the ones that we said, well, I don't think these got any decent numbers. And then there were 5, and then we, discussed, and we came to, we were done in 15 minutes.
Absolutely. Because number one, you've done your homework.
Yeah.
And you're ready to,
Right,
ready
yeah,
to take action.
yeah. But it's real quickly too. You can't define it, but you see it in the quality of the materials.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And finding people, encouraging them to grow.
yeah, right, yeah.
They've got the right mental preparation, which is the mission, the cause,
Right.
the attitude.
Yeah,
Willing to
absolutely.
take a little
Yeah,
risk,
yeah,
willing to
yeah.
step forward.
The preparation, the homework, the hard work is.
We were having a discussion with the Admiral this morning about women in politics. He said, don't you still think we need the men and the women's colors on? We said, no. And we said, Eleanor says, and that's what and why? He said, well, you don't play golf together. I said, no, but when you problem solve together, there's
Yeah.
a visit to you.
Yeah.
Build a project together.
Yes,
It's
yes,
based on
exactly. Yes, right.
Those friendships with respect.
Right, yes, yeah. Yeah,
And that's what
absolutely.
you forget about June, you forget about getting that.
Yeah, that's right. Work on the project. Yeah, exactly. That's what one of the things I look for is in committee meetings. The leaders oftentimes are the quiet ones. They're not the first one to jump out of the gate and make a comment or whatever, and whatever comments they make, they're thoughtful comments. And then you start wondering.
Visionary, bigger picture.
Yeah.
They
Right.
help you identify the problems in a positive fashion.
Right, yeah. And they want to solve the problems.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not getting consensus before, it's understanding what the obstacles are so that you
Right,
resolve
yes,
them.
right.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
Exactly, yes, right, yep, exactly.
This is a very gracious audience. Thank you very much. I didn't have to say anything. I whispered, test 1, 2, and suddenly, I didn't even think you could hear me. Welcome. I can feel the energy in the room, and we are going to roll with that. I'm Abby Grace Stonerock, the Director of Faculty and Professional Development for the Virginia Community College System. It has been an absolute pleasure to be with you over the course of the last 24 hours. I'm on about 4 hours of sleep, so give me a half a morning and a Mountain Dew and we'll be good to go. I want to just give you a couple of kind of protocol issues. We are going to briefly introduce our panelists this morning. As you know, they are going to be talking about some of the challenges and opportunities that are currently and have faced historically women in leadership positions. They're going to be looking at some of the gender issues that they've learned both personally as well as they have researched personally in their academic and professional careers. And they're also going to be talking about the relevance to that specifically to the community college environment and the corporate environment. We are very excited to see the turnout for this session. Some of the sessions have been more lightly, as you may have attended some that we're in the 10 to 15 range. This gives us a good pulse for next year because we are very interested in growing the topic of women in leadership. And not only in this format at New Horizons, but through our Leadership Academy structure, specifically the Faculty and Administrators Leadership Academy.
Again, from a protocol perspective, we will be capturing this particular session and we'll be making it available after New Horizons as well. So feel free to share that information with others. We'll link it, we'll make it available. We'll also be using it as a pre-read for the Faculty and Administrators Leadership Academy next fall. And we'll have some of these individuals and other women in our system who are doing outstanding work to also address these issues. We're going to begin with Ms. Dorcas Helfont Browning, who is our state board president. If you have not had a chance to meet Dorcas yet, she is a huge advocate of the Virginia Community College system, of the work that you are doing, specifically the research, teaching, learning, technology, academics, the work that you're doing in those areas. And of course, as our state board president, she is an advocate for New Horizons as well. So we thank her for being here this morning, and we're very glad to have her on this panel. If you have not had a chance to meet the lady sitting here in the middle, that's Dr. Sharon Morrissey. Dr. Morrissey is our new Vice Chancellor of Academic Services and Research. Sharon has been with us for less than a year. She joined us last year just after New Horizons. We are thrilled to have her on board, bringing new and exciting ideas and information to the forefront of what we're doing. And last but not least, if you have not met Dr. Edna Bear-Colvane, she is the president Tidewater Community College, and of course, kind of everybody knows Edna. She does great work and is a force to be reckoned with, and we love that about all of these ladies, which is the reason that they're here today. We're going to begin with a kickoff question for Dr. Colvane, specifically addressing the issue of what skills are needed to successfully navigate the educational enterprise. We're going to get some commentary from our guests, and then we'll take a pulse on our time. We'll open it up for a couple of pressing questions, if you have a couple of pressing questions, and then we'll step back again and continue with a number of other questions that we would like to get to during the time that we have. So Dr. Colvane, thank you for being here, and first question is for you.
Thank you, Abby, and thanks for inviting me to be part of this panel with two other awesome women. I don't consider myself an awesome woman, but I consider them as awesome women. I have to tell you a little bit of a story of my own journey. I think it's on, yeah. I came from Germany, and I'm a native of Germany, and never had any intention to become a college president. We don't have a community college system in Germany, so it was not even on my radar screen. But through a number of different ventures, I ended up at a community college. And the president there said to me, Edna, I want you to get into the Women's Leaders Program, which at the time was housed at Maricopa Community College. And I said, me? Why would I want to do that? I want to be a teacher. And he said, I think you have leadership potential. So he forced me to go to this conference. And there I found other women with very similar attitudes and some who said, yeah, I think I want to be a college president and everything. But the whole experience taught me and helped me to say, well, maybe this is something I really want to think about. But what was very profound was the assessment that the director of the program had us undertake, because she was convinced that unless you understood your weaknesses, you were not ever going to be good college material, leadership material. And so my answer to the question is, you have to be very candid with yourself on what your intention is. If you want to be a college president, or if you want to be in a senior leadership position, ask yourself the question first, why is it that I want to be there? And then ask yourself the question, what skills, what knowledge, what intangibles do I need to develop in order to be a good leader for that particular organization? Because at the end of the day, your vision and your character and your abilities are the ones that need to be matched with the culture and the needs of that particular college. And if there's a mismatch, and if your intentions are other than pure intentions, then it's not going to be a successful experience. So I think the first thing is be very, very strict with yourself and your self-assessment. Understand your intentions and why you want to be there, and then do your homework. I mean, I spent 10 years, I set myself a horizon of 10 years. I spent 9 years building my skills and getting myself into every opportunity for a workshop or a training session or experiences in order for me
to say, I think I'm ready to apply for presidencies now. So it takes a lot of self-assessment and candor with yourself.
Now, Edna mentioned that she was a teacher, and I think that as you think about the pathway, especially if you're trying to climb the ladder to the presidency, it's a steep climb for anybody. There are more people who apply for the positions than get the positions. So you need to think about what do I need to do to be ready for that. I think that having a teaching background is good for becoming a community college president because it gives you an understanding of the faculty. And the faculty are the reason that we're all there. The reason we're all here is because we have faculty who teach and students who learn. So having some knowledge of the teaching field is very helpful. And I run into people every now and then who didn't come up through a teaching pathway, but who take on responsibilities as an adjunct professor just to get that teaching experience. So I think that's very important in our field. I think a credential that a woman must have, that anyone must have, is an earned doctorate. So get on that track as fast as possible. There's so many other people who are competing who have that credential. So make sure that you establish the right credentials for yourself. Two other things that I think are very important in this pathway or navigating the educational enterprise. There are skills that you need, and there are attributes that you need. So some of the skills, you know all of these, and I think everybody in the room is aware that you've got to be excellent communicator. You also have to be able to listen, and I would almost say listening is more important than communicating. Maybe they're equal, I don't know, but you have to be able to listen. The ability to see the big picture, the ability to manage, the ability to juggle multiple priorities. If you're a person who gets frustrated with having lots of things thrown at you, you might want to rethink whether you really want to pursue a high-level administrative position, because we are faced daily with multiple priorities. And often, one of the things that I always find astounding is that I can set my schedule for the day, and when I get to that day, it's not my schedule. My schedule is everybody else's schedule. So that's something you have to be able to adapt to. You also have to be able to prioritize. And you have to be able to shift quickly to adapt to new information or new situations. So you've got your priorities and you're checking off on your list, and then all of a sudden something else happens. And you have to shift, and you've got to be nimble. You have to be able to do that. And I think one of the most important skills that you must have is that you need to be data literate. You must be able to discern what data is good data, what data is bad data. You must be able to make data-informed decisions. You cannot be successful in today's educational enterprise without having data literacy. For attributes, I think obviously you have to have a keen interest in and passion for higher education. You must be a relentless consumer of what's happening in the field of higher education. In other words, reading all the journals, subscribing to blogs, subscribe to Inside Higher Ed, subscribe to Lumina daily reports, subscribe to all these things. And I'm going to tell you something about myself that is kind of embarrassing, but I get up every morning and read Inside Higher Ed and my Lumina reports for the day. That's how I start my day. And often I find fascinating examples there, that articles, research that I quickly want to share with my staff, because these are important trends that are occurring in higher education. You've got to stay on top of all of the research and all of the emerging trends. If you want to be a community college president, you must like people. I think that goes, that goes without saying, but I have worked for a president who didn't like people. And it was not a very good working environment. He didn't last very long as president, but you've got to like people. And I think the other thing that I would say is you also must be selfless. The spotlight is not always on you. The spotlight is not always on Edna. She does the most fabulous job of putting her people in the spotlight. You've got to put the people around you in the spotlight. You're successful when they're successful. Their success is your success. And the last thing I will say is you need to know how to balance your professional time and your personal time. And that is the biggest challenge of all.
I'm in the private sector, but everything these two college presidents have said about moving up in leadership is across the board, no matter where you are and what you do. Being a leader is working with people and inspiring them to achieve, and being part of the culture and the vision of your organization, a positive atmosphere, and you do it because you care about your team and growing that team. Whether you're managing a department, managing a section, whether you're a chancellor, whatever role you play in academic or in my company, we want you to be cross-trained. We want you to seek new opportunities to train and to be part of our team, whether it's in technology or information. We want you to have a background as you move through so that you know you may not be good at it or great at it, but you will understand each function of our company. Education is no different. The best college presidents who those who've had a little experience about every department because you've worked them as you've cut your credentials. And then when you're ready to lead, you have a better understanding of appreciation of the team that will shine and enable your institution to shine. From the outside, I will tell you that I look at the role of a college president, which many of you may aspire to be, because the average college president, according to Dr. Lee Stadt, is over 60 years old today. There are going to be a lot of openings, ladies. And guess what? We're not at the table representing half of the college president mix yet. Well, that's just a matter of growth, and you are the people growing there right now. But I will tell you, you must not only be that developer and representative within your organization, you must understand that the college president today is the partner in business, economic development, political activity, and you learn a balance. You have to have friends in all places who can count on you and count on the institution to support the taxpayers' dollars by accomplishment and readables and those numbers that support your mission and the work that you do. I'm excited to be with this group this morning and excited that VCCS has such competent women and men and others moving through this system today. You are the future of the system. I'm excited about your leadership potential.
Thank you, ladies. As you can see, we're just going to keep it rolling because we have a lot to learn today. In addition to some of the skills and attributes that we've asked these ladies to comment on this morning, we also asked them to talk for a moment with us about the identification process. And the question that we posed was, how do you identify at a grassroots level those who have both the potential and the desire to assume higher levels of responsibility? As we know, it's not always what we call the spring butt who jumps up for the position. That is the actual person who is needed for the position. So we were talking about, that's a military carryover. Sorry about that. We call them spring butts in the Air Force. So we asked them to comment about that as they were putting their comments together. We said specifically, what do you look for? Where are you looking for these individuals? And how are you mentoring them to assure that they have the capabilities, the confidence, and the commitment to pursue higher levels of leadership and, perhaps more importantly, to serve this institution with distinction? So I'll turn it over to you.
All right. I look for the quiet ones in different meetings and so forth. I also look for those who have taken themselves out of their comfort zone, if they come from student services and they're part of a task force or have come forward with a request, hey, I really would like to learn about this, because that tells me they're interested to broaden their horizon. And years ago, when I did my self-assessment, I knew the areas that I needed to learn. And so I asked my presidents to put me in different positions and take me out of my comfort zone. And oftentimes what I see is men and women, they're very strong in a particular area, but they have no comprehension of the other sides of the house of our operation. So they might be great student leaders, they might be great academic leaders, but they don't know anything about the finance, they don't know anything about the fundraising, they know nothing about, the governance or any of those things. So I'm looking for somebody who has stepped forward to say, hey, I have an idea, does that help our college? And so it's, in meetings in particular, oftentimes the ones that jump up immediately, I don't think of them as the spring butts, but sometimes they want to be the first to get themselves heard. And when you look around the room, the ones who are oftentimes the listeners, and then they'll make a contribution to the conversation that is thoughtful, and it's oftentimes phrased, well, how about if we think about it this way, instead of, well, we need to do this. And I remember at a college where I was, one person in particular, it was always, well, why we can't do something. And I finally had to say to her, is there any time when you're going to say, well, I have concerns about it, but how about if we try something else? Turn it into a positive aspect. So what I look for in all of my endeavors is, somebody that comes to my attention, or I'm in a meeting, or even at a conference, somebody who is a quiet listener, but you can sense there is a sincere interest. And the sincerity is what I'm looking for, is what are their intentions? Again, why are they wanting to make themselves heard in a setting? It's not because they want to control the conversation, it's because they want to make a contribution to solve an issue. And those are the kinds of things that I'm looking for, and then I'll oftentimes will follow up with them and try to get to know them a little bit better. So that's my avenue on how to identify aspiring leaders and how I then ultimately may decide to nurture them.
Yeah, I will ditto all of that and say you're looking for a person who not only has depth in an area, but breadth as well. And I like Edna's comments about trying to learn all aspects of the organization, even though your expertise may be in one particular area. I look for people who are preparing themselves, and I will say here, himself or herself, right? I don't just look for women, it's any aspiring leader, but those people who are preparing themselves, pursuing the higher degree, going to conferences. And it only takes, you can go to conferences with people and you can tell if they're really there because they want to learn, or if they're really there because, hey, we're out of town, we're having a good time now.
Yes.
So, you start watching people. I also look for people who are able to work cross-functionally in teams instead of people who prefer to work in isolation, because moving into higher level administrative positions requires you have to work collaboratively in teams, period, even if you're the president. So looking for people who have that skill and ability. I look for people who are more concerned about the greater good than about their own personal agenda. So I guess I'll stop there, but looking for people who are desiring to grow, people who bring me solutions instead of just dumping problems. So, instead of just calling me and saying, Dr. Morrissey, we've got a problem, but coming and saying, okay, this has happened, but here's a way we might solve it. Come with a possible solution instead of just dumping problems on other people. So those are kind of the things that I look for.
In life, my mother had a statement. She said, people don't really care about what you know until they know how much you care. And that's a real good statement of leadership. And all the things that you're hearing is what I look for. I'm isolated in a desk running with my partners a company and depending on a great management team. And the role we've charged our management team with is to be talent scouts, to look at all of these aspects. And so my role is to debate them a question and make them feel uncomfortable sometimes so that they're out finding new solutions and new activities for our company. I found it really interesting. I sat in on the session about how to be a college president, and I think that Dr. Thompson-Stacy said something very important that applies to women and is a challenge. If you're going to grow in academia, it may not be at the institution that you are with.
That's correct.
So you have to be willing to be mobile. You have to be willing to understand that progress requires some relocation. Notice I didn't use the word change. So in terms of lining yourself of where you want to be in your academic career, whether it's a dean or a provost, whatever you need to do, the attitude of progress means that you might have to be mobile, and that is to be embraced as a new experience and wonderful journey in life. Because those factors, if you possess these other factors, will enable you to fly in your chosen field.
May I make a follow-up comment on that? I've been able to participate in 2 presidential searches since I've come to Virginia. And what is very profound, and I also experienced it with applicants to TCC, we've started to call them the over-appliers. Not the overachievers, the over-appliers, because you sometimes see the same names over and over, and they're the people that will apply for anything that sounds good. And especially when you get to that presidential level, believe me, it is a small world in the community colleges. Even though there are 1,200 of us, you develop a reputation that you're just going to throw your hat into the ring for any position that sounds good without, some intention. You're going to lose respect and you're not going to move forward. So be very, very careful, very intentional when you reach out, and take those kind of considerations into your thinking and into your approach. When I first started to apply, I applied for only 10 positions over a 1-year period. Very intentional in a particular region of the country, particular colleges. I never applied to another college in that same state, because word gets around very quickly. And ultimately you need to convince that search committee that you really want to be a part of that college. So if you send out 10 resumes for, or say 3 vacancies that were available here in Virginia, that local board is going to say, well, he or she, they just apply for anything. And so that's really, really important. Don't get that reputation, because you're going to lose the respect and you're not moving forward.
Amen.
Yep.
Great point. Thank you. Great point. Great point. We also, in inviting these particular panelists, recognize that they are having a significant and a distinctive impact on not only their institutions, but also on the organizational cultures in which they operate so effectively. So one of the questions that we ask them to comment on is, what is it that you're doing? Specifically, what are you doing to identify, develop, encourage, advance, link, and support VCCS women, faculty, and staff for positions that they may aspire to in higher levels of administration? Because we know that they're doing something right, but we wanted to peel back the onion and find out what some of the secrets are.
You want to change the order?
Yeah, go ahead. That's
It's working.
Okay, it's working. All right. In our case, we just started a chapter of AAWCC, American Association of Women in Community Colleges, and we had 130 women join. I mean, it's just unbelievable. We did not have a chapter. I've been on the AAWCC board for years, and so it's one way to begin to groom our internal leaders, and our focus right now is on the women. And so we created this chapter, and that's something that any of you, if you do not have an AAWCC chapter at your college, you can initiate that, and we'll be happy to help you get that started. The other thing is what used to be the National Institute for Leadership Development, which is the program I went through years ago as a leader. has now been dissolved, and it's been picked up by AAWCC. So now annually they have a women's leaders program. This year it's one more year at Salt Lake City Community College in June. And it's expensive, but it's for those who are really seriously ready for the next step. It may not be a presidency, but they want to get into a senior leadership position. And so we sent them to the Leaders Program, and it's a there's a 1-week program with a very structured curriculum, both skill building as well as the intangible attributes, a lot of self-assessment, and then there is a 1-year mentoring program that follows up. And typically one of the women will identify a president either from her own college or from another college as her mentor, and then through the course of that year, many times the women will use it to complete their doctoral dissertation or a senior project for their master's or PhD program. So I think that's one. And then internally at TCC, we made it one of the goals of our strategic plan is to develop professionally our staff and our faculty. So we have a task force that is led by, excuse me, 2 of the vice presidents with input from faculty and staff and some students to identify development opportunities for our staff. What can we do technology-wise, because since our budgets are somewhat curtailed in the last couple of years, we try to do more with video streaming or sending only one employee to a training conference and then ask them to bring back and train other trainers and other people and bring that information back. Whatever is available on through technology to build the programs and to build the skills. So we're just waiting now for the recommendations to come from that task force, and then we'll hopefully begin to implement. Ultimately, what we would like to create is to have and grow your own leadership program internally. So we're trying to touch a few points and ultimately roll it up into a much larger program. Right now, financially, we're not in that position, but we can build skills individually.
I'm getting to know the women in the Virginia Community College system and enjoying it very much. There are many great female leaders in the Academic and Student Services Council. I admire them greatly. They're going to soar. They're going to soar whether, with or without me, they're going to soar because they're ready to take the next step. One of the things that I try to do is identify, just as I meet people, and I will follow up, reach out and say, really enjoyed meeting you. I would like to know what your career aspirations are. Let me know if I can help you. So I've had the opportunity now, as I get to know more and more people, to start having those conversations. One of the things that that I always try to do is find out for the people who work for me, what are their aspirations. And I am actually mentoring someone who wants to become maybe a president. And what I realize is that I may mentor her to the, or she may develop to the point where I will lose her as an employee, but that's okay. You've got to know that that's okay. If that's what we're all about. We're about educating and developing people. And we don't want to keep people in their place forever and ever because they're doing a really good job for me and I don't want to lose them. I want to see that person grow. Right. So, that's part of the challenge, is that when you mentor and help people advance, you also have to acknowledge that one day they're going to soar, fly away, and be successful in a different role, and you will lose them as a key component of your team, but that's okay.
If I could just, before you speak, Dorcas, make a comment on that. When I agree to mentor somebody, I always ask them, are you okay if I tell you, point out to you with candor some of your weakness areas? You need to be prepared for that criticism and critique. And you also need to be prepared, and I tell them, do not expect that you're going to get a promotion out of this just because I mentor. Right. And I've actually discontinued mentorships where somebody has walked around and said, oh, I'm being mentored by the president and I'm going to be the next vice president of such and such. That's not the right thing, and legally we can promise anyways, But that's, oftentimes the fallacy of a mentor-mentee relationship, that the mentee may think, oh, just because the president has agreed to mentor me, I'm now all of a sudden going to be the next vice president, or I'm going to get this senior leadership position in a college. So you have to be, prepared for that kind of candor from somebody who mentors you.
Leaders encourage people. Leaders recognize people. Leaders inspire people. And when you grow people, they can outgrow you, and that is the mark of excellent leadership on your part. I am so impressed as one of the 6 women who serve on the State Community College Board. We're all women with varying backgrounds, from education to corporate America on through. Each of us are excited about what we see at the top, the VCCS. The chancellor is walking the walk and talking the talk. If you look at leadership of the VCCS internally, it represents what each of you aspire to be at the table. Leading, offering your best talent to the success of education in the Commonwealth. Your institutions now face that challenge to ensure that you are developing that talent, that you're bringing people forward, and that you're serving the communities and look like the communities in which you serve. The things that I learned here, someone said, why are you going to these sessions? I said, because I come out so enriched as a business person. It helps me plan strategies for my own company and helps me talk to the business community about what's available at TCC, which I happen to reside in that area. And boy, am I excited about the mission of TCC. And this president knows it. And so you find that around the state you have many people who feel the same way. Your role is a leader in your community, and the community college system at the top represents the future in leadership.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions, and then we'd like to open it up for questions from you. We're going to try to do these in about 5 minutes or a little less. One of the important things that we often hear from participants in our leadership academies is that I know I need to develop skills in a certain area, but I'm just not sure how to do that and how to find those opportunities. So we ask our panelists to comment on the question, how did you do this? How did you hone your leadership skills in things like fundraising, strategic planning, media relations, and career mapping? Because we need to know what you did and how you did it so we can begin working on those areas as well. So if you just briefly comment on that, then we'll move to our final question.
I think I touched upon it earlier. It's, getting yourself to as many development opportunities as you possibly can. I mean, the VCCS conferences, there are so many great topics. There are local chapters of AAWCC or local chapters of AAUW that all speak to leadership and fundraising topics and everything, so just as Dr. Morrissey, she makes it her business to learn about all of these things. And so you need to be really on top of what goes on in our world of higher education. And if you see a conference or a seminar, try to get to it. When I was going there, I oftentimes paid for my own travel because it was important to me. And seek any other avenue, to learn skills. I didn't know anything about accounting, so I enrolled in an accounting class because I'd been writing grants for many, many years, and I was successful at that, but I really wanted to understand how higher education accounting worked. So I took a class, and oftentimes your college may pay for that. Seek any opportunity you possibly can. A real quick story on the fundraising. When I was president of Harrisburg Area Community College in Pennsylvania, we realized we needed to expand our healthcare programs and our early childhood education program. And so the board said, well, we need to raise $12 million for this campaign, and you're going to raise it. And I did everything possible to convince the board it wasn't in my job description and it wasn't in the advertisement, and found all kind of avenues. And the board chair said to me, she said, Edna, you're the spokesperson for the college, you're the champion for the college, and the only one who can tell the story of the college is you. So what I did is I learned everything I could about fundraising. I went to CRD, I went to CASE, to all kinds of conferences, and we raised the $12 million in record time. So you have to get yourself out of that comfort zone and take that breath and say, it's expected that I'm going to do it, and by all means I want to be successful at it, so I'm going to do whatever I can to build my skills in that area.
So when we become president, we have usually great, rich background in academic or student services, or sometimes coming from the business side, of administration. None of us know how to raise money. So fundraising is the number one challenge for a new president. That is not a skill that anybody teaches you anywhere along your pathway. So when I became president, I was fortunate that the college next door, 30-some miles up the road, 40 miles up the road, was the community college in North Carolina that had the largest endowment of any community college in North Carolina. And I went to that president and I said, will you please mentor me? And that was where I learned the fundamentals of fundraising, going to workshops, conferences, etc. But he taught me about the people part of fundraising that's so important, the friend raising part of fundraising. So that's what I'll add. That's just the biggest challenge when you become a new president, is figuring out how to do the fundraising. It was not my comfort zone.
Yeah. No matter what field you're in, investing in yourself, if you're going to grow as a leader, is critical. I've done the same thing these ladies has. I've gone to workshops, networks, joined groups where I could grow, learn, network, and learn new systems and grow my company. I started young in the business, and I realized when I was paying a CPA a lot of money that I didn't really understand what he was giving me. So what did? I enrolled in Tidewater Community College and took a semester of accounting, because I needed to understand as a business person what I was looking at, which is no different than you're hearing from these ladies on the functions of growing in academia. You have to have an appreciation for all the jobs in the club. But Virginia's doing something very unique, and it's a leadership issue that I hope you're engaged in supporting, and that's the re-engineering task force and what's happening. When a school is small, maybe it shouldn't have a full accounting and finance division because its mission is academia. Maybe that should be outsourced to another institution which can handle it without anyone knowing the difference. It's all invisible, it's all web-based. You're in a very exciting time for education, and particularly in the Commonwealth, with re-engineering, with cooperation, with the things that are happening. The role of a college leadership professional can be enhanced and multiplied in so many directions. It's an exciting time. I would hope that you embrace it, you participate, you work to make it better. Our goal as board members are to see that every student who enters the community college system has the equal opportunity to take any subject they want, to do it without the burden of heavy textbook costs, because $3,000 may be $30,000 if you have no money. So the work that you're doing and sharing across the platform is one of the most amazing projects that the Commonwealth can produce from this system. And you're part of it. You're part of our future. Thank you.
We have one final question that we'd like to get to, and I'm going to ask Dr. Morrissey to comment on this specifically because she did her dissertation work in this area. We asked the panelists, do you believe that gender plays a role in personal and organizational advancement, and if so, how? And she said, oh, I got this one.
Well, does gender play a role? Yes, thankfully. There are gender differences in organizations. And these differences, I think, create two situations. One, they create a diverse and inclusive work environment, which is something we celebrate. But they also create differences in the way men and women advance in the higher education arena. There are tremendous opportunities for women in higher education today. We've talked about those in every role, from department chair, dean, vice president, president. There are wonderful opportunities. You can be our board chair someday. There are wonderful opportunities for women. I like to think that the three of us sitting here are somewhat trailblazers for you, because it has not always been this way. It has not always been this way. I look out in this audience and I see a lot of young faces, and y'all are going to find it hard to believe that it has not always been this way, but that's the truth. But I like to think that because of our successes and challenges, that there are pathways that the women in this room then can follow and achieve what we have achieved and soar past us. I wrote my dissertation on female community college presidents. This was in the early 2000s, and believe it or not, there were not very many female community college presidents at that time. In North Carolina, there were 6 out of 58. 5 of them agreed to participate in my dissertation research. 1 never communicated with me, so I don't know why she didn't want to participate. The women told me their stories of how they got to be presidents. The majority of them had not set the presidency as their career goal. They ended up just they didn't even plan to be vice presidents. They just ended up getting promoted and finally ended up in a situation and in a pathway that the next step was to go into the presidency. They had people coming to them and saying, you might as well become the next president of the college. And they're, who, me? But once they were there, they felt that they had to work harder than their male counterparts. They felt that they had to work much harder than their male counterparts to prove that they could do the job, both internally at the college and most importantly, externally in the community. Usually the internal audience accepted them as leaders and as presidents much more readily than the Chamber of Commerce, the local county government, the police and sheriffs and all the different agencies and constituents that you work with out in the community. The other thing that I found in talking to these women is that the presidency had a negative impact on their personal lives, every single one of them. Most of the women ended up in divorce. Several had put off having children until it was too late. One woman sat in her office while I was interviewing her with tears streaming down her face because she had put off having children until it was too late for her to have a family. A lot has changed since 2003, thank goodness. We now live in a different world. So my advice to women today is set your goals. Set a pathway for yourself. And if that pathway is to the presidency, then do what Edna did and plan how you're going to get there. Plan how you're going to develop yourself and get to that goal. If your plan includes having a family, then work that into your pathway, because you can do both. You can have a family and be a community college president. And I hope to see you all as community college presidents.
You're here. That's great. Thank you. A couple of quick things as we close. We only have about a minute left, and my apologies for not getting to your questions. Because this is being broadcast, we're going to re-strategize for just a moment and impose upon our panelists for about an additional 5 minutes, but out in the hallway. A couple of things I'd like to put on your radar. I have had the honor of joining the VCCS just, like I said, about a year ago. And prior to that, I had been with the Princeton Aspiring Leaders Program, so at that end of the continuum. And at the other end of the continuum, working with the FBI's Leadership Development Program for Director Mueller. That experience has been something that has in effect impacted the way we have redesigned the Faculty and Administrators Leadership Academy. I would like for you to encourage those who might be in this room and those who you might know would be a great candidate for that academy to put that on their president's radar and its presidential nomination. But it is a very valuable program in which we have conversations like this, and we dig in deep to see what we need to do. Some of our speakers, Greer and others, who are a part of that academy are in the room today. Dr. Morrissey mentioned if you're interested in doctoral work, don't forget the Chancellor's Faculty Fellowship Program. We can help you fund that and get your doctorate through the Office of Professional Development. Go to the website, look at it, do the research, and come to us with the questions. Let us figure out how we can help and enhance you. Let's give these ladies a very big round of applause. Two things I'd like to ask for you to do. Allow them to exit the room first, and we're going to ask them if they have time for about 5 minutes just to meet and greet in the hallway and to answer some of your pressing questions. However, please be aware that they too are trying to get to a next session. Also, we need you to fill out an evaluation on this session. We need to build some impetus for having more sessions like this. Ghazala has them in the back. Even if you have to take it as you're leaving the room and drop it off with her later, that's fine. Okay, thank you very much.
That was great fun.
Yes, it was.
Ladies, I'm so impressed to be on the panel with the work we've done, and I would love to read your dissertation. Is it online?
Let's get outside. Well, I don't know.
Exactly.
These are fancy microphones here, so you don't have to have a microphone. You can just talk normally. How are you, sir? I'm good. I'm well. Yeah, you like this one? Yes. I can't sit still. That's the problem. Are you gonna stand up at all? If you are,
Possibly.
that's fine. I'll give you a handheld mic.
Okay.
Or you can sit and use these, whichever is your case.
Okay.
We use about
Hi, Abby.
Oh, no.
No,
You don't have to.
you go long.
Yes, you don't have to.
Both of you go long.
Check.
This went very well.
Then he comes in and we start going, what do you want?
That microphone is on, just so you don't have, I mean, you can turn it off if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm tired of this thing bunching up. I don't want somebody to trip on it.
I appreciate it. I certainly wouldn't want to trip. That would be a good way to do a public speaking announcement.
No, it's one that standalone. Yeah, it's a standalone, but usually up here, it's not here now, but somehow, let me see. It shows different up here. You see the picture and you see what's coming next and a few other things, whatever. So I don't see it now. I don't know how to get there because the newer version I don't have it. But it's interesting that they Never. We're below the average, and well,
Say hi. I might run out of your session.
Don't run screaming.
There's one right here.
Have him stand beside you. Have him stand beside you.
Exactly.
Speaking to it.
Okay. This whole conference operational logistics stuff on my mind, so I'm kind of all over the place.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Lee, and I have the great fortune of having two esteemed partners to share in the presentation today. Ms. Bethany Harris, she's the HR Director for Southside Virginia Community College. And of course, everybody knows Dr. Stone Rock, who's in charge of this esteemed event here at New Horizons. We want to share with you some of the things that we've learned and know about the process of working with adjunct faculty. Also, my two colleagues attended a national conference last month or February to see what others are doing around the country with adjuncts. I certainly want to acknowledge my colleagues from Thomas Nelson, who presented last hour. I was listening in on your presentation. I left only to come prepare. All right, so I just want to let you know. So half of what I'm going to talk about, what I learned last hour. Right, so just want to let you know, okay? All right, so let's put things into context. We have 2,500, 2,400 odd full-time faculty in the VCCS. And obviously we have very esteemed professionals that do a great job this conference is a testament to what they know and what they can do. However, we have 10,000 adjunct professors. Any given semester, fall, spring, 8,600 to 9,400, but that's a head count, that's a time stamp per semester. We know we have some who don't teach every semester. They come back every year, every other year, summers and things like that. So we probably have more than 10,000. So here's my argument I've been saying to Dr. Stone Rock for a while. Let's assume we had $10 million, $50 million to invest in professional development to work on Complete 2021, right, to help student success. If we put $10 million into the full-time faculty, I'm going to expect that to be an uptick of professionalism and support that impacts students. But it's going to be small because we have full-time professionals who are at the top of their game, who've been worked on and work to get better over their career, can be from 1 year to 40 years. Our adjunct professionals, and Abby will talk about the different categories, they don't have the luxury of a full-time job with the same amount of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years of experience. So their growth potential is significantly higher. I think the biggest investment should be into the 10,000 people who are adjunct professionals. So that's what we're here to talk about, why and how that group is so important and the things we can do to support them better. So today we're going to talk about some statistics around adjunct faculty, the different types, kind of categorizations. We're going to talk about how to recruit them, select them, bring in and support them. We're going to talk about some technology tools that can help you manage this large group of folks. And we're going to give you some few tips that we've learned kind of along the way. We'll start and let Dr. Stonerock share with us the first part of the presentation.
So I'm not going to ask you to read this because it's impossible, but I thought we would perhaps just talk about some compelling statistics with regard to not only specifically adjunct faculty, but contingent faculty. The conference that Bethany and I had the opportunity to attend in February or so was very interesting, and I wanted to share with you some of the statistics that they shared with us. Nationwide, 71% of instructional faculty at college and universities are what considered contingent faculty. Now, this is anyone in a non-tenure track position, so it's part-timers, adjuncts, etc. 51% of those are adjunct faculty members. And if you isolate for community colleges, now we're looking back up to about 71%, again, in the community college structure. 57% of those individuals have been with their institution 6 years or longer. 78% of those have been with a single college. They're not moving around. And 75% of those self-report that they want a long-term, permanent, and in the cases where they have the opportunity, tenure track position at that institution. So that tells us automatically that these are individuals who are committed to their institutions and they are looking for longer-term careers with those institutions. One of the things that was very, very interesting was some discussion that we encountered with regard to the types of adjuncts. And the discussion, this has been around for a while, but from a Gappa and Leslie study many years ago, and it's frequently referenced. They discussed the types of adjunct faculty members, but the focus was if you are putting together professional development programs, you need to make sure that you address all of these types of adjuncts or it's going to be unsuccessful from the get-go. The 4 types were aspiring academics, career enders, freelancers, and those specialist experts or professionals. Now, the way they define these individuals, briefly speaking, career enders are generally those who are retired or who are transitioning into retirement from a profession, and they're just looking for something in a part-time teaching mode. Specialists, experts, professionals, etc., they have a full-time primary career elsewhere. Aspiring academics, these are those that we were talking about largely earlier with the data point. They have a terminal degree and they want full-time status, full-time, they're also oftentimes considered or called full-time part-timers, which is not a good thing. And then last but not least, freelancers. And these are generally individuals who are not seeking a full-time, in cases of tenure track position, or even a full-time position. They have a lot of different jobs, and they like that. They like being freelancers. The professional development component for us was specifically interesting because we know our programs have to address all of these interests, and they have to be available when those individuals are available for professional development. There were a number of benefits and drawbacks that were discussed, and they are things that we would expect to hear. There were some myths that were discussed, and there were some opportunities and myth busting to occur as well. I wanted to share that briefly with you. In terms of the benefits of adjunct faculty, having adjunct faculty on board at our institutions, I found the benefits that rise to the top of the list to be interesting for us as a discussion point. Institutional cost control, professional experience at the table, providing institutional flexibility for short-term labor gaps to address those, and as a mechanism for meeting the diverse needs of our institutions. Those were right at the top of the list in terms of the benefits of adjunct faculty and developing those adjunct faculty. In terms of some of the drawbacks, the things that rose to the top of the list, and this is where we had to get into some myth busting. There is a huge body of literature that when you look at the drawbacks that are at the top of the list are their impact on student retention rates, their impact on successful transfers from 2-year to 4-year institutions, impact on student GPAs, impact on graduation and completion rates, and impact due to HR type issues, lack of pay equity, no benefits, overrepresentation of women, which gets into fair labor issues, etc. We know that women make up a large part of the part-time and adjunct faculty core nationally. We know that most of our adjunct and part-time faculty members are either under 35 or over 65. And we know that there's a significant variance in academic degree attainment. We would expect that. Those long-time tenure track, because they have the PhDs. Oftentimes, our adjunct faculty are working on them, or they have a profession that doesn't require them. That's why we brought them in. They're specialists in those areas. But there is 68% gap there between those who have their PhD and are teaching in a university or college system and those who do not when we look at our adjunct faculty pool. And then we know that, and here's the irony, that our part-timers and our adjunct faculty member spend 90% of their time teaching our students. We know that to be true compared to our full-time faculty who spend about 60%. So the tip of the spear for us in terms of student success is in the classroom. This was, as Bethany knows, a huge point of discussion because as an institution such as the VCCS, and we had a contingent there at this conference, we did not want to hear some of this information. All of this impacts student success. Of course, there is, in terms of myth busting, contrary literature to suggest the opposite. So it truly depends on who you're talking to and the culture of the conference. We know from studies that have been done historically starting in about 2007 that students have been proven to learn just as much in classes that are taught by adjunct faculty as those classes taught by full-time faculty. So counterpoint number one, conference. Okay, so that was kind of our mode. We're like, but there's another body of literature here that we also need to be looking at. They know we have studies to indicate that our students are just likely to be retained by part-time and adjunct faculty as they are by full-time faculty. So part of that discussion was that point counterpoint, which is of value for a good, healthy dialogue and discussion. One of the things coming out of that discussion and one of the things that we wanted to share with you today is no matter what side of the fence that those individuals sat on, negative impacts here or we can counter that with this body of literature. Depending on which side of the fence you sat on, everyone pretty much agreed with one thing. It is not about the quality of the adjunct faculty. That is not the point of discussion. The point of discussion is about inconsistent labor practices with our adjunct faculty and the fact that they have no benefits, the fact that they are hired at the last minute, they don't have time to plan, they don't have time to train. No matter which side of the argument you're on, that is a clear point of agreement. It's not an adjunct faculty issue in terms of quality. It is the infrastructure and the culture surrounding and or supporting our adjunct faculty or the lack thereof. And for all of us who have ever been an adjunct faculty member, we know this to be true. We're not the problem. The infrastructure around us is. And we have the statistics and the data to show that. And one last thing, am I okay on time?
You're good.
Okay, I don't want to rush, but I do want to hit some of the highlights. We did find some interesting literature that we followed up on after the conference as well. We found, for example, there is generally no difference between part-time and full-time faculty in terms of the time spent lecturing, discussing, giving exams, etc. Huge body of information to support that there's not a quality difference here. You can't kind of argue, but they only do this and full-time does this. No, we're finding that there's a very similar thread here. We're also seeing that both groups are equally likely to give essay exams and short answer exams, etc. So we can't play really that card either, that adjuncts are only doing multiple choice, etc. No, we've got the data to support that. And it's not one isolated study. It's a body of data to support this. We found that full-time are actually more likely to give term papers and group projects. So that was a differentiating factor. Part-timers did tend to use a little less technology, a fewer collaborative teaching opportunities, a little less, and interacted less, generally speaking, because of oftentimes scheduling issues with their students, their colleagues, and their institutions at large. Part-timers, however, and adjunct faculty specifically, tended to be a little less familiar with campus services, such as counseling and advising, and integrating that element into the classroom. Part-timers and adjunct needed a little more support. Whether they were getting it or not is a good question, but they needed a little more support in areas such as the use of instructional technologies, collaborative learning, introducing innovative techniques in the classroom. We also found studies, good studies to support reliable ones. Part-timers are significantly less likely to have received awards for outstanding teaching. And I think we go, yep, that makes sense too. That's very, very likely. This creates all kinds of challenges and opportunities for us in terms of what we can do with professional development. A number of the benefits and drawbacks of those opportunities will be discussed by my colleagues today. One thing I really, really wanted to mention, because the paradox of it I found to be quite honest, kind of compelling. When you've sat through a conference for 3 days, you kind of go, now that was worth coming for. So one of the moments for me that was a worth coming for moment is this statement in one of the studies I was looking at. Most challenging pedagogies and innovations are often resisted by students at first and result in lower faculty evaluations. That makes sense. We kind of know that to be true. So I'm going to read it again. Most challenging pedagogies and innovations are often resisted by students at first and result in lower faculty evaluations. Okay, check. The primary method of evaluation for adjuncts is student evaluations. Check. Therefore, studies consistently show that adjunct faculty are less likely to adopt new practices and innovative and challenging techniques out of fear. Fear that the changes are going to result in a decline in their student evaluations and therefore impact their potential employment. Now that to me was kind of that moment worth going to the conference. That's the sense-making moment for me. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris and Bethany.
Thank you, Dr. Stonerock. So that was very, very interesting information. You know, the quality issue is kind of moot in the fact that we need to have a better infrastructure. That's some of the things that we're here to talk about. And we've actually had a session with the ASAC Faculty Affairs Committee, and there's an initiative on to ask the Chancellor for a Chancellor's Task Force on Adjuncts. And really the things we're talking about is creating that infrastructure that is designed to support these 10,000 folks who are, you know, really vital parts of our community. They teach half of our coursework, right, within the VCCS and nationally. And that's kind of important, and that we need to ensure that we're doing right by them. I will share with you also that I've been an adjunct before. Dr. Poindexter here from JSARD, she and I have taught at the University of Richmond, and they have a really good infrastructure. So throughout my career, I've essentially taught one course a semester. I've taught at 10 different institutions over my career, having worked in 4 different institutions of higher ed. And I will say 8 of the 10, the recruitment process was, hey, I have a doctorate in HR, I would like to teach. Okay, can you start in 3 weeks or whenever the next semester started? I mean, really just really poor practices. And so I'm not saying it as an HR guy saying, I know how, why, adjuncts, whatever. I mean, I've lived that experience. Some institutions do it well, some don't. It's really kind of remarkable. I always joke that, most adjuncts really love it, right? It's a calling. They enjoy it because we don't pay them enough. And if you do the math on the time and effort they spend, working, it's minimum wage, right? I mean, it really is. So it's important. 10,000 of them in the VCCS, we have to do better. I think that's a direct link to complete 2021, and getting there. I will also say, hey, I'm an HR guy. I know this to be true. If you are hiring, recruiting, selecting, and developing adjunct faculty without your HR colleagues, you're doing it wrong. Life is a team sport. The reason we're here is to support you in that evolution, and it varies by institution across the country, and it varies by institution within the VCCS. The first thing is you need to engage your HR professionals. I shared yesterday at the session I did on search committees saying the difference is, as an HR person, I'm involved in the hiring process every day. I've been doing that for 20 years. The average hiring manager hires once every other year, once a year, 5 times, over the course of a couple of years. We just have a lot of background and experience. So the first thing is, you should be partnering with your HR staff to provide you with support you need to do what you have to do, because that's why we're here. Second part is planning ahead. We're going to talk about that a whole lot through our conversation. And because folks don't have to do it every day, they tend to do it as needed, as you would imagine. So planning ahead is essential. We should never, let me say this about 4 times over and over again. There should never, ever be a situation, well, say 1% of the time, that someone is hired at the last minute because a class made or didn't make. That should happen in less than 1% of the situation. However, I have several HR colleagues in the room. It's repeated every semester, right? I mean, you know, then we don't, you know, they get off to a bad start, and if the faculty gets off to a bad start, it's a chance that the students get off to a bad start, right? So that should never happen. We'll give you some techniques to get there. We're going to say that you need to design a protocol, a process, a system for your recruitment, selection, you know, placement, and development of faculty. We're going to give you some ideas in a moment. And then, of course, some technology tools will help you. We're going to run through those. So let's start with recruiting. These are the things that I learned last hour with my colleagues from, you know, from Thomas Nelson, right, Beth? You know, so, I mean, you know, you got to have a plan. How do you recruit faculty? Right? For full-timers, we have a plan. You know, we go out and look for folks. For adjuncts, we don't do that as much. It tends to come from the network of the department head or the program head who's in charge of hiring. So, for example, do you have a plan that you set up twice a year? You do advertisements to say anybody in our community is interested in being an adjunct, come apply, or we're looking for adjuncts in these categories. Right? So that's one protocol to bring folks in. Some colleges do career fairs. You know. Once a year, twice a year, once a semester, whatever, just to bring people in. And my colleagues from Thomas Nelson said it best. I think Dr. Ursula Bach, who's not in, she said, hey, it's a great opportunity for us, you know, to meet them and them to meet us and decide if we want to pursue this relationship or not, right? You know, so all the deans get together and say, on the third Thursday of October, we're going to have a career fair. We put it in the paper, you know, tell people what to bring to that meeting, bring a copy of your unofficial transcripts, your vita, yada, yada, yada. You can be explicit in the paper. You show up, you know, spend 5 or 10 minutes with each of them, you know, do a session to talk to a group of people, right? And then individual 2-minute section, you know, kind of a speed dating sort of thing, or whatever. Many different ways of getting there. But you're bringing people into the funnel, right? I'm going to show you something on the Chancellor's Faculty Diversity Initiative, which has been out there for 6 or 7, 8 years. We have a database of folks, you know, who are interested in teaching at your colleges. We'll show you that. But the really big idea is this. You have to have a database, a pool. You know, HR folks call it a talent pool. So for every course you teach, you got to have some bench strength. It doesn't matter that Jane or Bob has taught every year for the past 17 years, and you know they're going to teach that course for you. What if they decide tomorrow, you know, that they don't want to play anymore, that they win the lottery, they decide to get married, they decide to move away, they decide to just quit, right? So the issue is that for every course you teach, you should have people on the bench who are ready to get in the game if the game changes. And so you have to plan ahead. You have to start a process. So even today, if you don't have a need, you still should be advertising and recruiting and having people in some sort of talent pool ready for their next opportunity, right? It's like, put me in, coach, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm ready, I'm suited up, and when the opportunity happens. That way, 3 days before the beginning of the semester, when 8 people just got laid off and didn't know they wanted that course, this person's suited up, prepared, trained, and ready to go. That's just basic good HR. That's why you have to partner with your HR colleagues. And then for areas where you don't have any bench strength, you got to do some advertising. So if you're in Withville and you need to teach physics at 8 a.m. or 10 a.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that's kind of hard. But knowing that today is important because you've analyzed, you've talked with your program heads, or if you're the program, you talk with the HR person, we're saying, hey, we need to do something, start identifying people. And sometimes you might even have to grow your own. But the point is starting now versus when you have it, because the last thing you want to do is cancel that section, right? The students are counting on that section being held for their graduation, which has to do with retention and all kinds of stuff. We can't cancel that section, right? The key is identify for every class you teach, you have to have some bench strength. Start now looking for those folks. You can't find them, you continue to recruit and advertise, or you develop them, right? So you have to have a plan. That's the big idea on recruitment. Then not everybody's using an applicant tracking system the right way. We use the state's RMS system, which is a good system, but it only does half the functionality. We're in the process as an HR community looking at an applicant tracking system that will help us with that database and that sort of registry system, that online applications, and being able to search that database of people with a particular background and see if they can teach X, Y, Z. The registry will be, even if we don't have an opening, people will be able to say, hey, I'm interested in working for your institution at some point in the future when there's an opening. Let me know when that occurs, right? So same technology, is two halves of the same coin, but we have that coming for you. So the Chancellor's Faculty Diversity Initiative, we talked about it. You can go out on the VCCS website. There's a whole page dedicated to it. Has a lot of good information about folks interested in teaching. The program is open to everybody, but it targets minority professionals or minority graduate students. It's out there, and it has some good information. So, so that's an example of the kind of job applications from the inside of the applicant tracking system. But here's a snapshot to show you that folks come to the VCCS website, and as a system office site, we say, hey, are you interested in teaching within the VCCS as an adjunct? And then somebody, my staff puts people into the buckets where they're interested in teaching. So almost every college, there's applicants out there. So someone in your community, or multiple people in your community, meaning that each of your program heads can have access to this system. And when someone says, I'm interested in teaching at Paul DeCamp or Patrick Henry, you can click on that and you'll see the applications of those folks. So this is just a talent pool, right? Of folks who are interested in teaching at your colleges, they can get to it from the VCCS. All right, so again, this is just an applicant tracking system. I was giving you an example of that technology, all the different jobs that might be available at any given time. The hiring managers and the people in the search committee gets access to the people's information. And as you see, a particular job, they apply now. So for those who haven't seen an applicant tracking system, that's a quick example. All right, we didn't pause after you to ask folks for questions. I don't know why. So we'll pause now. We'll pause now. Questions for Abby or me. So we talked about recruitment. We're going to talk about selection and placement, and then we'll have some time at the end also for Q&A. So yes, ma'am.
Once you recruit and you've got that bench strength,
yep.
Quite often we can't place people into a course
yep.
the upcoming semester. How do you maintain that candidate's interest?
Great question. Great question. One of the things we hope to do when we get an applicant tracking system that's for the whole system, right? That has that database. Ideally, my office will have someone who can keep those folks engaged, right? And some of the things you could do is simply just sending them articles and information from time to time, letting them know things like New Horizons exist, inviting them to things on campus, but keeping that group of folks interested and engaged in your community. Think about it. We all belong to some listserv or some, every day or every week you get an email from somebody, right? You did business with or whatever. It's the same idea, keeping people connected to your mission. So those are some of the things you can do. Invite them to campus. I mean, think about it. When people come to your campus, whether they're potential employees or students or community members, they learn something about the institution. They get more excited about it, right? So, one of the things is to bring the campus for professional development opportunities or events that happen on campus, and keep bragging about what's going on to keep interest, keep being interested. Yeah. But you're absolutely right. Keep them engaged. Yeah. And some more. We got some tips later as well. Other questions? We're going to go right to left. Okay. I think Mike is there first. So go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon. As an adjunct professor who's always looking for a full-time job, I go on the website and I fill it out. But sometimes I see where it says pay band S1 or some other number, and then on some sites they actually have a number. Can we make it consistent where there's always a number or something? Because I can never find what S1 or S3 or S5 means. I know there's a sheet for it, but I just can't find that sheet that translates those numbers.
That's very good feedback. If the VCCS would only be consistent in anything, that would help us. But the other part is, we were talking about this yesterday in another session, we tend to speak to the world in our language, not the language they understand. So that's something for us to work on. Thank you for the feedback. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Darren Campen. I'm from Montgomery College in Rockville, Maryland. So I'm not too familiar with VCCS regulations, but what is the limit on part-time teaching? Did the Affordable Care Act put a cap on that? And is each campus talking to one another?
We are. The Affordable Care Act caused us to double down on the policy we've had for the past 30 years. Okay, it was already there. It hadn't changed. but we weren't necessarily following it the way the law required. That's the truth. So essentially, adjunct faculty can teach 24 hours in a academic year, right? So it's 12 and 12, right? And there's actually a slight a caveat to that, which we'll talk about when we talk about a new position we created in a moment. Judy.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, really interesting information so far. I'm remembering what was said about the infrastructure is often the culprit in helping us be consistent and do the best we can with adjunct instructors. I wonder if you're also aware and could share with us some exemplary programs or model institutions where the infrastructure is strong, and we might follow some of their practices.
I was going to ask my colleagues from Thomas Nelson for their checklist of forms and processes. So, Abby and I probably need to get together and create some sort of repository. So I would talk to those two ladies right there. That'd be a great start. Okay. Yes, and we're talking about that's why we're talking about that Chancellor's Task Force on adjuncts, because we want to and plan to do exactly what you're describing. Yep.
I'm an adjunct at Thomas Nelson, actually, and I was also at Tidewater. Hi, guys. Aprile Castagna. I've been thinking that maybe there'd be a great way to have adjunct professors have one position where they could teach at several different institutions, but yet it would be one position, like an actual formal position within the VCCS.
Right.
So you'd be
well, that's hard
migratory.
to do. That's hard to do, but there are some ways of making it easier, and we understand that the cross-boundary thing doesn't matter to you; it matters to us, and so we need to lower some of those boundaries. And that's why we really want to look at what we do, how we do it, our practices generally, so that we can share the best practices and work on the challenges. So that's kind of where we're headed. All right, so I'm gonna press ahead and then make sure we got time for Ms. Harris. So this is selection. The process of selecting them. It should not be a program head in their office in the middle of the night saying Bob or Susie. It should be professional, right? Because half of our full-timers come from the adjunct pool. So there should be rigorous, scrutiny of applicants and rigorous selection. So we recommend 3-member committee or something like that, people in the department. A screening committee is the idea of having a group of people who volunteered this year to be the group that looks at all the applications. The serial review could just route them between department members who are part of a group to say, we got an application today, I say yes, no, maybe to this, I pass it to the next person. After 3 people have reviewed it, that person gets put into a pre-qualified pool that we'll look at later, as an example. HR can help you, depending on your college and how it's staffed, and helping you with that review process. And then I would also say, we get a lot of applicants, people just don't know that their professional degree is going to will qualify them for teaching. You spend a lot of time with people who aren't qualified. There's some ways of getting there. Talking to the HR person, I'll give you a couple examples. And then we'll talk about our video interviewing system that we have available. So one way to pre-qualify is on that website we have for the Chancellor's Faculty Diversity Initiative. You'll find a copy of this article from the Chronicle. I'll give it to everybody who asks about a job, because it explains the SACS requirements for who can and cannot teach, right? Because otherwise it takes 15, 20 minutes to explain to people this article. Have them read this first, and that's a way of pre-qualifying them, right? So you don't have to. Send them to the website. We even have an auto-generated email. It says, don't call us, read this article, and read all these FAQs first, right? They hit the send button. That technology saves you time and effort, right? And we learned that through experience. And then we have a video interviewing system. We have this for all of our colleges, right? So essentially it goes like this. You put in that name and address, name and email address, and you have a pre-selected group of questions. You hit send, it goes off to them. On their smartphone or computer or whatever, they hit a button and it records them for 1 to 5 minutes. You set the length to respond to the question you want them to answer, right? They hit send, it is done, and your 3-member committee or whomever you want to be involved can go in at any time they want, because it's a hosted solution, and click on their responses. So you've got a pre-interview for any candidate
at the time they hire, at the time they apply, if you so choose, or people you send to later. My recommendation several times has been, because it's a hosted solution that we don't have to pay for the memory, I would do it for every adjunct applicant, right? And the beauty is you don't have to look at it until you need someone, right? So which means they're going to be out there in 6 months or 8 months, and now you need someone, you can go in and see an interview you've already selected, set up for them. Saves time and effort, and then if you really want to talk to them, then you bring them in, right? But the key is you've pre-qualified a dramatic number of folks simply using technology. It takes you a few minutes from your program to decide what are the 4 to 10 questions we want to ask people, and if they're really interested, they're going to go through that process. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Lee, can you tell us again the name of the software package that you're using for that?
Interview Stream. Ask our HR manager. He or she, can give you access to it. We've had it for about a year, Jerry. So it's out there. Maria.
Dr. Lee, is it possible to do this streaming also?
No. I called you Maria. You called me Dr. Poindexter.
Dr. Lee, is it possible to do the video streaming with voice only for EEO issues?
Yeah, I think so. Is it, Jerry?
Give me a little bit more specifically what you want to do.
Can we hide the faces for EEO issues or concerns? Still hear the voice.
Yeah, you probably could.
The responses to the questions, see their names, but not see their faces.
I'll have to double check that capability, how we would do that.
Yep. I'm sure you probably could. Right? Or tell them to put a sheet of paper there. That's a workaround. It's called a workaround.
High-tech workaround.
Jerry.
One of the things, though, you could do, to follow up to this question about how to stay connected in contact, because we've dumbed down because of emails, they really don't have that contact viability. We can use the video technology to send, how you doing? Here's some things going on. And so it allows us to keep connected in that ongoing process of recruitment as well.
All right, so we talked about the kind of hold and take or talent pool idea, and that's for your placement, right? You've got a pool of folks you pre-qualified earlier. You may have pre-qualified them in January, and then you're going to use them in the summer, or the fall. But they're there or waiting for you. We have this thing of a 2-semester adjunct. Now State Board has approved that we can contract with certain people once for that academic year. Meaning you can give them classes for the fall and spring at the same time. The details of that are coming. We'll have a contract and a procedure that will help you to manage your workforce if you're managing adjuncts a little better. We'll give you greater detail later. My colleague is going to share some information with you on a couple other items. I'll also say, like John Tyler and a couple other ones will give adjuncts, when they sign a contract, like a $50 stipend to get them loaded and started in their system to do online training or orientation. You give them access to the library and other things to get them started earlier versus waiting to the last minute to see if the class makes, right? So they're in the system. We're talking about getting them going and getting them started early. All right? Ms. Harris?
Okay. I'm going to take over from where they're actually hired. As Abby said, we went to a conference on adjuncts, and we did have a couple of aha moments where we were taken away. One of the things, after obviously pay, one of the leading complaints from adjuncts is that they're coming in and they're not prepared. They're not given information, and as Chris pointed out earlier, sometimes they say, okay, you're hired, welcome to class. So we need to look at ways to better prepare our adjuncts to go into the classroom. We often have, I'm from Southside Virginia Community College, so we're in the rural horseshoe. So oftentimes when we're hiring adjuncts, they are new to the classroom. And sometimes the expectation is they're going to know certain things that they don't. So one of our challenges our new president is looking at, and our new VP of Academics we're going to discuss, is how to better prepare our adjuncts day one or before day one moving in. The $50 stipend is a good idea if you have a budget. You get them in, get them a new orientation. Nothing can replace that. However, there are some tools that are available and that are system-wide. What's the ETA now for Silk Road?
Gary. The ETA for Silk Road.
Well, we're going to be able to launch within the next month. We will be able to move as fast as a college wants to move in terms of implementing that process.
Okay, and what we're talking about is Silk Road. It's an HR onboarding system, and we can use it for two main reasons, I would say. One is to get that annoying HR payroll paperwork out of the way. You know, we're all experienced with giving the big packet of information to adjuncts, and they look at it and they have this really puzzled look on their face. It's never a pleasant task, but there are ways that we can improve it. This is an online HR onboarding system, and again, for that purpose, it's a great tool. The slide that you see is from Lord Fairfax. They were the first implementer. Our colleagues at Reynolds have also implemented, and we have been in since January. What it does is, let's start day one. You have made the selection, you're hiring an adjunct. They get an email welcoming them to the college and directing them to this online portal. The online portal provides them with various information. You can see along the top, if you can, there's some different tabs: benefits, professional development, payroll, document library, etc. On the sides, you see a task list. So as they're first hired, they'll have a few of their main tasks, you know, the I-9s that we all want to get out of the way to make them legal, an offer letter, some of their basic information. You get all that stuff out of the way to begin with. They also have, over on the side, they have access to handbooks. So in speaking of orientation in a way that this can be used to assist you, if for some reason your new adjunct is not able to come in for a one-on-one discussion with their dean or to come into a group orientation, this is a way to provide them targeted information at times when you think that they need it. So, for example, developing a syllabus, assuming they don't know or don't have tools for it, most of your colleges do have online assistance for that. You have sites to direct adjuncts to or your teaching faculty to. But how do you tell them? When do you tell them? Where do you point them? The task list that you can develop, and as Jerry said, it depends on the college, can give them targeted information. So say day one you want them to get the information on how to develop a syllabus. You can send that, you can set that so that they have to go into the system and complete a task, or you can send them a self-completing task, which means they would just get an email saying, here's a resource, it gives them the links and points them to it. So it's nothing that you're having to do physically, manually, it's something that's built into the system. Say a little later into the semester you want to give them information on sales for students that are experiencing difficulties. They could get the targeted time. So you can sit down with your deans, your faculty to come up with a list. It can be as involved as you want. It can be as basic as you want. And do we have an estimated time on when they're going to hire someone to assist with the portal?
Well, we're working on it now. I think we have a plan that 6 months from now, all colleges will have implemented the system. That's our target goal, so we're working through the startup of all the colleges right now.
Okay. All right. So this is another view of what the employee would see. It would show their current task list, their completed to-dos. You would have all of their basic payroll information in here. This is a view of what a supervisor would see, for example. So if you are a hiring dean and you have a number of employees and you have outstanding tasks, you would have a list. One of the questions that we get oftentimes is, how do I know that I have something out there? And you get an email when a task is activated. So if you're hiring, Susie Q to teach psychology, you have a couple of things to do for that employee, and they would be in your Silk Road task list, and you get the emails to complete them. Likewise, if you set up teams to complete different things, for example, we set up some of our technology into Silk Road as far as access. So we have teams for our IT, for our PeopleSoft folks to go in and complete tasks as they are hired. Another thing that we incorporated, and this is going to be up to the individual colleges, we incorporated the faculty qualifications for adjuncts and for our full-time into Silk Road. So when a dean is hiring a new faculty member, a new adjunct member, they would go into Silk Road and they have a page where they complete the faculty qualifications to assign rank. That information, depending on how you have your structure, can go for different approvals. So for example, when our hiring departments, if it's an off-campus site, hires a new adjunct faculty member, they'll go in and they'll complete the qualification form. It would then go through Silk Road to the dean, who signs off on it, and then it would come to us so that we can review. One of the, or two advantages of this is we can then use the data for SACS credentialing. We keep it in a database. And the second benefit is that we have that we can then share with the adjunct faculty member. So when they're hired, sometimes they don't know what rank they're hired in. We have a good example in the back, you know, the S1, what does that mean? What does my rank mean? So we have a tool built in that we can provide that information to them and give them, okay, this means you're at S1 and this is the commensurate salary. Okay, so I'll let you all ask questions about Silk Road in just a minute, but let me finish this slide. Just a couple of other tips, some takeaways that Abby and I got from the conference and from different conversations that we had there. Some things to consider. Oftentimes, adjuncts feel excluded from different professional development opportunities because, as Abby mentioned, and as we all know, it's often a part-time job. It's something that they're doing in the evenings, on the weekends. So if we can set up basic seminars, teaching basics for our new hires, then we need to think about when we offer it. Are we offering it in the evenings? Are we offering it on the weekends? Are we offering it for free? Is it a paid? We could set it up so that it's like a career readiness certificate as a pre-qualifier like Chris mentioned, and use it in the screening process. I believe Chris was talking about our Thomas Nelson colleagues, and they actually have adjunct coordinators. Not all colleges are lucky enough to have full-time positions. So what we are exploring is taking our existing administrative support positions who actually function in this capacity for a large portion of their work performance and pool them, get best ideas, give them all the resources, have them share it across our college because we are very spread out, and then make them an adjunct center for excellence. Adjunct mentors. That was another takeaway from the conference. You know, oftentimes, again, we're putting them in there and assigning them a mentor. This can also be set up in Silk Road that the mentor is given the new hire's information, and the new hire is given the contact information for the mentors. Same thing with cohorts, giving that employee information. Excuse me, my mouth is very dry. I need some water. Giving that a new adjunct information on their cohorts. So if they're a biology instructor, giving them, you know, the names of their other biology instructors. Good gracious. And we've already mentioned recognition and reward. The last thing is adjunct support survey. They had a really good tool on Delphi that George Mason has developed for an adjunct survey. We are intending to put that out. Thank you. Great tool that George Mason developed. We are going to tailor it and send it out to our existing adjuncts currently, and then we're also going to incorporate it into Silk Road as something at the end. You know, you've been through this process. Give us ideas on how to improve. So we're going to put it out again to our existing adjuncts to get information, to get feedback, to see how we can better support them, and then see moving forward as a continuum.
All right, in the interest of time, we're going to summarize here, and then the instructors, we're going to step outside of the room and take any questions or exchange ideas with you so that the next group can get started. But a quick review. We talked about adjuncts and some statistics about them and the importance of them. Within the VCCS, our largest contingent employee group, they teach half our courses. They are really important to our mission. That they really serve us well, but we need to do better by supporting them with a greater infrastructure. That they're not all the same, but they have different aspirations and goals for their lives, and we have to support them that way. And hopefully, we gave you some key ideas and suggestions around how to recruit, select, and develop them. And we also forecast the idea that we plan to do more with you in creating a system to support them a little bit better. So thank you for joining us this morning, and we'll step outside and hopefully greet some of you and share some ideas, and hopefully you'll share some with us as well. Thank you again. And thanks to my colleagues.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
I'm leaving all the questions to you and Bethany.
Okay. Yeah, I know you got it. Yes.
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 Don't you love the way I do that?
Yes.
Let's take questions outside. Oh, wait, that's just Chris and Bethany.
Okay, and I would love another resource. Give me your Okay. My email is Jarbo@VCCS. Okay. And I will send you an email today, and then you'll have mine.
Oh, that would be so great. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. And I'm thrilled that you came out here because I am the worst public speaker in the world. And thank you.
And so Tara is I'm the Tara at the new group. So when she left, I became the
Okay.
So they linked names with Tarlina.
Okay.
I was like, anyway, so we're sad to see her go.
Yeah, that's right. We're excited to have her. It's really a time of change for us. So I'm grabbing it with both hands. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth.
Hi,
And
I'm Beth.
Some people call me Bethany, so I said I have to at least introduce myself. Beth Ann. I would love to be on a part of a task force. I don't know how you guys select individuals for that, or do you already have a task force? How would you do that?
Okay. We don't have a formalized process in place. It's something that we're discussing. So, what are you interested in?
Whatever it is, whatever task force will be established to talk about the adjuncts.
I think they've already
You know, I just, you know, I had 3 presentations I just finished, so you know, I'm thinking like, man, I'm tired.
At tncc.edu. Yours, Harris B.
No, it's Bethany dot Harris.
Coach's salaries, Bethany. Dot Harris.
At Southside.edu.
At Southside. Where's Southside?
Southside. We have two main, one is in Kingsville, the other is in Alberta. We have sites in South Florida, we have one in Parkland, we have Ritchie City, we have Peoria, South Boston, we're in the prisons, this is in
Sorry that we ran long.
No, I was telling you, now you know why I don't get up and speak as a professional.
Why not? Thank you all. I learned from you all. I mean, it's a whole issue of we just have to, VCCS, we have to share our expertise. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's, you know, it's always been the case. So hopefully we'll facilitate that. And someone always just said they would like me to come speak at our HR conference. So again, that's what it's all about. HR and this community's part of it. All right. So we'll be in touch. That's all good, man. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm in charge.
Nice job anyway. I wouldn't just tell you, not say anything.
It's hard for me to do it. You sponsor articles or vice versa. Issues in
They select and pick them.
Are you gonna be there in the morning? Do something a little bit random.
That's just my take. You know, so I say, you know, here's what I said to them.
6 months and stuff. One hour this week. One of the things I was say, when you meet for 2 days, you have a plan. System one meeting now shows them not reaching that way to the culture person or sexual for that work. Would you mind if we came in and read? There's places to stay.
That's all I'm saying. So for me,
It's camp. But I just thought about that because you know you've taken, you've done some creative things, and I know that there's we're going to get that core system. That's what we So your support of that, and also understanding the value that with your customizations, so you can see you're not doing anything you're not supposed to do. So I just I thought it would be great if we could put you in sometimes and everything there and all that, but maybe we could just want you to have you host.
Yes, and I don't want to come out somewhere else and visit it's logical. I actually do want to do this because I think a lot of the challenges that we experience is not understanding fully the way that cases work together. Taking a while to get that understanding, the knowledge to know, okay, we have to have this in place,
ask any questions. I've just got to lock up.
Oh, okay.
Everybody leaves.
Thank you.
It was a very good presentation.
Thank you.
I have one. Yep. Let's see. So escape. Oh, thanks. Done with that one. Four. Yep.
Are you all going to talk?
Yep.
At the same time, in fact.
At the same time. Awesome.
I'm the moderator, so
Are you
how
going to
can
be
I-
standing up, moving around?
Probably not.
Probably not. That's the best.
Okay. And we can pass this from person to person. We don't have to get too fancy.
I'm sitting right here.
So they're gonna sit too, okay.
If you are sitting at the table, these are microphones right here.
Okay.
They will pick up your voice.
All right.
You don't need to pass the microphone, you don't have to do anything. If one of you does want to get up and walk around, you can just pick up this microphone.
I hope this is it. That looks like it.
We'd like to, and I'm sure you've been dealing with this, we'd like to get the audience questions. So should we walk the microphone out to people?
We'll have, there'll be 2 or 3 people that will pass it. So,
Great.
just, if you want to just have them raise their hands, so we know who to give them to.
Okay.
Clicker.
Oh, no, you're
It even works.
You have your.
Where you sitting?
There at the, he was saying, I probably heard, my son was there one day. And I wish I'd have said, you feel good, I talked to you like I talked to the president, but I did not say that. He'd forgotten his phone or something the day before, so I was
Honestly,
trying to.
John, where would you be with that?
Oh my God, that's what I need. I need my mommy. Hey, where you sitting? Can you grab that? Yeah, thanks.
See, I am his mother. Do you see that? Sometimes you get my trash. Yes, I am your mother.
I haven't been snapping my fingers yet. That would be bad.
Yeah.
If I start doing this, you can throw things at me.
Yeah, actually. Can you do it here so I can see the whooping?
He said something, apparently somebody else at the campus one time, somebody said, get your own damn coffee. I said, if I ever say that to you, you better find out what's going on, because I'm at the end of my rope if I ever say that to you. But yes.
Do you pull the English thing? Can I get a cup of coffee? Yes, you
Okay.
can. Yes,
You
you
help
can.
yourself, you go ahead.
Yeah, I never ask her to do that. Well, once.
One time, but they were in a meeting, I don't mind. No, he's very good, and he does very well. And I say, you've got to be at such and such right now, and he just goes. So.
38 emails. How can people be emailing at New Horizon?
You're probably better off 2 and 2.
Sure.
Because you can fit 3 here, but then someone might be feeling lonely.
Okay.
However you want to do it.
Well, the 3 of them are the smart people, and they're the presenters. And I'm literally just moderating to keep them going. So if we want to.
Well, if you want to do it that way, probably have the 3 presenters over here.
Let's do that.
and
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So that way my division actually.
Kelly, you might have gotten an email from Frank Tamburino. I just forwarded you one from John Elgin. So.
Oh, okay. I'll look at the count. It's this fall, I think, and that is before class.
August, yeah, and he waited too long last year, so he's trying to get on
Sure,
his
it's
schedule.
VCCS.
And I don't know. I think the chancellor moved his thing.
And yeah, it's
So.
now in October, so
Yeah.
actually August is now. I'm getting the.
Testing. Do we don't even need this, right? Nope. Okay.
And if you're pretty sure you're not going to use it, I'm just going to turn it off.
Yeah, it's probably best.
our choices were either 2 and 2 or 3 and 1. So I was going to put you 3 over there.
No.
Hi.
You're good to go. I'm only here to say over to you.
So we begin by saying, live from Roanoke, it's Thursday afternoon. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That was a good lunch. We went to Papa's lunches because of the timing this year.
Yeah, that was fine.
People are keen to keep it moving. So really chatting for their lunches. That was
Yeah.
really. We've seen speakers.
Just so you be aware of it, there's no board chairs in here.
Come over here.
Yeah, and just, they're supposed to raise their hands. You don't have to hold it. Or them just point it at their mouths.
A little more relaxed than last time. There's no pole games.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
We're more relaxed. We're
Yes.
sitting down.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hello there.
It's good to see you. Oh, so happy to do that. Are you sleeping nights or are you? Oh, good.
You said you had 4 hours of sleep, though.
The conference has been great. So
It has been. It's been wonderful. This was it's my first one, and it's wonderful.
It's fantastic.
That is great.
And this is going to be a good session, so I'll let you strategize. Jeff is going to be moderating because I won't be in here for this
Okay,
session.
all right.
There should not be any technology issues. Everything is streamed. You're getting quite an audience from outside, which is great. They were seeing you.
Okay.
And then so just always be aware
All right.
of your faces.
Okay, yeah.
Well, that's just it. With all of us seated, there's no mic, and I asked the people in the back of the room about it, and they handle that. They have folks to do that. I
Yes.
to raise their
Yes,
hand.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Neil.
So we had 45 minutes.
Right.
And you guys took about that much of the state board.
Did we really?
Yeah.
I told John, I said, well, we did it in 20 minutes, so we need to cut it down.
No.
Okay.
No, I think handle it like you did. Don't get your pacing off. Pull us in as you need to get us in. For data or strategy or whatever.
Then it doesn't allow for questions.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd like to put a premium on questions. In fact, when I begin, if you're okay, I'll say, look, we're good to be interrupted at any point with a question.
Yes, okay.
And I
Yeah,
will,
let's do that.
I'll put it on me to
That it
sit there and
paces
go,
itself.
I'll be the interrupter. I'll go, okay, I see a question. Let's go ahead and please raise your hand.
Okay.
Because I really want to dialogue it so that I don't feel like we're cramming it down. So I. Yeah. Good job, Kat. Who's that guy who just confessed to the murders, on a microphone?
Oh, yeah.
I killed him. Of course I did.
I guess they caught me.
Probably one of the dumbest criminals show up in one of those magazines.
Oh, too funny.
Oh, that is funny. So how many people are here, actually?
Abby will know. How many people are at the conference?
About 850.
Wow, that's great.
And that's the typical attendance?
It is. We were higher last year.
Okay.
Some budget cuts impacted some of our colleges.
Sure.
And
Yeah. Right.
this year. But so the numbers are actually down a little bit.
Yeah.
But the energy seems higher.
Okay.
People
Yeah.
faculty love it.
Yeah. Mine do too. Absolutely. It's great.
Last 3 minutes. Remind me if you want to take that on by this year's session.
Okay.
Great. Sounds good. We shall.
So you'll kick it off? Yeah. Okay. We got it started.
Sounds good. All right. Well, we still have plenty of time.
Yeah.
May I just look through your?
Yeah.
Some
I'll
reason or other
pass.
she didn't print out the. Oh, okay. That's great. If you don't mind doing that, so we. got into the credential area. Okay, we got
I
that.
might bring Kat in when it cuts to those
Yes,
charts.
right,
and then
yes.
Like the very first big lecture
There.
hall, interesting kind of
Okay.
arena type.
Codified legislation, correct, credential definition.
Get up here, move
Okay.
up here. Oh, this is a
Koloban.
Bible church. You don't need to sit there.
Yeah, Koloban.
So
Okay.
I always think about that when I get in rooms like this.
Next time I'll go with Smith.
Yeah, next time.
That's right. All right. Industry records report correctly. And then this part that Kat also has come up. And then we get into what I'm doing. Okay. Sounds good. All right. And then, when we were at the state board, I'm going to skip over the Virginia Beach one because it's essentially the same as the mechatronics at Chesapeake. But especially these parts here, they're hard to read. But what I missed last time, and I realized that we're doing the same thing with the military, the laddering concept.
Right.
So I'll talk about that if we have time. Okay.
Cool.
Great.
Walk one.
Yeah, she is. She's in there.
Let me write this down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Perfect. I think at the beginning it's the appropriate time. Yeah.
She's here, but I don't know. I've not seen her in the room. She's here at the conference, but she's not.
But I don't see her in the room.
No, not so far.
Okay, good.
When you sent out that email the other day about not applying for your degree,
Yes.
I mean, I said this is a no-brainer, and Sharon said yesterday, she said we're going to change that policy.
Why you said
I don't know. I don't know. But
But I
what I
was
said
shocked.
to her, I said, we're doing it in general education, as you probably all know too. It's a very labor-intensive process, and until we can do it technology-wise, it'll be a very manual, labor-intensive process. So if we I said, you can change the policy, but you need to give the college resources in order to do that.
And did you say that to Glenn at all?
I said it to Sharon.
Oh, good. Okay.
Because I said, I guess they're spending hours and hours matching up the courses with the degree audit and everything.
So they do a query, but it doesn't come out.
It doesn't come out clean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so technology-wise, we're not set up in PeopleSoft to do degree audit. And I remember back in Harrisburg years ago, it took our registrar 3 years to get it up under BANA. And then, but it was a lot easier, and then what it would catch were the discrepancies.
Okay.
So then it was easier to clean up the discrepancies instead of going through the entire,
Every single one.
Yes, right. Which is what we would have to do right now. So before they change the
I
policy.
can't imagine that somebody in PeopleSoft hasn't already done it.
Right, exactly. We just have never turned it on probably.
I think you have to push when you start
It's,
speaking.
no, it's on.
Over time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Kelly, you also keep him straight, right? Good job.
Constantly.
Yeah. Can't have a lopsided.
2 minutes, everybody. Places. 2 minutes. Probably not. I really want to go.
Good morning.
Live.
Afternoon.
It's Wednesday afternoon. Like the SNL opening. Yeah.
She read my quote in the paper, did she, in the Daily News?
She said, I would have stayed longer, but John Downey might come here. And if I see that guy. I'm sorry?
Do I need to clarify my position?
Your job's not on the line.
Yeah.
So who's going to advance our slides?
I can.
Are we, okay.
So I'll pass that to you.
Okay.
Can you see that I've done?
Mhm.
Okay.
sort of,
That's why I like them on this too.
yeah,
Just
right.
have to glance over to make sure that.
Well, I thought she had printed it out for me. For some reason, she hadn't. So.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to speak before clearly what's assembled the smartest faculty members that we have at Virginia's community colleges. Smartest because they chose this session. And for all of you watching at home, thank you for joining us. I just want to introduce two folks before we actually begin with our work. I'd like to say thank you for joining us. We have our chair, Dorcas Helfand Browning here, chair of the State Board for Community Colleges. We also have Robin Sullenberger, who's a member of our state board, who actually worked with us on creating the Complete 21 strategic plan. So thank you both for joining us. Couple quick things before we begin, because in just a second I will turn it over to folks much smarter than I. My name is Jeff Krause. I'm the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Public Relations, and my job today is to moderate the session. And one of the things we've all talked about as presenters is we want this to be your session, not our session. So we welcome and encourage questions at any point in time, interrupting us at any moment. In fact, it's my job to keep an eye out for when we do. If you do have a question, if you could, please raise your hand. We have mic runners who will come to you to give you a microphone. And that's not just for the benefit of everyone in the room, but it's also for the benefit of everyone watching it streaming so they can hear your questions. So if you do have a question, please raise your hand. And then at the end, I'll remind you one last time, we have an evaluation sheet for our session. So if you would, in fact, if you want to go ahead right now and start marking all the excellent boxes, we'd appreciate that. But make sure to fill that out before you join. And at this point, I'll go ahead and ask my fellow panelists to introduce themselves, and then we'll actually throw it to Dr. Downey, who will get started.
Good afternoon. I'm Kat Finnegan. I'm the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Institutional Effectiveness and one of the staff members as part of the Complete 2021 Strategic Planning Task Force.
I'm Edna Berry-Colavani, President of Tidewater Community College, and I have the pleasure and honor to serve with Dr. Downey.
And you've already introduced yourself, right? Okay. And I'm John Downey, president at Blue Ridge Community College, and with Edna co-chaired the task force. So thanks for being here today. Thanks for being part of this important process in the life of the Virginia Community College system. It's not really news anymore what the actual outcome of our committee's work is. It's one goal, and that's to triple the number of credentials that we offer in the Virginia Community College system. Sounds easy to state, sounds pretty challenging to accomplish. So what we want to do today is take you pretty quickly, so I'll be talking fast and moving quick, through the process that emerged that took us to get to that one goal. And then Dr. Colavani will talk about how maybe one large institution like Tidewater might go about strategizing to help meet that goal within the next 6 years. But I also want faculty and staff who are here to ask questions about how do you personally think you might impact this goal? You know, community colleges historically have all been about access, of getting students the opportunity to make a better life for themselves through the miracle of education, the miracle of higher education. Now, I think the pendulum is turning, and there's a recognition that getting in the door isn't doing them enough of a service. We really need to find new and creative ways, while maintaining quality, to get students step by step through processes. We don't want to create bureaucratic situations where we're the roadblock to their success. We do want to challenge them and have them complete a program that is worth it in the economy, that teaches them something. But we don't want to do it in a way that our own programs, our own bureaucracies are causing them stumbling blocks. So when we started this process, the Chancellor gave us only one piece of advice. He let us have free rein. We could do whatever we wanted, however we wanted to do it. He wasn't thinking about a particular series of goals or strategic plan. But he did say one thing to us, and that was we have to focus not on what we need as a system, but on what the Commonwealth needs us to do. We need to stay focused on that external constituency. It would have been easy, especially when we started this process. It was at the height of the recession. It would have been so tempting to say, oh my gosh, we're already overburdened. We have so many to do at each campus. We don't have enough resources. But we didn't do that. And the task force really stayed focused on the Commonwealth depends on us and now more than ever, especially during a recession, they depend on us, to produce the type of graduates that go on to get four-year degrees and then on to get doctorates or masters, but also the workforce that is working in the economy that makes Virginia as successful as it is. And so we focused on that as our main task. We assembled, again, a great dream team, and I can't say enough of the committee members that shared with Dr. Colavani and I in this process. We really enjoyed our time together, but also, I think, through our conversations, had incredible conversations about what Virginia needed and then what might be some of the struggles that we would go through to get there. The process, as in past strategic plans for the system, began with the Chancellor going all across the state and holding town hall meetings with business leaders and with community leaders and others in the different service areas of the college, and asking them the question, what does the Commonwealth need from the community college system? What do you think we need to do in order to best prepare the Commonwealth for the future? And that was, the data we got back from that process was incredibly helpful. Then our task force got together and brainstormed that one question. We asked, imagine that in 2021, the VCCS has already been recognized as having addressed Virginia's unmet needs. What have we done to earn that reputation? And so we began to brainstorm ideas of what would it look like if we had that reputation already of answering all of the unmet educational needs in the Commonwealth. But we didn't stop there. After we brainstormed the ideas that emerged from that process, we also wanted to make sure that every Virginia Community College System employee had the opportunity to respond to that same question. And we also included students in that mix. And so from that process, after getting that out through system-wide, 1,600, almost 1,700 people answered our survey. 44% of them were administrators, 41% administrators and staff, 44% were faculty, 8% were students, another 6% either didn't identify or wore multiple hats, and then even 1% were from the community that didn't have a direct connection working at the institution. The pattern of responses we got, you can see, really reflect the 23 community colleges. So we did a zip code analysis to create this map and laid out where most of the responses come from. And you can see that it reflects the size of the institutions and the geographic impact. Employees reported needing better student services, workforce development, access and diversity, and affordability as their top 4 or 5 categories. And I was struck by the fact that many of those, ironically, reflect the Achieve 2015 goals that we've been dedicated to for the last 6 years that came about as the result of the last strategic planning process. So it's probably no surprise. And I think the better student services really reflects the fact that our students really are perceived to need more guidance than we're able to give them with our current structures. And I think that's something we all have to reflect on, is if students need better advising to go through our bureaucracies at our various campuses, what could we be doing better as a faculty member, as an administrator, or as a staff person to make sure we contribute to that better pathway than what we're doing now? And so I think that's going to be a conversation that takes place at most campuses going into the future. We also made sure we focused on the business leaders in the Commonwealth. And so we were very influenced by the Grow by Degrees program from the Virginia Business Higher Ed Council. And you might recall that they were the group that helped Governor McDonnell create the 100,000 degrees in the economy during the last administration. That became the administration goal by the year 2020, I think that goal was set. We also heard from the Virginia Manufacturers Association, from the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, and the Chamber of Commerce. The Virginia Chamber of Commerce had produced a document called Blueprint Virginia, where they outlined that in order to be successful as a Commonwealth, workforce had to be paid particular attention to. And we heard that repeatedly, that some solution for making sure that students, young people, had a pathway into the jobs that were emerging. And you've all heard the statistics that what's emerging are high-tech jobs that require some post-secondary degree or post-secondary training or education, but not necessarily a bachelor's degree. At the same time, it's my firm belief that parents and young people have heard the message loud and clear, you have to get a bachelor's degree to succeed. And so we need to marry those two things. We need to create a stackable, stepping stone approach to a baccalaureate that includes the ability of a person to go into the workforce and gain some experience while they're going through their baccalaureate degree. It's not an either-or proposition. We need liberal arts faculty on board. We need career and technical faculty on board, because what companies are saying to the governor and to all of us is that they can't find the technically trained people that need to run this sophisticated equipment, but they also can't find people who are good at working in teams, that can do a good job with oral communication or with written communication, who can compute basic math and all those kind of things. So it's a team effort. It's not just career and technical education that this plan is targeted for. It's targeted for both liberal arts and career and technical education. We also, oh, go ahead.
If I could just ask a quick question, how many of you participated in the town hall meetings when the chancellor held them? A couple hands out there. And how many of you participated in the survey that went out? Okay, great.
Well, we were going through the process. The State Council for Higher Ed in Virginia also was going through a process of creating a strategic plan, which I think they're about to announce, or they've already announced. I don't know if has the state board? Just announced. Okay, so they just announced it. And so we kept in close contact with them so that we knew our plans complemented one another, and it ended up. And then we also looked at the Cooper Center for Higher Education, which did a study of the impact of higher education on the Virginia economy. So we were influenced by several state agencies as well. But probably the biggest influence was from national think tanks that increasingly were focusing at the time on STEM education, on the connection between higher education and employment, and on the misalignment of people choosing majors in areas where there were no jobs emerging strong. So we were influenced by that, but I think the biggest influence came from an organization called NCHEMS, the National Center for Higher Education Management Systems. Ames McGinnis, we actually brought him out to talk to the committee, and he said that the governor's goal of 100,000 degrees will not be nearly sufficient by a third of the number that they predict we will need in the state. And so that idea that even if we produce the goal that was an ambitious goal of the Virginia Higher Ed Business Council, we're only going to be able to meet that goal by a third. And that's where you heard, we began to start talking about tripling the number of credentials. Those concerns were not new, and they persist even today. We continue to see news stories about business leaders saying, we need to do something about workforce. We need to do something about workforce. And I hope you all at your own institutions have the opportunity to press business leaders a little bit on that and ask them, well, what exactly do you mean by the workforce issue? I've found that many business leaders don't know how to define it or describe it exactly. All they can tell you is, we're not finding the type of employee we want to find. But if you ask them, do you need more technical skills or do you need more soft skills? We need it all. So it's a problem that I think we have to work with the business community to nail down and make sure we understand it more. So it became very clear with all that input that we had one goal, tripling the number of credentials awarded for economic vitality and individual prosperity. And isn't that what we're all about? Is making sure the Commonwealth continues to be a vital place to live and work and raise a family, but also that individual students have an opportunity to achieve the American dream through higher education. We do presentations for our foundation and for graduation and things where a student gets up and talks about the impact Blue Ridge had on them. And I'm always moved almost to tears by the stories of life circumstances that individuals had to overcome in order to achieve that degree or award or certificate. It's unbelievable. And we do that. What better work is there than the work we do? And I know all of you who've been in the classroom or staff people who have worked in an office who have been able to touch an individual student's life are impacted by that every day and just moved by that. I love the jobs that we have. We also talked as a committee about, in order to achieve this overarching goal, we're going to need to develop individual college and collective system strategies to make sure we're all focused and heading in the right direction toward tripling credentials. So we knew that some of those strategic focus areas will be, how do we meet local workforce needs? How do we ensure access while we're trying to increase success? How do we go about helping students succeed at a better rate than they're succeeding now in our colleges? How do we align diverse educational pathways to make sure that they're not dead ends for students? And then, how do we maintain affordability in an era where clearly we need more resources to operate, or at least more creative strategies to operate? I was pleased that out of this current legislative session, the Chancellor was asked by the General Assembly to do exactly what the strategic plan that the State Board recently approved asks him to do, which is expand the number of workforce training credentials and certifications, make sure that we're working with business and industry leaders, that the focus is outcomes-based and developed in consultation with business. So the timing couldn't be better for the start of the strategic plan. I think one of the challenges we're going to have is the definition of what is a credential that is meaningful and focused on quality. If we just start mass producing credentials that we define that don't have any external support, we're going to go backwards, not forwards. So there's been a lot of work in the workforce area of the Virginia Community College system to begin to have those conversations. Dr. Herndon and his staff about, on the non-credit side, what are credentials that are meaningful, and then on the credit side, are there credentials we can embed in our instruction as part of our goal of helping students get a degree that are meaningful credentials along the way that the workforce is asking us to do. IT is an obvious area where you think of, there's Microsoft certifications you could embed in instruction that makes sense. But are there other areas in other disciplines where you could do that? I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Colavani now, who's going to talk about the definition we came up with in terms of that, and also ask Kat to go over a couple of slides where, what does it mean to triple the number of credentials? What would we have to do in order to do that?
Thank you. Being a member of the committee was a great opportunity for me to bring back, as our conversations were going on, bring it back to our staff and our faculty. And there were two key words that Ames McGinnis kept repeating when he did his presentation to the planning committee. One of them was his perception or his insights that the community colleges are becoming brokers of education. Brokers to meet the expectations of the potential students and then brokering them through our process into their next goal. And the other word that he kept using is alignment. And that became one of our main conversation topics, is how do we align the skills and expectations of the students coming in with our processes and our curricula and how we support students, how we advise them, and then align their next step with their goal intentions. So we had a lot of discussion, and so as this was happening, I came back to our staff and I said, what can we do to become the broker for our prospective students, regardless of where they come from, whether they are the students coming from high school directly to us, the adult students that we work with through a customized training program, or what we've called them the career switchers, the military, the men and women who are coming back to a community college for another degree or a certificate. And then what can we do to validate our curricula so that we can make that alignment. And I didn't want to have a burden onto the faculty to say, oh, now we have to change our entire curriculum. This is another fad. And we said, no, the substance is already there. We just don't identify it as a stackable credential or a substance. And so we began to look at what are industry-recognized credentials that we could already identify in our existing curricula. Obviously, it was real easy to do in the career technical area. We're now going back into some of the other areas such as hospitality, healthcare, and we're also looking at the transfer students. And there's another task force I'm on now. It's the Employability Skills Task Force. And our faculty and our staff did a mapping of the general education competencies that we're already delivering through our general education curriculum, and have identified it or mapped it against the, what was the name of the report? E3, employability, blah, 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 something. They had come up with 31 different competencies, and they mapped them against these general education competencies and found there is a 70% match. But we don't track it. So it's going to be real easy for us to also identify employability skills that the employers are asking for, the communication, the problem solving and everything. So it became a real easy thing to look at. And so, you know, industry recognized was easy. We wanted to make sure that it was portable and that it was competency based and articulated for credit. So, and I'll show you on the map a couple ways how we've done that. And what we will also do is that they're third-party validated. As you can imagine, there are lots of providers out there that will offer credential training online or in person or whatever, oftentimes high cost, but it doesn't lead to anything, and it doesn't give them any impetus or a better leg up to get a job somewhere. And so it's really important that we validate those, that it really gives them a leg up in the employment. And we also want to make sure that they pass the test for our accreditation. So we're not becoming trade schools, for-profit schools. We're just simply identifying relevant credentials that are validated, that still meet our curriculum integrity standards, so they'll pass muster with SACS COC as well. And of course that they're stackable. So the big question that we all has as a committee, what data do we have about what is you know, what are we tripling? And so Kat, with her immense data research base that she has and her knowledge, she found what we already can count. And so I'll turn it over to Kat for that.
If you don't mind, I'd like to go back to the previous slide just to let everyone see what we're talking about when we're talking about this third-party credentials. Dr. Colavani did a great job of describing how they fit into the curriculum, but wanted to let you get a good look at what we're talking about now as a definition of credential, particularly for a credential that's not necessarily well defined. Right now we already know what our associate degrees look like. We know what's required to earn those. We know what certificates, career study certificates are. So that's pretty straightforward. You as faculty are very familiar with that. You advise students on those all the time. But what we don't really have is a good definition of what a credential is. So a committee of workforce leaders as well as academic leaders have been meeting pretty regularly to work through this clear definition. And there are 5 components, and these will be the 5 tests to say whether or not we will actually include this as a part of the counting and the tripling of credentials. As Dr. Colavani mentioned, it needs to be industry recognized. It needs to be one that's useful for an industry either in your area or across the state or across the nation. It needs to be portable. Can it go from Blue Ridge to Tidewater and be useful in that community equally, or at least as well? It needs to be competency-based. Are there skills that have been tested that you can prove that a student has as a part of that credentialing? One of the things that we're going to be working for as we can is to articulate those credentials that they're earning on the non-credit side so that they can also earn credit towards a certificate, a career study certificate, or even an associate's degree. That won't be for everything, but certainly it's a goal to start looking at ways that we can move students from being non-credit students into credit students. One of the things that we've seen in the data nationally is that a student who completes a third-party credential is highly likely to enroll in the next level course, in a credit course, and continue to move through higher education and continue to do lifelong learning. going forward. And that's one of the things that we want to see. We want our students to be engaged and continue to build skills with us. We've mentioned the third-party validated. It's wonderful that we have opportunities to test with our own faculty, but we also would like to say, for instance, in nursing, we already have this through the Department of Health Professions boards, other places. There's a lot of boards that are doing different types of testing. Many of you can name them much better than I can, but we're starting to look at those and looking to see how we can tie the credentials that we're offering at our colleges to those third-party validators, as well as to find out what sort of data we can get from them, and are there opportunities to include other places. And then finally, stackable, as Dr. Colavani mentioned, making sure that those things that we're putting actually help students to lead through a career path over time. So here's the big so what? What's it going to take? What does tripling credentials really truly mean? And the bottom line is it's pretty daunting. Right now we're currently awarding in the academic side about 30,000 credentials a year. What we're talking about now is moving that up to 90,000. That's a lot of credentials to move forward. But it gives us an opportunity to really, it's not necessarily looking across each one of these specific areas, but we're talking, that's additional 90,000 credits. Maybe there's more CSCs, maybe there's more certificates, maybe there's other opportunities. We're just now starting to gather data on the non-credit credentials, and we've just completed a study that looked at 6 of our colleges and found somewhere in the area of about 50 or 60 credentials per college being easily identified and offered. We believe that there's a lot more than that, and we're starting to look at ways of collecting that information going forward. The final piece that we're looking for, and this is a little bit controversial, but I want to lay it out. We recognize that we have a lot of students who are getting associate's degrees in liberal arts and general studies. We also have a number of students who complete general education certificates, or they just complete 15 or 16 hours with us, and they transfer to the four-year institutions. Up until this point, that's the point that we stop. We haven't looked to see whether or not those students continue. So a component of the tripling of credentials is looking also at how many of those students will complete transfer bachelor's degrees. And this will be a component that will not only be a part of our tripling credentials here, but also will be a component of the performance funding that we'll be putting into place in the next few years.
One thing we knew as a committee is that on the non-credit side, we haven't had a strong record of being able to capture those credentials. And we thought by focusing on this goal, that would motivate us to devote resources to making sure that when we do a certification, whether it be on the credit side or the non-credit side, we have a way of counting that. And that's why we think that the tripling goal is achievable.
So we're about halfway through our session right now. There's about 20 minutes left. None of you have taken on the challenge of posing a question for our question microphone runners. So I want to just... Okay. Mr. Sullenberger has the floor.
Well, I think it's incredibly important that everybody in this room recognize a couple of things and also carry this back to their peers at the individual schools, and that is that when we started down this path, I don't think anyone would ever have thought that we would come to the conclusion that we would have only one goal, and particularly that it'd be a rather ominous goal in terms of what we'll take to get there. But what you folks need to understand is that we would never have reached that conclusion and been able to tackle that and felt comfortable making that recommendation had we not felt that every one of you and all of your peers at home are going to get us there. Because if you weren't capable and if you weren't completely dedicated to what you do, we would never, we have no chance at this whatsoever. So I think it's really important that all of you understand and carry the message back to people who, particularly people who question or have criticisms or you know, any consternation about this being attainable, that you say the board, the college presidents, the chancellor, everyone has complete confidence in us individually to help us get there.
Any other questions? Okay, we're still open to those at any point.
All right.
So going back, so I went back to our college and I said, okay, what are the ways that we could identify, what are we doing currently already? And you have probably had the similar conversations at your colleges already too. You know, this is nothing new. The only new thing is how we track it. But most of you are already doing the same things, and I'll show you a couple examples. So most of you are doing some kind of advanced standing option. You also do certifications. As you know, there is a Virginia law that every standard high school diploma student graduate has to have a certification, graduate with a high school diploma, having to have one certified credential. And so that opens up many, many doors through dual enrollment. That's our next area. And then all the many different kind of non-credit industry credentials we provide through our workforce development services. And many of you, who's here from workforce development from your colleges? Nobody, are you all faculty? Who's faculty? And others are student service people? Ah, okay. That's, no, I'm sure they're performing wonderful services. And then, as Kat pointed out, you know, how can we align the bachelor's programs with articulation agreements? The credit for prior learning, many of our faculty do that already. And then what can we do with our non-credit articulating into credentials and then articulating those into credit certificates or degree programs? So that's how we began to identify our projects. So what you had, the next one is the SMART Career Pathway. SMART is the National Science Foundation Southeastern Maritime Area Regional Transportation Program that we have at TCC. It's a 4-year NSF-funded program. And when I came to TCC in 2012, I saw this and I said, this is the best curriculum map that I've ever seen in my entire life, because they had figured it out already, our faculty working with the secondary faculty for students who are interested in maritime technologies or in maritime logistics, and they began to map out the coursework all the way into 8th grade through high school completion into the community college and beyond into ODU or 4-year programs, master's and PhD programs, as well as apprenticeship programs. I mean, what better way to give a student a map and to say, you know, if this is the area you're interested in, these are the courses you have to take in high school. This is what you're going to expect when you come to the community college. And if you are an employee of a ship repairs organization, then you're going to get college credit and you're going to get your journeyman's license completed and you're going to get industry credentials along the way. And so what we mapped out is the pathway if they go from high school into the community college, and you have the dual enrollment option, which all of us are providing. We also have industry certifications, and I'll show you a map in a few moments where we've mapped out one of our degree programs, and the students will graduate in high school not only with 15 college credit, but also 3 industry credentials. And then they can come to TCC and complete, or they can go to ODU or whatever. And so here are the certifications: mechanical, electrical, welding, diesel, and marine technologies. Those have validated industry credentials, and they are the ticket to employment. So if that's what they want to do, they can go through that. They may not necessarily want to come to the community college, but as Kat pointed out, they get a taste and they feel a success, and they say, oh, you know, I achieved a credential. What's the next level? And so they start building on it because they get motivated. The other pathway, of course, is going directly from high school to college, and we mapped out the areas, the AAS in business, the AAS in engineering, and the AAS in maritime technologies. And then we worked with the employer community. Obviously, in the Tidewater area, we have a lot of shipbuilding, ship repair, as you know, and we serve 2,500 apprentices right now at the different shipyards. So it made logical sense to also map that against our credit curriculum. And when they complete their journeyman's license, being employed and the employer paying their tuition, they not only get an associate's degree, they get their journeyman's license, and they have at least 4 or 5 industry credentials by the time they graduate. I mean, and it's already there. It just was a matter of mapping it out. So the next slide then goes into a little more detail in terms of how they start. And our high school career coaches work very closely with our school districts to use the Virginia Wizard to do the career assessment, do the VPT placement testing, and then do the career guidance to the students to say, okay, if this is an area that you want to go into, these are the courses you need to take while you're in high school. So we map out the math, the science, and the career and technical courses, which they can all take while they're in high school. And in another map that I'll show you in a moment, you'll see how they move from totally high school-based courses to a combination of high school and dual enrollment courses, to the last year being primarily college-level courses, and then they move into the associate's degree program at the college after high school completion. So we map it all out. This next slide you can't see very well, but it's a very, very powerful slide that we use with parents, because we show them the pathways. If you start where it says start, again, you have the high school STEM concentrations, career technical education with the dual enrollment courses, or you can come directly to the community college and it'll tells you which courses here. But then it shows the pathway into these types of potential jobs that they could acquire either while they're still going to college, using the credentials, or while they're going through the apprenticeship program, or after graduation. And then it tells them over on the other side their earning potential. And when I go before parents, especially in this, when we host an annual STEM conference for young women, and so I always introduce that to them, because I say, you know, you could come through the community college, do an enrollment program, get 15 credit hours for probably less than $1,000, and then get into the associate's degree program and have industry credits. You could get that bachelor's degree, if that's what your daughter wants, for under $16,000. And their eyes open up. And so then it becomes a real sell. But that one column on the right-hand side is the eye opener. And then when I match it up against the tuition that they can save on how to accomplish that. So here's another one. The next slide here, this came out as a partnership between two of our campuses with the Chesapeake School District and the Virginia Beach School District. Is the school district and our faculty and their faculty came together and we said, okay, we want to produce graduates who are trained to fill the local workforce need in high growth, high wage areas. And obviously in our area, mechatronics, advanced manufacturing, marine technologies, healthcare, IT, and hospitality are big industries. Those are the high demand occupations. And what can we do for the standard diploma students to acquire those credentials, get college credit, and then either move successfully into the world of work or come to the community college to complete their associate's degree, the industry credentials I already mentioned, and of course all of that accelerates the time to degree completion. Time is money, and in our area we have a private for-profit university that says from 0 to 2.5 for a bachelor's. Well, this is just as good or even better because we charge an affordable tuition. We don't charge $36,000 for that completion of that degree. And that's another one of those where the parents say, duh, why wasn't I thinking of that? And then leverage the collaborative resources between our public schools and Tidewater Community College. So this one is this mechatronics. Again, as I said, the easiest ones to pick off obviously was the SMART, the maritime technology. We have already done that. The next one is mechatronics, and now we're targeting the other areas. We aligned it with the Virginia Standard Diploma, with the VCCS Mechatronics Career Studies Certificate, and then mapped it into the associate's degree program. And so again, what we did here, on the next slide, you'll see this happens to be Chesapeake's map, is they start in their high school freshman year with that pathway. We map out the courses that they take while they're in their freshman year, sophomore year, junior, and then as high school seniors. and the concurrent certificates that they will receive as a result of that completion, and then as they come to us and move on into the 4-year degree programs. None of it required any change in our curricula. But I tell you what was an interesting side event that happened both at Chesapeake Career Technology Center as well as in Virginia Beach. They upped their curriculum. They changed their curriculum to meet our standard, because I met with them and I said, there are 2 things that I will not allow, and one of them is we will not jeopardize our accreditation by allowing dual enrollment in these areas, and I will not go before an employer and say to that employer, that curriculum is as good as ours. So you have a choice. You either want to play with us in dual enrollment or you can't. And in both cases, the superintendents got on the bandwagon and said, you will change your curriculum and up it to the level that meets the TCC requirements. So that was an interesting conversation. It wasn't pleasant to start with, but the outcome was great. It was great. So here is the actual map then for mechatronics. Again, they start, I said in the first year they're totally high school students. They don't take anything from the college. Then you can see as they're getting into their sophomore year that they will start taking some of these courses that are technical courses and certification courses, which they'll take in part at either the Chesapeake campus or the Advanced Technology Center at TCC. You have those kind of relationships with your schools as well, either at their actual home school or at their Career Technology Center. And then we continue with the regular academic courses, begin to move them more to the TCC campus in the afternoons. And at Chesapeake, it's really fortuitous. The Career Technology Center is across the street, so all they had to do was change their bus route to drop the kids off at the TCC campus and then pick them up after their completion.
I think we have one question in the back.
Okay, yeah.
I've got a question. How did you dual enroll the sophomores at the high school?
Through the MOU that we established with each of the schools, we certified the faculty members. They had to adopt our curriculum, of course. And then the school board, in all cases, signs off and says they will allow that course in lieu of their high school graduation requirement.
And these are deemed as exceptional students then?
Yes, oh yeah.
Yeah, presidents have the ability to make exceptions to that.
Yes, right, exactly, yeah.
And I just want to add real quick, we're within our last 5 minutes.
Okay.
So if there are any other questions, I think we have one up front here.
Front here.
Why don't you go through to the last one?
Stephen Meyer.
Military.
Stephen Meyer with D2L. Where do you see, or how do you see the role? I know you mentioned in the definition of the accreditations, the competency-based approach.
Mhm.
How do you see competency-based education as the concept and delivery mode potentially playing a role into the 3X goal?
It's a really, really good question. I don't have a real simple answer. There are many, many different varieties of what is considered competency-based education, as you know. We've taken the approach to start with that contextual learning is the way we're going to go about. So there's a lot of importance that has to be paid attention to the career interest of the student, to make the learning relevant to their career interest. And then we have not really played extensively in the competency-based area, but Kat has some information on that.
Actually, this is something that the system is very much interested in pursuing. We have a number of colleges. Tidewater is definitely a leader in there. Thomas Nelson, I believe Lord Fairfax. We're looking at a number of different options because, as you said, it's a moving target. It really depends on what you're looking at. We're looking at veterans. We're looking at other groups specifically. So there are 3 pilot projects going on right now looking at 3 different types of competency-based education, and those have just kicked off. And if you're interested, Megan Healy, who's our Assistant Vice Chancellor for Academic Services, can probably give you a little more information on those at some point. Thank you.
Well, fast forward. Was there another question? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Can you tell me how the student, if we're talking to traditional age students, how student development theory and this being such a crucial point in their life is playing a role in credentialing them and then getting them ready for the workforce in more of those softer skills, those developmental skill areas?
Well, my background is in this, came up from student services side, and for me, I think it's introducing them to the 16 federal career pathways that is the key. I think it is too early to make a firm decision, this is what I'm going to do with the rest of my life, but if you examine career theory, students decide at a pretty young age what general areas they want to get into. And come to find out that the curricula to get to those general areas is remarkably similar across programs. The first year of those curricular and healthcare are fairly similar. You probably need to take anatomy, physiology 1 and 2 to become a nurse or a physical therapist. So I think it's working with the career coach movement to get students and parents a broader knowledge of the career opportunities available to them. They come to us with way too narrow a view. They've done very little to no career exploration. There's not time in the school day to do that. So our career coaching program is the best hope, in my opinion, to get the time carved out to have them look at alternatives other than what they see on TV or hear, that you have to have a bachelor's degree to do.
And you know, I can tell you from working with both of these presidents that they're incredibly open to further conversation and further questions, but sadly, that's the end of our session for today. So we have to...
Can I just talk real briefly?
Yeah.
Just take 1 minute. I talked earlier about the different audiences. We've applied the same principles to our veteran students, and we actually found research that verifies veterans or military personnel that acquires a credential has a 72% increased chance of completing their bachelor's degree. You know, that's a powerful message. So we've targeted these areas that are outlined on this particular slide, and we're doing the same thing now for the other areas as well. So, you know, it's easy to accomplish. We just need to put the focus and, you know, really our faculty, as I'm sure all of you are, you're going to want to do the right things for your students. And this is a way to really help them to be even more successful.
Thank you so much for attending, and we'll be around for questions if you have any. Good job, whirlwind.
All right. Yeah, it's good to see you. Wonder if this is the end of our co-presentations.
My fellow board member, Michael Schul,
Yeah.
would be proud of me for being the devil's advocate here and asking you all of the information that you had, like the slide that you had about how you deal with parents, seems incredibly busy and it could be very intimidating.
way too busy.
So I'm assuming you do sit down with them face to face and go through this and explain it in ways that some of them wouldn't understand looking at that slide.
Absolutely, yeah, we recognize that, and we
Take them
actually.
right to the $75,000 a year.
Well, and we have scaled down versions so that it picks the different pathways separate. So we have one map that says, so if you come through the community college, this is what you can expect. If you come right to the college, to a four-year college, this is what you can expect. If you come through the apprenticeship program, this is what you can, because it's way too busy, you're right, absolutely.
One question, you guys were giving the certificates, are you kind of the ones that are actually on the transcripts? Because I know we give some certificates that aren't on the transcripts, like the nursing issue, and some of the EMT ones.
They can all be counted. They can all be counted. Yeah,
because
exactly.
I was wondering, when I saw the certificates, I was like,
Right. You can count, and that was a big decision that we have to make. Is can we count all of them? So yes, we can, and it doesn't mislead the public or anything. It just says, we can count a career readiness certificate, we can count a CSC, a career skills certificate, we can count a credential, and then we count them again when they complete their certificate, credit certificate, or their associate's degree.
Yes, I know sometimes when the employers are wanting to do the student role, you put that certificate in, we do the verification more like with their graduation post. They sent me this certificate.
Yes, right. Yeah, right. But we now can show it, we'll be able to show it on the transcripts too. Yeah, exactly. I know, yes, exactly.
Good, how are are you? Good to see you again. How's everything? Good, very good. Did you get your? I got mine off. Okay, great.
And what we just came as to the conclusion as a system is that we're not going to ask students any longer to apply for them, which is an old bureaucracy that the VCCS has. We're going to award them the certificates as they're completing them. So, some students don't even realize that they've completed the certificate. And so instead of making them apply, we're going to turn it around. You've completed all the requirements for that. We're going to award you the certificate. So one of the, somebody will get a letter that says you have just completed the requirements for the certificate in welding.
Cool. You guys are doing some cool stuff then.
We all.
That's going to change.
Good to meet you.
Don't even know that this was a
You're out of wondering?
I
We
know,
are.
yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the system. So
Okay,
things
great.
already
Yeah.
in.
Awesome, thanks,
Exactly.
yeah.
Why
Thank
should
you.
they
How'd
have
it
to
go?
apply?
Good stuff?
Yeah.
We know that they have completed the coursework.
Avenues to administrative leadership, Don Alexander and I are doing that.
Oh,
yeah.
good, good.
Yeah, so it should be,
I know.
if nothing else, it'll be a presentation.
Yes, yes, right.
Administrators, people
Yeah,
want to be
yeah.
administrators.
Well, exactly, yeah, that'll be my kickoff joke, so let's see so many people actually want to take over my job.
All right.
Maybe feel a little self-conscious.
Wonderful.
up here.
And oh, okay. Oh, of course, yes. Yes, yeah. I am too. Yeah. Isn't that? I know. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. And the smart, I mean, really, the Smart Center was kind of the pilot. Get it done, get it done. For all of that. Yeah, it's so exciting. But I tell you, I'm really bummed out what has happened in Virginia. The apprenticeship programs have moved from the community college system over into the Department of Labor.
Good, thanks.
And I've had conversations with
How are you?
doing well,
Good to
thank
see you.
you,
How you doing?
with the system office because DOL has decided that they're really the ones that should be managing those, and so they're going to hire field officers. And I said, our people are there every day in these companies, and so now somebody from Richmond is going to come down maybe every other month or so. They're not going to have that kind of connection. It makes no sense whatsoever. But that was, so the VCCS is trying to appeal to the governor to allow for the community colleges to still be funded for apprenticeship coordinators and work with these field officers who are going to be, I mean, to develop that kind of a capacity, they would have to invest millions of dollars. We already have, exactly, so. Yeah.
I'm from Texas, but I work with a lot of different
Okay,
states.
yeah,
So it's fun to see what different states are
Yes,
doing.
yeah.
We are doing some really
I know,
great
yeah, we
stuff.
are, yeah, exactly. And the Department of Labor grant that we got as a system, which is Virginia Rethinks Healthcare Educate, it's a TAC grant, and that had money to develop the software, and so there was leftover money, and we're upgrading the whole wizard to that even more, so it's even more user-friendly. Erica, you know about
Yeah, because we'll both need to have, I know one's on, I'm not sure. So they said as long as we're between the,
getting the work done. Can't ask for much better than that, right? Both? We go back and forth. The breakdown is usually 3 days at Glenn's and 2 days at Warsaw. Do you really? In Mechanicsville? Okay. Oh.
I said no stealing you.
She wants to come to.
Yeah, right.
The country club, right?
See, I grew up in Gloucester. That's where I was. So that's why I'm very familiar with Cross Mechanics.
That's right, God's country. I thought that was Chester for a long time. So, there's an envelope under the chairs and somebody wins $50.
What?
That's really funny. We were just commenting of how many folks were looking down at phones and stuff, and so she just said that, and I hear it. See, yeah.
That's right. I know,
That was just,
I
you
know,
already
that's
took it?
right. Yeah.
Very good.
He's saying April Fool. I know, it sounded good though, right? Come on, Bill, pull 50 out of here. Tape it under a chair.
Yeah, this one right here.
That's right. That's
Yeah,
right.
Exactly. That would be a little bit of a conspiracy. They'd be like, what? Then they just slip it under. That would be cool to do sometimes.
Yeah. I think it needs to be under an RCC chair.
So you got Bob.
Matt?
He's in that there.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi. My name is Bill Figge. It's my good friend and colleague, Donna Alexander. Before we get started, a few things. One, don't forget your evaluation at the end. We'd really appreciate your feedback. And two, this is a live stream. And so if you have any questions, we need to be sure that you have a microphone so that it can be picked up. And so that we can actually believe that someone is out there actually watching us from a distance. If you have a question out there, I know they said there wouldn't be questions, but I have my cell here. So feel free to text 540-424-4620, 540-424-424. Oh, I know my number. 540-424-4620, and we'll try and answer your question as well, just to see if somebody's actually watching us from a distance. But I'm a vice president of Learning and Student Success. I just changed my title from Vice President of Academic Affairs. I didn't do it, from the president, but we had a restructure. But I'm Vice President of Learning and Student Success at John Tyler Community College. I'm also the father of 2 young daughters, age 6 and 8, and been married for 12 years. My beautiful wife, Renee, and Donna.
Sure, and I'm the Vice President for Instruction and Student Development at Rappahannock Community College, and I have 4 children. And they span an age from grown adults to a 10-and-a-half-year-old.
So we are vice presidents, and we're also family members. And so that's what we wanted to focus this session on, is to show you pathways to administration. And again, these are first-person examples that we're going to provide to you. What we hope is that you're able to take some things that we say and relate it to your own personal circumstance. Because many of you are probably very interested in the family life balance as well. And again, our tips and tricks, we hope to be able to help you to relate specifically to your situation. So with that, this is the one long definition that we have here. This is directly from the VCCS policy manual as far as the definition of a vice president. And Donna and I both report directly to our president, serve on our respective administrative council or president's cabinet, whatever it's called, at each of the institutions, and have several direct reports, and those direct reports have many direct reports themselves. But how do you get there? The first thing, if you want to go on the academic student services side, is you must have the doctorate. And so those of you who have the doctorate, great. You've, as I learned from Dr. Presley when I became an administrator, he said, you need to get your union card, young man. And so that's what you have to get. You have to have the union card in order to be considered. And so those of you who are in a current program, great for you. And if you haven't started yet, and this is what you aspire to be, then I encourage you to get started. You need to gain positive experiences in the areas you hope to eventually manage or lead.
Sure, and Bill and I were trading some stories back and forth in preparation for the presentation today, and I said that there were some things that were very helpful to me. The first is I was always ready to volunteer, and I think it's important that you're doing a great job in your job and meeting all of those responsibilities, but then if you are interested, energetic, you want more, volunteer. I volunteered to be the chair of certain committees, and I volunteered to work on SACS accreditation. I also made myself available for office in our faculty senate, so I served as a faculty senate president. That was very helpful. I know some of you have probably done that because you have to understand the big picture of the college and formalize win-win solutions to things. Faculty may have a concern. It may or may not be the same concern that administration has, but working that out is really good. Teaches you negotiation skills and addressing the needs and concerns of certain constituents that don't have the same perspective, sometimes.
And sometimes you'll get some experiences that you don't expect to happen. It was August 2011. I was sitting in my office at Germanna Community College. Many of you probably felt it wherever you were. A major earthquake hit. At Germanna, we lost a complete academic building for the entire year. Actually, it was down for 18 months. It was the second day of classes. We had over 300 classes in that particular building. We learned quickly who stepped up to be leaders and those who just waited for those to tell them what to do when we reopened. And so that was an opportunity that I had. I was a dean at that particular time. We were able to reschedule all of the classes in a very short period, opened in 2 weeks, and our enrollment still went up 3.4% that particular semester. So there are some opportunities that you have consciously, and there's some things that just will happen, and how do you step up as a leader during those particular times. It's also very important to develop interpersonal skills. You must have strong interpersonal skills in order to get into a vice president's role.
I think Bill and I share this commonality, and we both really enjoy people. Those of you that know us know that we're both the social types and going around seeing our friends. So we like people, we enjoy rolling up our sleeves and working on problems that involve people. You also can't be afraid of conflict, because conflict is invariably going to be part of the job. But if you focus on what's the right thing for students, what's the right thing for our organization, then you know you're headed in the right direction. And some people are great with managing projects, but not necessarily managing the people part of the project. So that's just something that you've got to decide for yourself, discover for yourself whether you like both parts of that.
Absolutely. This is a people business. You experience it as well. There are a lot of meetings. There are a lot of one-on-one conversations. I think a key piece is knowing and to really learn. And one thing I didn't mention at the very beginning, we're not necessarily experts in this area. We're still learning as well, and we make mistakes. When is the right time to pick up the phone and call someone? When is the right time to email someone? When is the time to go to someone's office and actually have a sit-down conversation? Because sometimes you might email someone and they're like, God, they couldn't even come and just talk to me about this. Or you talk to them and you spend an hour talking where it really could have just been done through an email. And so really work on those types of skills to know, and also knowing the people that you work with. When I started at John Tyler, my current role, I met with all of the faculty one-on-one in their office so I could get to know them as human beings, so that when an issue might arise later on, that wasn't the first time that I was talking to them. Really get to know the people in your organization. That's very, very important. Learn policies and procedures. You really need to read the VCCS manual. How many of you have read the VCCS manual? Okay. So,
scintillating reading.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. If you want to take a year to read it, take it to bed about 10 o'clock or so. It'll take you about a year to get through the entire document. But seriously, that's where the policies and procedures of the system exist. And then your catalogs and student handbooks should relate to the VCCS policy manual and how each college relates their policies to the VCCS policies. Be sure you know those as much as possible, and then be sure to work within those policies and procedures to help your students, to help your faculty, and to help your staff.
Absolutely. One of my supervisors, a former vice president, talked to me one time because I was trying to handle a situation, and I said, gosh, I'm not quite sure. And he said, what does the policy say? If you stick to policy, then regardless of what your opinion is about this, if you stick to policy, you will come out on the right side. So always stick to policy, because that's what we're expected to do. And so knowing that, and I think if you understand and know policy, then you also know when policy needs to be changed, and that's part of our job too. But first you have to know it.
That's exactly right. And one thing too is being involved in community activities. That's something very important to be involved in your community.
We've both coached our children through the YMCA, and it used to be when folks went for dean, vice president, particularly vice president or president roles, there was an expectation that you were a Kiwanis member or Rotarian, and those are still great organizations, but I think contemporary community involvement also allows for us to make a positive influence and be a representative of our colleges through going to things like PTA meetings and serving on the library board, and there's just lots of other opportunities to be out in the community. And the reason why you want to do that is to show that you can work with constituencies that are dissimilar from the academic community college communities and folks.
Right, and that's, you know, some of my involvements. I'm on the Midlothian YMCA board, and so my kids do the early child care there, but I'm very much a health advocate. My wife's a health and physical education teacher, and so that's important to me personally, but we're also working on relationships with the YMCA, with the college, to offer classes at the site. The Chesterfield Business Council, Chambers of Commerce, you know, throughout our region is going to some of their meetings, going to some of their lunches. And the most fun that I have in volunteering in the community is coaching my daughter's 7 to 8-year-old softball team. There's nothing more fun. I don't think about email. I don't think about any conflicts that I've had during that hour and a half, 2 hours that I'm with those girls, having a lot of fun. So get involved in things that you want to get involved with, but that could also perhaps help your institution. That's the biggest advice that we have there. And then the last piece we have here is that do your job while also aspiring for the next level.
I think that you have to show excellence in the current position that you're in. No one wants to, you know, think of you having potential for the next position if you're not doing a great job where you are. There's honor and dignity at every level. And there's a quote I was telling Bill that I keep close to my heart, and it's a paraphrase of a Martin Luther King quote, and that is, whatever you are, be the best. If you're a garbage collector, be the best garbage collector that you can be. So being the best teaching faculty member or assistant dean or program head or dean, that's the best thing that you can do to get noticed, to be asked to step up and add more responsibility to your plate.
Right. The number one thing that I do in making decisions is I think about how it impacts the student, how it impacts the institution, but we're student focused first. We know some people, perhaps politicians, some, might make decisions based on the next election. I've never made a decision thinking, will this help me get to be a vice president? Will this help me become a president? No way should we think that way. What we need to think of is, how does it help our students? If you do very well where you currently are, then opportunities will eventually arise to go to the next level. But you have to do well at what you're currently doing in order to have that opportunity.
And an example of that is both Bill and I were teaching faculty members who were asked to serve as interim deans by our presidents. And that's, in fact, where we met one another.
That's right.
A long time ago.
Many years ago.
Yes. And then had the mutual interests of having children and trying to balance careers and that kind of thing.
Right, and that's a great segue. We're now going to talk about our specific pathways and how we got to where we are. So a little bio for you here, and Donna's going to go first.
I have the traditional route. I have a bachelor's in English and a master's and a PhD in psychology. And it was drilled into my head when I was in graduate school that you can't do anything with a master's in psychology, so you better get that PhD. And so I was a little bit older when I started all of the graduate process, but I went straight through. And so I actually started in the system as a full-time faculty member, not as an adjunct, but as a full-time faculty member at Northern Virginia Community College with my PhD in hand. And so that was a good experience for me, but I had a lot of work and experience in between. I'd been an adjunct faculty member at most of the Richmond area colleges, public and private, and I had also served for 5 years at the medical school being an administrator and researcher.
Great, and I got my bachelor's degree at Longwood University. I was a political science major, and I was on the speech team there, and so I wanted to go to get my master's degree in speech communication, which I did. I did that at Bloomsburg University. And then I had the great fortune, my mentor hired me to teach speech classes at Longwood, fresh out of graduate school. I coached the speech team there. I did it for 3 years. I then went on to do alumni relations work for 3 years, and then did athletic fundraising for a year. All at Longwood, you know, but then what do I really want to do with my career? And sometimes you have to think about that. Where's your trajectory taking you? So I actually took a pay cut to go back into teaching. I went to Germanna Community College, where I taught for a year, and then I became an interim dean, and then did that for, 7 years, and then became the vice president. It wasn't until I became a dean that then it hit me a little harder that the next position was vice president, and I needed to get that union card. So when I started, I didn't have the doctorate. I had to do it while having young kids and also working full-time as a dean. It's tough, but it can be done. And so that was my trajectory.
And I do want to say, I had my first child when I was 19. I was about 4 or 5 days from turning 20. So undergraduate and graduate was done with children.
So, wow. That's very admirable that you were able to do that, because I don't know if I could have done that. But again, that's why we're here today, different perspectives of the pathways to administration. So balance life and work. And so again, here are just some questions that we have. What is important to you? What is important to me is my family, first and foremost. My mom, my kids, my wife. That is of number one value. Being happy is important to me. Loving what I do is important to me. It's not being a vice president necessarily. It's not necessarily being a president. It's what brings me happiness, what makes me tick each day. That's what's important to me.
And absolutely, I think that's probably why we're friends and have stayed friends, is that there's that shared value. And those of you that out here, I see some of my friends, that's why you don't hear from me for months and years and that kind of thing. When the work day is long, then I know my obligation is to be with my family. So that's the most important thing. And then, I love the rest of you too. But.
Yeah, you have to make some choices sometimes. That's tough. And those of you who are going through dissertations, you understand that as well. In order to get that thing done, you've got to make certain choices. And then to communicate that out as best that you can. So Donna, how do you manage your time?
I do make lists, and I have a fairly long commute, so that's a good time for me at the beginning of the day and the end of the day to organize my thoughts, organize my plans, and also in the morning talk to my assistant because she's already there, and we kind of go through the day. We meet also, my assistant and I, so I'm lucky that I've got a fabulous administrative assistant in my office who is a full partner with me, and we discuss the workflow that's coming into the office and also deadlines and workflow that needs to move out of the office. And sometimes we meet twice a week just to go over those things. And I am a list maker. I also try not to do a lot of work during the days on the weekends, and I'm lucky that my husband's a sleeper, so on Saturday mornings, if we don't have other obligations, I can usually get up around 6:30 or so, fix a cup of coffee, and work for an hour or so before they even get up in the household.
Yeah, I'm a list maker as well. It's not quite a list of things to do as much as, if I happen to see a student in the courtyard and they're telling me about experience, I might put that person's name down on my list. So perhaps I can just reach out to him or her, a month or so later. So it's kind of a cheat sheet of a way to remember certain things, certain policies I know we might need to address, or things that come from our faculty senate and things that they want to get done I might write down. So it's just my way of not forgetting, because there's so many things that come before us on a daily basis and certainly a weekly basis. It's a way for me to remember those activities. I also have a great administrative assistant. She actually worked with Donna when Donna was at John Tyler, and I thought if she can work with Donna, certainly she can, work with me. So no, she's absolutely fantastic, and we have a great relationship, and that's something that's very important as well. That it's not me necessarily telling her; it's a partnership. Yes. And so if you can build that partnership with your colleagues and your staff, that is so vital to help you be able to manage your time. Donna, when are you at your best?
I'm at my best all day long, right, right, Dan? There are certain things that I like to do. Yes, I have more energy for physical things in the morning, but if it comes to something like reading an article that I really need to absorb or going over SACS material, I'm more likely to pull that out at night, just like I used to with homework, where I really, because my door stays open and I am very likely to be interrupted, and for things like that where I really need concentration and that entire time to try to get through it, then I'd prefer it at night.
I prefer the morning. I try to do some of my big stuff, if you will, where I really need to concentrate first thing in the morning, perhaps before a lot of people come in. Although with the little ones and my wife teaching high school and she has to leave the house at 6:45, I'm daddy daycare in the morning, so I get them to the daycare. But if I get in by 7:45, 8 o'clock, I try and focus my attention at that time. At night, what I'll do after the kids go to bed, and certainly not every night, but that's when I'll clear email. When I mean by clear email, it's not just delete, 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 delete. Though, wouldn't that be cool sometimes just to be able to do that? But what I do is that's when I might throw things into folders. That's when I clean out my email. I'll certainly respond to some, the ones that are maybe a quick yes-no type answer. Those that might require a further response, I might think about a little bit, but usually wait until the morning, again, when I'm a little more at my best to give that full response. But at night, I like trying to take my emails from 200 to like 50 so that in the morning I don't feel overwhelmed. The thing that makes me overwhelmed is when I have too many emails in my inbox. Getting them into folders, and those that I need to go back to, remember that list I have, they go on that list. And so I'm still seeing them, and I give myself that tickler. Use technology as your friend, not your foe. Utilize Google Docs when you're sharing documents. Sometimes that can sap your time when you're just sharing documents and you read it and then it goes to somebody else. I need to do a better job with this, but use technology as your friend as best you can. Here's a big one here. Stop complaining you are too busy and just do it. Just get it done. Then go home and be with your family and friends and try not to think about work. There's some folks that any time you call them or talk to them, the first thing, I'm just so busy. I don't know how I'm getting it all done. And I'm just like, you're killing me. Just do it. Just do it. Now, at the same time, in our position, sometimes we need to be sounding boards. So those who I know I've got some folks in here that are at Tyler. There's a fine line there. Certainly, you need to be able to go into your direct supervisor or others and be able to have that crucial conversation, if you will, when things perhaps are overwhelming. But be cognizant of the fact if you always say that you're too busy, because then it's a matter of just do the work and not complain about it so much.
Yeah, I read this a long time ago, and I try to use it, and I try to encourage the folks that report to me to use this strategy, and that is, if you are feeling overwhelmed, go to your supervisor and say, help me set priorities. I've got this, 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 and this. And that's a great learning experience right there. So, maybe that'll work for you. The other thing is, I'm the type of person that I love being busy. So, if I'm busy, I'm in heaven. This is good. Bill teases about this, and I say this too, another day in paradise. I mean, I go to work and if things aren't popping by about 10 o'clock, I'm kind of disappointed. I'm ready. Let's go. Let's get it going.
So any Rappahannock folks, send grievances Monday. She likes dealing with those types of things. Just kidding. But yeah, I'm the same way. I like things to be going, I like things constant action. And so that's the thing. If this is a type of job, dean or higher, you've got to be ready to talk about, one issue at 9 o'clock, another issue at 9:30, another issue at 10. I mean, it's constantly coming, just the different things that you have to deal with on a daily basis. But, this is also about life and family work. And so Don and I had a little fun sharing these back and forth, and we thought we'd throw these on a slide. This is what is most important to us.
That's my mom, and she still works, and she's 80. Bill thought that this was funny because, those of you that know me know I do this. This was a American Psychological Association conference in Hawaii, and of course the fam went. Both my husband and I are psychologists, so the family went. It's not just, I didn't go because I would never do that, right? How can you justify going to Hawaii, Or, my husband wasn't allowed to go. We had to take the whole family, including my mother. This is my older daughter and Manny. This is my older son, Nicholas, and his girlfriend. This is the youngest, Gray, with two of his friends, Michael and Sammy.
I think we got some of my gang. We had a little snow this year. We all know, so going out and doing the snowman. Notice that's the first time I ever went skiing. It was just 2 months ago. Notice I'm about to knock my wife over and the kids. I was trying to stay up, but we made it. That's my mom. Very good. That was daddy-daughter date night at the elementary school. That's very important for you dads out there to date your daughters. It's a piece of advice I got before my first was born. There's the dog. He's an absolute trip, and the two kiddos hanging out with him in the leaves at my mom's house. The only way we could get them to rake the leaves is to actually go out in the leaves and play a little bit, and then we got them to throw it in the bags. Their first NFL football game, my wife's a diehard Steeler fan, big birthday this year, so we went to the Steeler game. This is the U-Crops 10K race this past Saturday. It was 30 degrees, and look at them smiling, having a good time out running the 1 mile. They do the kids 1 mile. This is cool.
Yeah. Halloween. My son Gray's birthday is right around Halloween, so it's a big event for us.
Right, and what's funny is notice Gray's outfit, and this year look at my kid's outfit. So my two girls out there, and then it's very nice because then this is not why you want the next thing to happen, because it's just soothing and calming in the house. Is when Gray's sleeping,
right?
and then my two just passed out. If you can't tell, I can't wait till they're 1 grade apart. I think they could. They're so different. What's the show? Oscar and Felix, the odd couple. I could see them perhaps doing that one day. Notice, no pictures of us at a computer checking email. All right? What is important to you? And then be sure that you have that life, work, family balance. It is absolutely vital. It keeps you healthy. It keeps you happy. And I firmly believe that when you're happy at home, you're more happy at work. When you're happy at work, you're more happy at home. And I certainly know, and Donna could probably say this, well, mama's happy, everybody's happy. But that's a whole different conversation and a different day.
And, it goes without saying that we both have fantastic, fabulous, wonderful spouses that allow us to have the evening meetings and allow us to go away to new horizons while they're taking care of things at home. So it's really tough if you are the single parent trying to do all of that and move along in your career.
Right. Absolutely. So here's some final tips and tricks for you. Then we want to open it up for questions. So we're going to give a good 10 to 15 minutes for questions. Get up early and or stay up late, to complete the tasks that you need to do. I leave work generally between 5 and 5:45 almost every day. That doesn't mean all the work is done. But again, my kids go to bed 8:30. So if I'm going to spend time with them, I need to be home. All right. And I also have the morning time, which is great. And a lot of fun. We have breakfast every morning together. But then also when I'm at work, I very rarely go out to lunch. I usually eat at my desk. When I'm at work, I'm full throttle and I'm going. And that's something, again, balancing that time.
Absolutely.
Be sure you get your rest, though. I'm fighting a cold. Monday morning I woke up, I was like, I don't have time for that. I don't have time to be sick. So during lunch, I actually went to the YMCA, which is right across, and I just went in the sauna for like 30 minutes. Luckily, I had a change of clothes. And I just went and just breathed in there. I was like, I don't have time to be sick. Now, some people want to say, well, you don't have time to go to the sauna. Yeah, but if you get more sick, then you're out, and you're out even longer. So be sure to get your rest and to be sure to take care of yourself. Again, we talked about this before. Use your time wisely, all right? Use your time very wisely. And again, you have to figure out how that works for you. Meet your important deadlines, but know everything cannot get done in one day or even 1 week. That's where you keep those lists, know your deadlines, when things need to get done, and how can you meet those. Schedule out. Not everything is an emergency. All those folks that come in, I need to know this now. Maybe you don't need to know right now, all right? Can you schedule it out? And that's where you got to play. Again, we talked earlier, you got to know your people. There's some folks where if you don't answer them right then they're stressed and they can't do what they need to do. So again, you got to know your folks, know how you're dealing with things, but as much as you can, schedule things out so that you don't have days that you have to start at 7:30 in the morning and go till 9. You are going to have days that need to be like that, but it certainly doesn't need to be every day. And then, of course, enjoy what you do. If you're not having fun as a dean, it doesn't mean you have fun every day. Exactly. Grievances are not fun, but they happen, and you deal with them and you get through them. But for the most part, you should enjoy this job. And if you don't, then perhaps whatever does give you fun, that's then what you should, and enjoyment, that's what you should do.
And I just want to say that over the years, I've heard people say, well, I'd like to make more money. So, you know, I think I should go into an administrative job. But if you're teaching faculty and you have your PhD, you're making almost what a dean would make. And,
When you count summer.
Right, when you count summer. And so you all know this, it can never be about the money, because then you're just going to be miserable. I mean, you really have to like this kind of work, I think, to excel at it and, you know, be happy to come to work.
Right. Two things of real talk, if you will. My kid's first softball game was last night, and I'm the coach, and obviously I'm here. And my wife coaches as well, and we have some other folks. And so when I was leaving for the conference yesterday morning, I hated missing the first game. Imagine this, actually the real first games were all rained out. And obviously we didn't have the schedule before this conference was set. And but I sat down with the kids. I said, I'm sorry, I'm going to miss the first game. I don't think I'm going to miss any more. You know, I'm rooting for you. Play hard. Have a lot of fun. And my oldest said, oh, I understand, Daddy. Your conference is more important. And so that hits at your heartstrings a little bit. And I said, whoa, 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 whoa. I said, this conference is not more important. I said, you're more important. And I'm going to talk to you before the game, and I'm going to talk to you after the game, and I want to hear about your experience. It's just Daddy has to do this particular commitment because I made this obligation many months ago. Had I known this game existed, I might have then come in this morning and not yesterday. You know, I might have adjusted in that way. So, you know, it's teaching those life lessons sometimes, is saying sometimes you make commitments before you know about other commitments, and how do you stick to that, all right? And then afterwards, last night when they called, I was actually at dinner, but I just got up, and we had a great time, you know, talking about their experience with the game. So remember that. And Donna, you also wanted to talk about sometimes we go through failures sometimes in these positions.
Sure. Both Bill and I have applied for positions that we did not get. And we have even crossed and applied for the same position. But sometimes things work out as they should. And my colleagues at my former institution, John Tyler, one of my favorite faculty members who's absolutely the bomb. He's just so great. He applied for his position 4 times before he got it. 4 times. So if you know that you're good and you want to do this work, and every opportunity when you interview is a learning opportunity. I think we learned about the jobs that we didn't get and learned how to interview better, and so it's just keep at it. Be persistent. If this is what you want, keep going for it.
That's right. Yeah, when I applied to Germanna to teach, I actually got second for that job. And then the next, about 6 months before classes started, the person who got that position backed out of the position. And I'd sent a thank you note thanking them for the interview. I said, if anything happens to come up, just let me know. They called me 6 weeks before the semester started. I knew I wanted to get back into teaching, and a door opened, and I ran through it. And then a year later, I was interim dean supervising 4 of the 5 people on that committee. Now, never brought it up, never had any impact on their evaluation. But you think about it. Don't get me wrong. You know you do. Yeah, right? Yeah, they're texting now. Like, No, but in all seriousness, you never know when that door is going to open. And sometimes it's luck. Sometimes, you know, we have an administrative position opening now that has 117 applications. Right. And so how do you put yourself number 1 out of 117? And that's where you need concrete examples of things that you have done that put you into that number 1 spot. And sometimes it's not about you of not getting the job. Somebody else just might have something else for that right fit, that right skill, that right ability for that job at that particular time. So don't feel, I'll never get that job, or that person's just a jerk. Still talk to people at conferences, build your networks, get to know folks in this room and outside. build those networks so that when those opportunities do come, that you're ready to walk in the door and give it your best effort.
And I have seen folks turn down the opportunity to serve on a search committee. If you want to move forward and go to the next step, never turn down an opportunity to serve on a search committee unless you absolutely cannot do it. And then send a very gracious note and say, I can't do it for this one, but I'd love for you to please ask me to serve on the next one. You learn so much, and you learn exactly what Bill's talking about, that sometimes the first, second, and third candidates are so close. A different day, maybe somebody else on the committee that had a different emphasis or something like that, then, you know, number 2 or number 3 would have been the person selected. And I've also seen people respond badly to not being selected, and you know, that just really shows a deficiency in the type of interpersonal skill that you need, because as a dean or a VP, you're not always going to get your way. In fact, most of the time that's not what it's about. It's about facilitating the best solution to a particular issue or problem. It's about promoting other people. It's not about you at all.
Right. So with that, we have about 10 minutes left. We've blabbered on about what we've done, our pathway, how we balance life and family a little bit. What specific questions might you have that whether the two of us or somebody in the audience might be able to help you with? Who would like to volunteer someone else to ask the first question? Oh, or do you want to ask? Yes. It's on the bottom. Yep. You see it? Yep. Perfect.
Can you speak at all about having young children? I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old who need constant attention. I'm in grad school, full-time job. How you kind of managed that younger age when they can't entertain themselves?
Okay. Well, I was working in graduate school, and when I went through my program, unless it was associated with your coursework and that kind of thing, you weren't supposed to be working. But there were times, undergrad and graduate school, where I put snacks in the room and some things for, and I had boys, so, and a girl. But I went in, we shut the door, and I wrote my paper in the room because I couldn't have them moving all over the house and unaccounted for when they were little like that. And, you know, of course, we took potty breaks and lunch break, and I didn't keep them in the room for that. But, you know, that was the only way that, otherwise they were moving around the house when they were little, and I'd have to constantly get up and go check. And so that's one strategy. I've got another one that I'm going to add in a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a tough question. It depends on the specific situation that you have. You know, again, my wife was great when I was working on the dissertation. I would go into the office, but I'd go in really early on a Saturday and on a Sunday, like from 7 to 1, and then it was family time from that point on. I think Donna's suggestion that where if you don't have that ability is you know, put them in a room. You know, again, you don't want to just say, here's an iPad, just rot watching this for the next 5 hours. But we do it on occasion. You know, it's having that balance, you know, with the kids. The nice thing is my kids are now at that 6 to 8 range. They're close in age, so the two of them will just play together constantly. And so the nice thing is the 2-year-old will get a little bit older and then be able to whether play, do crafts, and those kinds of things on their own. But there's some things you just won't be able to do when they're 2 and 5. One thing I would suggest too is be patient. Is be patient. You don't feel you have to move up so fast. Some people think, you know, now that I'm a dean, okay, well now I got to be a vice president. Well, no, just be a dean for a little while. You know, do well, get your experiences, have a good time doing that, and then move on to the next piece. Yeah. I don't know if that helps, but hopefully that prompts a pump a little.
I was a dean for almost 8 years, so.
Yeah, I did it for 7, yeah. Great. Other questions?
I'm wondering if either of you have done any leadership training, and if so, was it before or after you got these positions? And can you speak about any value that you got out of that?
I've only done through the VCCS, the leadership training that we have, and I've been fortunate that people have talked to me. I've requested conversations with folks, and they've been willing to share some of their experiences as we are today. But trying to think, I don't think I've ever been in any other.
Yeah, I know the VCCS now has some leadership training seminars. I did one, I think it was a full week when I started as a faculty member at Germanna. I think it was in Williamsburg. It was a wonderful program, so that's good. What those help for me more than anything, it helps with networking and getting to know, the different people throughout the VCCS and understanding how the system works. I did Leadership Fredericksburg when I lived in Germanna, so that was a community leadership seminar. And again, that helped me network in the community and get to know different folks. United Way president is a good friend of mine. We still keep in touch because we were in the same group together and did a big group project together. So I would encourage those, but don't feel you have to do every leadership program because sometimes they can be somewhat repetitive, but do what you feel you need. From a leadership standpoint, know what the curriculum is, see if that will help you. For me personally, it was the networking that I got the most out of those leadership programs.
And I think taking advantage of opportunities to serve as an officer or committee chair, even of a small group for a small project, and doing some reading
And
about leadership.
Our college has started an internal leadership program as well, and that could be something that each college might consider doing. We call it Tyler Leads, so that those who aspire to move up in leadership, what have you, or just want to learn more about the institution can join that program. Carol Carr, one of our faculties in that program, she's in the back. She can tell you all about it. Right, Carol?
And Bill, can I make one comment? Because this is one of the things that's helped me so much. About maybe 6 years ago, I was helping Chris Lee, Dr. Chris Lee, everybody know who that is? I was helping him with minority recruitment, and we were at VCU's graduate school for one of their open houses, and we were just chit-chatting while we were there to try to recruit folks. And I was talking about some things that I was doing over the weekend, and he looked at me and he said, "You are a professional woman. You need household help." That man saved my life. Probably saved my marriage. I had never had, other than family, brothers, sisters that watched my children or whatever, we had never hired anybody to do anything, not cut the grass, not anything. I have a wonderful woman that comes over and helps me with the housework once a week.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Otherwise, I'd be doing it all week long, and weekend too. And that's not good for your soul. You've got to have some time when you're focusing on your children and some leisure activities.
Remember the line earlier, when Mama's happy, everybody's happy. So Donna's happy coming home to that clean house. Other questions?
And that goes for the guys too. You shouldn't be going home, and it's not just the women in the group. The men too, you shouldn't be going home and working all week long and then working not if there's any way that you can. You can avoid that. That would be good.
Right.
I just wondered if both of you have like your number one best habit, and also maybe your number one pitfall that you've learned from, and just daily little things.
You go first. Ladies first.
Oh my gosh. I try to treat people as I would like to be treated. I'm not saying that I always do that, and there's some folks in the audience that might be able to keep me honest on this one, but I like people, and I enjoy seeing other people be successful and enjoy coming to work. So, and I think I was blessed with a good memory. I think that's helpful too.
Yeah, I to treat everybody with respect. And I got friendliest in my high school, and so I like to still be friendly and get to really know people, and it's genuine. Like when a student comes in, I had a student once say, you signed my third repeat form and I passed the class, and we high-fived we were fired up that he did it. And that's just me. Like, I love to see people be successful, and I love helping people who might have had a down moment to rise up. That's just in my blood. I get it from my family, and it's just something that I truly believe in. Something that I can probably improve on is, I don't know if my staff would agree with this or not. I probably could delegate a little bit more. I probably take maybe a little more than I perhaps should, because when I get an email, I want to respond, but sometimes I perhaps need to forward it and let somebody who handles that area. I probably could be a little better in that regard. Something I could do, I think. Any other questions? We have time. I think we have time for, we'll do those 2 more, and I think then if you can finalize your evaluation as well, that would be great. No hard questions, Peggy.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
Hello. Everybody has their own unique skills and qualities, but if you're trying to encourage folks to be leaders, what do you think would be the top 3 skills or qualities that someone should try to broaden within themselves in order to be a good leader? Is that too hard?
No, it's not necessarily hard. It's thinking of the top 3. I think one is being genuine. These aren't in specific order. Again, just thinking off the top of my head. You need to be responsive. It drives me crazy when you don't hear back from some. We all make mistakes. There are some emails that I'm like, oh my gosh, I missed that. I can't believe I didn't respond. But don't make that a habit. Don't be the person that doesn't respond to emails. You need to get back to folks. And if you do delegate it, that's something I've got to be conscious of. That then goes on my list so I can follow up to make sure that it was covered. I don't need a whole dissertation of what was done, but I just need to know, yeah, we covered it. Boom, that satisfies me. I'm good. I know we're running out of time, so.
Yeah, I'll just say that when I moved from teaching faculty, which requires you to be competent, and you're a great teaching faculty member if you are very smart in your area and very knowledgeable. And then, if you can connect with students, wow, you're a great faculty member. But when you move into administration, you've got to be smart enough. But you don't need to be the smartest person in the room. I'm usually not the smartest person in the room, but I know who is. I find out who is, and I try to get those people to work together and to talk together. And if they are successful and do well, then, hey, it's all good for me. So that's what I think is, learning how to facilitate success in other people, figuring out what their talents are, getting them together.
Let people do what they're good at.
Yes.
That's their best at. Yeah, stay out of their way.
Simple question. What do you use for your list maker?
I just use email. I email it to myself because I'm always on email. So, I can pull up, I call it stuff to do. So I click on, I go subject, stuff to do. Okay, I've covered that. Or, oh my gosh, I meant to do that 2 weeks ago. Or, I need to get back to that. Or, I want to contact that person. So I just use the all thing email. My wife and I, there's an app called AnyList. If you haven't used it, that's great for grocery shopping because I can just put it, hey, get milk. Or she'll say, hey, stop and get cheese or whatever. And there's an AnyList. That's a great app for grocery shopping as well, and probably for stuff to do that can be shared.
I have an iPhone, and there's a little icon called Notes, and so I'll use that if that's what I have available. I am not, I don't care. If I have a pen and paper, I'll make it on pen and paper. If I've got my iPhone, then I'll make it on the iPhone. If I'm sitting in front of my computer, then I'll maybe save it or email it to myself, any one of those. And a colleague reminded me that I have gone through the Virginia Network Leadership Seminar, so that was wonderful.
Yeah.
I highly advise you to get involved with that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all for coming. Key thing is, be sure if you don't, if you're sitting next to someone from your school, meet somebody either in the hall when you go. Use this as an opportunity to network with at least one person that you don't already know. Because who do we eat lunch with? Who are we going to sit with at Ken Bain? It's going to be the people that you just know. I encourage, take this opportunity to really get to know people. That's how Don and I got to know each other, working at separate schools, but we just built a friendship through our collegiality. So thank you all for coming. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Was okay? Did I tell the truth?
I enjoyed it, and all your points are right on. I want to make a couple of comments. As opposed to, success should be geared to whatever that particular person wants.
Absolutely.
As opposed to a particular position. Absolutely. I'm the faculty senate chair at Tidewater. So for me, I started with, I had my kids first. I wanted to be a teacher. When I got to college in the mid-70s, said the market was saturated, there aren't no jobs, so I'm going to teach. So I didn't know what I was doing. Got married, had my kids, and one of them had a heart defect, so I ended up going into radiography, and then got back to teaching later. So as I went through with my three kids and young, I went back to community college, graduated. So now, I never had any mentorship or anything. Now I'm working my way up. So I'm
Okay.
I'm at a point in my life where I don't have a kid anymore.
Right.
I'm all in now.
That's right. And I think that's fun, and I think that that's the way that it goes. You know, there were, I was a little bit later going through graduate school and some things like that. So, I mean, Bill's younger than I am, obviously, and I think that's exactly right. And women are going to do it at different times, too.
But even though maybe on this panel, having somebody who is a CPP maybe has gone through some of those trials and what they've gone through, but still feels that they're ready. All those things
Yeah, and actually, this is my second marriage, and so the youngest was with the second husband. So, yeah. So
you've grown, you become different. Those persons but we're still where we need to be.
So I was doing graduate school as a single parent, and it was pretty tough.
Yeah, I went through with all three kids, and then we're actually good role models.
Right?
But congratulations, yeah. You know, faculty senate president is, I mean, some days I would have been very happy to be there, you know, and still would be. I mean, it's, you have to have great people serving, you know, in faculty senate roles, teaching roles, you know.
I learned so much, and I'm ready to stretch. And I've gotten a lot of mentorship in this position. I learned to stretch out and do things that are outside of my comfort zone. And now I'm open to whatever, but I don't have the union.
Oh, so you're going to do that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Decide now, but I'm certainly ready for a new position because, you know, I think the students are a lot easier to deal with than the faculty.
You know?
Yeah. So I'm in transition now. I have to decide.
Yeah. Well, you know, embrace it because I see you smiling. I see you like, I'm enjoying this.
And when you say be busy, loving what you do, that's the people that need to kind of never look at it.
Right.
It's always
right.
Whereas when I worked in the medical field, I love that too, but it was still, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's very nice. And your name again?
Ellen Hodges.
Ellen. Yeah. Very nice to meet you. Thank you. Hey. Did I tell the truth?
It's kind of weird having you two
up
there.
Hey.
Nice to meet you. I just wanted to mention two things. First, I had my son when I was 19 and did the whole.
Okay.
So it's nice to
great.
see someone do that.
Yes.
And I did this part, and it's so awesome. PhD or EDD?
You know, I think if you thought that you'd ever want to have an administrative position outside or do something outside the community college, sometimes having the PhD is a little bit more and 10 years ago I would have encouraged everybody to go PhD route, but you know, it's widely accepted now to get the EDD.
Okay.
So, I mean, if that's a quicker, easier path, and you can see it being beneficial to you, then. But you know, if you want to send me an email and like give me the specifics, you know, maybe to you and to me. Okay.
Did he do ADD or PhD?
Yeah, PhD. ODE. He did the community college leadership, and I did in my discipline.
Do you know which place you went to?
ODU.
ODU. Yeah, I saw that program.
No, I think it's important.
Well, thank you for your nice to meet you. Thank you for the
You're welcome. Thank you.
It's sad. I know all about him.
Yeah. So how are you? Yeah. Family good? Well, I heard that that you were like, you know, Superman at Thailand. You're doing like everything. Somebody was telling me.
Yes, I'm doing far too much, but
Yeah.
I just want to get it done. It's fine. I will continue at this pace for 4 years, and then
I wish I could talk you into coming to Rappahannock, but I know I can't.
you know, it's part of everyone who keeps asking me. I got you had a few point blank, hey, you're going to start applying for deals. I'm like, I'm sort of not trapped, not stuck, but I'm buried in middle. So it's like my wife's company is doing fantastic. So she's made this, So she's done with her decisions with going somewhere else. She's going to stick with her company now forever. So I can't really go off other places. But it's okay. I'm fine.
Now, she's still spending as much time in practice?
Yeah, probably more right now. She's on visits. She doesn't. But it's still But she does. She's just finishing off a stretch where she actually hasn't had a day off now in 3 weeks. So she's going to go this weekend just flying on the couch.
Well, I mean, there's still stuff to learn at Tyler, and I think because you're still growing, there's more involved.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I think I got all the numbers going on now. I know I'm looking like you, and I kind of don't mind being overloaded. It's like better to be that way. All right, what am I going to do?
She's doing her thing. I'm doing now. And all of a sudden the kids go, you see them up on the big, what's it called?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, and they're like,
It's still like the whole thing folks.
just put them up there.
They'll still be there for a
I
while.
couldn't believe it. One of our guys is going to teach the sustainable chemistry class, and so I said, this guy's still there, see if Roy's still there, and he sent Roy an email, because I hadn't heard from Roy probably in like a year or so, and he told me he got a reply back, and then Roy sent me something. So this one's got to be like in his 70s.
But mine never, because I'll do that too. It's like,
Yeah, he's supporting a lot of folks. He's still going full. 2 classes this summer, so yeah, he's
Michelle, very nice to meet you.
They told me in the email that his grandson is
I just came to say
graduating.
thanks. I appreciate you. That's so fabulous. Nice to Stacy Schneider. Nice to meet you. It's one of the best I've seen. So it was interesting. It just, it was interesting. It's something I'm struggling with. It's the work-life balance.
It's hard. You just, you try to figure it out as best that you. Where'd I put? Oh, here it is. Guess I just pulled it out. I don't think you're supposed to do it that way. But yeah, it's just try and keep it real.
Yeah. I like that someone wanted to actually say it out loud, though. That's a challenge we all face.
Yeah, I really wanted to present here. I was thinking one day, what can we do? And it's like.
Well, kind of like, I'm like a new faculty member, but I've got some responsibilities. I'm definitely like when I'm in business employees, and I don't want to just no on anything.
Sure.
So it's challenging.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion to add that person.
It was now the right time. How do we put it into a routine and say, okay, help fill each other, but yet still work very hard to do it.
I was just asked, what would be your area? What would you want to go
my
back for?
master's degree is in managerial leadership. So sometimes with administration, leadership, I probably would stay with that path.
What I would say
Yeah, he's getting
is
ready to start. The speaker's
it
getting ready to
does
start.
still play a role that.
Oh, for the stuff, yeah. Oh, my back's
So I think that's more important in that area than either
actually see. No, it just needs a little bit of an angle. Yep, just slide this screen down here and just, instead of being flat, just angle it just a little bit. Putting the projector, you know, projector will kind of go here, and then have a table for 6 people. And then put the camera back there.
Yeah, because then you get the.
Then I won't have the screen in the camera. I'll be able to get all the people. And if we need to get to anything over here, we won't get in the way of the camera.
Right. Yeah, that would work. We just would have to tell them for setup.
Well, yeah.
For them to move it, but that's not a big deal.
But I think that would work out a little bit better. I mean, and honestly, we could probably even turn these chairs a little bit. You know, just same line, just kind of like this.
Yeah, but then you're sitting, if the if it's there, I'm sitting sideways to it.
Well, yeah, just, you know, but the screen will be right there, so
I'd
I
leave
can
the
look
chair
at either.
straight.
You think?
Yeah. Because people
And
don't
just
like.
turn your head?
Yeah. Because I don't think people would want to sit like this and do this. They'd end up rotating the chairs. Just
Yeah, maybe so.
just the norm of people.
Yeah, because, you know, people are forget it.
Just like that one session I went to into a track.
The two that show up 15 minutes before it's over, it's like, what are you gonna see? Why? I was standing there waiting for the van, and he saw me through the window. Nuh-uh. Came all the way downstairs and was like, "Can you help me?" Man, sure, Jim.
Next that up, mister.
It's good to see our.
It's all right.
To see our projectors go to good use. Yeah. You're early. I'll be here the entire time. Oh. I went up to my room and I sat in the chair and I was tired. I just kind of sat there for 45 minutes. I do feel refreshed though. There's only one speaker for this session, so. Yeah, they're all muted right now. At least it says there's only one speaker. I've been pretty accurate so far. You know, since it's in the front, but. I tweet presentations that would distract people. Yeah, exactly. It's the worst. Everyone else is just saying. Exactly. This is where you're supposed to go. Check, check. 1, 2, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check, 1, 2. Can you hear me in the back? Check, 1, 2, check.
Just you, not the.
You can't hear?
No, just your voice. Just you.
Oh.
Did the battery die?
No, I forgot I muted it. If anybody's watching on the live stream, this is just a test. Please do not pay any attention to the conversation. Does it sound all right back there? If I turn my head like this, can you still hear me?
Not as much, no.
Not as much, well, of course. 'Cause that's fine. But you can still hear me?
I hear your voice. Yeah.
Okay. How about like this? Is it a little bit better coming from the ceiling?
Yeah.
Check, 1, 2. Check, check.
I'm a little worried now that my hearing's deceiving me or something. Are you guys still live streaming using Google this year, or is that?
Just use it, well, yeah, ultimately it's YouTube,
Okay.
but it's just YouTube.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
Last year's came out great. I watched it even after this year because I've been in the sessions.
oh yeah, it's actually one entire show.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But each session is uploaded separate.
Okay. So when you're archiving it, it'll be like what each one is. Okay.
Yeah, the entire video will be there, but Dave Morales, who's the chair, is actually
myself speaking, and then we're going to have 3 people on a panel, so there probably would be 4 of us that would need to be mic'd. But I'm going to do a standalone, just going over a couple of things, and then we're going to field questions, and then anyone on the panel, including myself, can answer the questions.
Okay, so, all right, that's fine.
So I can stand anywhere you want me to.
Are you gonna sit down when? or
Nah,
you gonna
Charlie,
stand up?
he's a stand-up.
Are you
He's a
gonna
stand-up
I'll
kind of
stand
guy.
up, yeah.
I will give you this.
Oh, okay.
Wherever's best for you to.
Oh, just stick it in my pocket, okay? I don't have to press it or anything?
Well, this top button is muted right now.
Right.
Just have to press it once.
Okay, press it once, so. That'll get me started. Got it. That's easy.
Panel members, there's gonna be 3 people here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Paul, Peter, and then Carol is coming, and then
Cheryl's
Jen.
right there?
Jen. Yeah.
You can't be sitting there.
Don't mic him. He's not. He wants to be on the panel.
I wanna
but
be on
he
there, but they
can't
won't
be
let
on
me.
the panel.
You did a great job. These are boundary mics. They will take
Well,
not one big voice.
I didn't thank you.
Excellent,
I
thank you.
thought kind of Ty and I were maybe at cross purposes.
3 people here, it'll pick up.
Yeah, that'll work. That'll
I
work.
don't know whether we were confusing
Excellent.
based on
That's
what
fine.
I said and what Ty said.
Well,
right now.
you know,
Okay.
I think there's 2 distinct issues that we
Yeah.
had that morning. One is implementation.
Right.
One is verbiage.
Right.
Do you have any
You
kind
can't
of
change the
presentation?
verbiage
I
without
don't.
going through the
We're just here to
Exactly.
look good.
You just leave that alone.
Yeah.
But the
Carol's
other
gonna
thing, I
talk,
thought you
but
handled
I'm just here to. I'm just here for moral support.
Yeah. Where's the
No, look at all the ribbons you
Can't
got.
see me. Yeah, I was gonna hide behind the thing. Well, I
Third
do
chair
not
here.
mind. I don't do it.
Let me make sure
My money's on Donna.
We don't do that.
Yes, mine too.
So
One cheap shot and I'm down.
yeah, oh yeah.
Everything to do with it.
Remember, I strike low.
Do you have any kind of a presentation?
I do.
Well, actually,
I do. It's
On flash drive?
Oh no, I don't need a. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna do.
I mean, you're just talking, you don't have anything you
No,
can explain here?
nothing, yeah.
Great, because I'm gonna turn this off then.
So is it 2?
3 of us is gonna be Jen,
Jen's coming, okay.
Carol, and Peter.
Okay, so I'm just gonna sit there.
Okay. Yeah, and jump in.
So you already found
We have a lot of stuff back there.
Push to talk.
I think we only said 3, but
Right.
jump in. I mean, everybody can answer questions.
Yeah, I know. Well, I get to like
Were
introduce.
you outside for the selfie?
No, I'm just outside sitting on
I don't care how
Okay. So they would say, ask
we
for
have.
25.
You wish.
Yeah, no, we're not gonna have that
Very
many.
interactive as well.
Okay.
Everyone went out to the courtyard.
Oh, okay.
And the New Horizons
Yes.
position way up.
Lab.
And
Just speak to everybody.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
No, that's good. That's nice. That's nice.
So, perhaps certainly check New Horizons.
Okay, I'll tell them that too.
There'll be 2 of us.
Okay, good.
Okay, I'm gonna put my stuff over here.
Is the tall girl coming? Is that?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, she needs snacks. Jen, when you're that big, you constantly eat. Nobody.
Oh, are we over there?
Yes. Gonna be able to see them. Nobody behind her is gonna be able to see. You know, she's so
She has lots to say.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I do not.
I kid. I kid.
Are we in the right spot for the streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, there.
We are
Okay.
already.
Paul said he's going to be watching us from the Eastern Shore.
Okay.
So we have at least one audience member from afar. Yeah, we're live streamed. And therefore recorded and therefore saved in perpetuity. So be careful what you
remember
say.
that. Careful what you say. Careful what you say. So have you been enjoying the conference?
I have. Yeah. How about you?
Someone said you're tired. I'm tired.
Yeah, I am too. The speaker was very good, but having it at that time of day was not.
I got.
He was great.
He actually was supposed to go, I think, just a little bit longer, but an hour and a half. Because in the past we used to have the speaker during lunchtime. But
than anyone eating while.
Yeah.
Good collegial relationship with the chancellor and the vice chancellors, and basically we sit down with them for 2 days each semester, and we tell them a little bit about some of the concerns the teaching faculty have around the system. But what we've been trying to do the last couple of years is be more proactive than reactive. And so, in other words, instead of reacting to problems, we're trying to create policy. And we have 2 policies that I think will be implemented by the start of the next academic year. And I think many people in this room might be interested in the policies either now or in the future. And I brought copies with me, and so after things are all over, I made 50 copies of each, so I think we've got plenty to go around. One policy, which I really, really like, and all of us have worked on it quite hard, is a reduced contract option. Let me just briefly explain it to you. Right now, we have quite a few people at the 23 community colleges who are thinking about retirement in the next 4 or 5 years. In fact, there's going to be a fairly significant turnover within the VCCS, and that's largely because many baby boomers came in at the same time, and many of us are going to be reaching retirement age at the same time. And so right now, your options as a VCCS faculty member are either to teach full-time or to retire. There's no in between. So what we did is we came up with an off-ramp, a slower off-ramp to retirement. And so let's say you're just tired of teaching 30 semester hours every year. In the last 3 years, you could teach 60% of your load, or 70% of your load, or 80% of your load. And so instead of 5 courses, maybe simply 3 courses or 4 courses. The eligibility would be you would have to have at least 10 years in the system, in the VCCS, and you would have to be a minimum of 55 years of age. You could take advantage of this in your last 3 years before you completely retire. It doesn't have to be 3 years. It could be 1 year, 2 year, but it can't be more than 3 years. The benefits would be prorated. So if you are teaching 60% of your load, you would have to buy back your benefits for the other 40%. Therein is a small problem. It would be fairly expensive to buy back your health benefits unless you're 65 years of age and you're on Medicare. Or if you are 55 or 56 or 57 and your spouse, you're on your spouse's health care program, then you could still take advantage of this. This has passed ASAC. That's an acronym that we use for the deans and the provost. It's going to go to the presidents this month, I think the 3rd week of April. And if it passes the presidents, it will go to the state board in May. Now, I would bet just about anybody in this room a good lunch that it's going to pass both, because the presidents really like it, in the sense that it allows them to perhaps reduce their budget without going through a reduction in force. I gave a story this morning of one faculty member at a small college, and there was going to be a RIF. And he was a senior faculty member, and he didn't want to retire, but he decided to retire to save the job of a junior faculty member who would have been RIF'd under that program. And so what this allows a president to do is to take a senior faculty member who would like to go from 100% to 60%, maybe 2 or 3 at the same college, and backfill those courses that they're losing with adjuncts, save money, or perhaps replace that faculty member with another faculty member, but the new faculty member would come in probably at the instructor or the assistant professor level, where the senior faculty member on a reduced contract was at the full professor or associate professor level. So the presidents like it a lot because it gives them the flexibility to reduce their budgets and perhaps avoid a reduction in force. And that's why we like it as well. So there are other elements to this proposal. You would have to apply for it with your dean and your provost. They would accept it or reject it, but I think most would accept it. And they would determine what your course load would be for the fall and spring. And I believe that this would be something that anyone could consider as soon as the start, well, they could apply for it as soon as the start of the next academic year. It would go into effect the year after that. And again, I'll give you this proposal, look it over. If you have any questions about it, any one of us from CFAC can answer those questions. So that was a CFAC proposal, and we're kind of proud of that one. The second proposal that we have gotten through at least one major committee, and it's a little bit more complicated and legalistic to explain, so I've got a copy of this for you too, is a consensual and familial relationship policy. This has 2 parts to it. The first part says that it's a conflict of interest for a faculty member to have a romantic relationship with a student in his or her class. It's a conflict of interest, and it's, in a lawyer's terminology, what would be called a power differential. It puts both the faculty member and the student in a very difficult situation. And so if this passes, and I think it will, that would no longer be possible within the VCCS. The second, it's possible, but it's illegal. The second part is the familial part, and that says that if you have a relative in the class, maybe a son, a daughter, a brother, or a sister, that's fine. But you have to let your dean know of the potential conflict of interest. And now we didn't want to bar that for a lot of reasons. At the smaller colleges like maybe Paul DeCamp or Eastern Shore or Mountain Empire, you might be the only sociology teacher there. And your son and daughter or daughter wants to take a class, and we don't want to stop that from happening. But if that was the case, you would simply go to the dean and say, my son or daughter is in the class, and I want you to know that. And if you want to oversee my grading, that's fine. If you want to get someone else to grade this particular student, that's fine. Or you can trust me that I'll be fair. I think when this has happened in the past, you're actually not only fair, you're probably harder on that particular individual. So I don't think it's much of a problem. Now I don't know if there's a possible potential problem with this policy. And you have to read it carefully to understand it. But let's say your spouse, your wife or your husband is in your class. Under the familial part of the policy, you would have to tell your dean that was the situation, and you're fine. But under the consensual part of the policy, you could not have a romantic relationship with that person for at least one semester. we haven't worked that one out yet. And so, but I don't think it's going to hold up anything right at the moment. And so this again has passed ASAC. It's going to the presidents in April and the state board in May. And one last thing, and then we'll turn it over to questions to our panel. We're also looking at the faculty evaluation policy. We had a session on that at 10:30 this morning. As everybody knows, we have a new faculty evaluation policy, and CFAC has been very interested in the way it has been implemented. And we've heard from faculty at all 23 community colleges, and there seems to be a difference between the purpose, the mission of the policy and its implementation. So we are in the process of developing a best practices set of guidelines for deans. And this best practices set of guidelines has three parts to it right now, and we might change it a little bit more. The first part says that if a faculty member is at the end of a 3 or 5 year contract and they're working with their dean, the assumption going into the evaluation is that that faculty member has met expectations, unless there is documented and substantive evidence to prove otherwise. So you don't go in defending yourself after 20 or 30 years of teaching. The assumption is you have met expectations. And it should be a collegial dialogue between you and your dean. The second part of the best practices deals with documentation. And this has been a headache at a lot of the colleges, where some deans have looked at 80 or 90 bullet points and asked faculty members to document all of them. And some faculty members have submitted portfolios that have taken them 20, 30, 40 hours to put together. And that's not the way the system should work. And so we've also recommended a best practices that says the documentation will be this. Documentation, first of all, would be you would be documenting your APTOs. You probably are familiar with that acronym. It's a bad acronym. A better word is goals. You set up goals along 4 domains. And so you set that up, and at the end of the evaluation period, you work with your dean and you say, yes, indeed, I've achieved them, or I haven't achieved them because of these extenuating circumstances. And the second part is that we would ask each faculty member to write a holistic statement about their teaching. And it would deal with the 4 subcategories in the teaching domain. And this could be 3, 4, 5 pages long. So documenting your APTOs, writing a statement on your teaching, that's it. That's it. Don't worry about bullet points unless the dean says that I have a problem. You haven't been handing out your syllabus. You haven't been meeting office hours. But the idea of going through 80 or 90 bullet points and documenting them all, I mean, life's too short for that, and it's a waste of time. And the time that you spend documenting those bullet points, you could be spending, you and I, on things that we're being paid for, and that is working with our students. And so that's the second part of our best practices. The third part is that if you're up for a 5-year contract or a 3-year contract, then you are documenting only the part of your goals under the new evaluation system. And the new evaluation system went into effect in January of 2014. So if you were up for a multi-year contract this year, you would be dealing with APTOs for only 2 years, not 3 or 5. The old evaluation system evaluated you under the previous years of your multi-year contract. And the last thing that we're asking is that we're going to try to bring the deans together in Richmond or somewhere else and help them with this best practices statement. And right now the thought is that maybe sometime this summer, at least one dean from each of the 23 community colleges would get together in a meeting and be trained by other deans that have already gone through this process and done it well. We're all over the map on this, guys. I mean, At some of the colleges, it's worked beautifully. At some, it has been a total headache. And a lot depends on the individual relationship between the dean and the faculty member. And so we thought if we could put together some best practices policies, we could alleviate some of the headaches that you're having right now with the evaluation system. And so that's all I've got. And now what we'd like to do for the rest of our time together is have you ask questions of any of us. We're meeting next week, so a lot of your questions, if you've got issues, we can put them into the agenda almost immediately. And so you'll have to raise your hand and we'll send a mic around.
Wait for the mic.
Sorry. On this retirement policy, you were saying that if somebody wants to apply for this program, that you would then hire somebody else to pick up the slack?
It could go one of two ways, and it would be up to the individual college. If there was just one faculty member and you had been teaching 5 classes and now you're teaching 3, I think many deans and provosts would just backfill with adjuncts.
Right.
But let's say there's 5 faculty members at a large school like yours, Tidewater, that are taking advantage of this, then that might open a position for a new person in a particular discipline. So the answer is it depends. Someone's got to teach those courses that you're not teaching, and it might be an adjunct in your discipline, or if enough people, and you can document with your dean and provost that there's a substantial number of students in your discipline that still need a full-time faculty member, then you could ask for that. Right now, because of the budget, a lot of people that are retiring aren't being replaced, so it depends. You guys jump in.
Well, I could make a brief. Do I need this on?
Yeah.
Okay. So at Lord Fairfax, we did this not under this proposed role, but the new faculty roles includes a part-time faculty member, which I think few colleges are using. But it's the same kind of deal where it's 60 to 80%, but it doesn't have to be age 55, et cetera, et cetera. And we did that for a retiring faculty member who wanted to retire, but we needed him to stay on to help. It was a one-person department. So they hired a new instructor, and he overlapped with them on the part-time basis for 2 years. So he was able to kind of give that guidance and support for the new faculty member who was filling his place in this very small department. And then you didn't lose that kind of knowledge, and you had that continuity in the turnover.
I see that as being the ideal situation, but I'm more concerned about it in the opposite direction, that it won't go that way. That the person who has that knowledge will be that one that goes to 60%, and then adjunct will be used to fill in, and that we don't have a way to promote from within. And if we did, and then that adjunct could be trained by that person and mentored and then go into that position, then I think it would be great. But we don't have that mechanism. And if we did, I would be all for it. But I think we need some type of mechanism to promote from within.
Well, and this is also going to be like many of the new faculty roles, college by college basis. If your president likes the idea and wants to use it, then your president will. But if your president doesn't, then it may just sit on the shelf and not be used. So it remains to be seen how it'll end up being implemented. But it is just another option.
And promoting from within is, if there's an opening, you search. And there's no guarantee that an adjunct or someone currently with you is going to get that new position. We've done a lot of searches at Nova. We've had good adjuncts, but we found somebody even better in another state. And so there's never any guarantee that just because you're in the system as an adjunct that you're going to get an opening.
But it doesn't rule adjuncts out.
No.
I mean, the possibility is there that adjuncts, because I know at our school that we have hired adjuncts when full-time faculty, when full-time positions come. So sometimes.
Nobody wants to talk about evaluations? Are we evaluationed out?
We are going through a revision of our plan. and we are trying to streamline our plan so that we can kind of reduce the enormous numbers of small bullet points in there. But this plan still has to be approved at the VCCS level. And we always hear the nebulous, they disapproved our first plan when we sent it up. Who is the they? And can we streamline? We don't, I would hate for all of us on the committee that is working on this to spin our wheels and then have it kind of said, no, you cannot streamline your
There's two
evaluation.
issues that you don't want to confuse the issue. One is your plan, and the second is the implementation of your plan. The great majority of community colleges have had their plans approved. Some, like Tidewater, have not. And there are a group of individuals that look at these recommendations that are coming, and basically what they're saying is that you cannot come up with a plan that substantially alters the model plan. Now, if you are, and I have no idea why Tidewaters has been rejected. I'm not even sure I know who reviewed it.
It's approved. The original one was rejected.
Okay, right. So, but you can knock the bullets out if you want. But if you follow what our guidelines are, it doesn't matter. If we're not going to concern ourselves with bullets, then streamlining your plan really is kind of a useless effort, because the bullets are just kind of guidelines, and if we're telling the deans that they don't need to address each one of the bullets, then it doesn't really matter whether the bullets are there or not. I mean, I gave this story this morning. There's a bullet under teaching that says that you have to hand out a syllabus. And it got so ridiculous that we had one person at my college who had a student take a picture of him handing out the syllabus that first day of class to prove, to document that he handed out the syllabus. Well, let's not do that. I mean, it will be up to the dean to decide whether any bullet points have to be addressed. And so eliminating them from your plan would not necessarily streamline anything.
What needs to be streamlined is the way the policy is implemented, right? The problem is that some deans, and my sense from that meeting is that deans are not doing this out of a sense of, I have the power, you will do what I say. It's not that. It's more that the deans are concerned with wanting to avoid the sense of being too lax on their faculty. Oh, you get a pass. I like you. You're a good kid, right? And they want to be rigorous in their evaluation, but took it way too far. And that's what this best practices is intended to do.
Yeah. There's the plan and there's the implementation. And what we're hearing from almost all of the colleges is the problem is with the implementation and the way deans have interpreted it. And that's what we're trying to address. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
A question. I am a one-person department, chemistry, Mountain Empire, Joseph Hunek. I'm going to be 75 years this year. I teach full-time this semester, and in the previous 11 years in the spring semester, I have had 24 contact hours. I have never been in sick leave in my life. I do not wear glasses. However, I know I have a sexually transmitted disease which has 100% mortality. Do you know what it is? Life. Isn't life sexually transmitted? Yes, it is. Has it 100% mortality? Yes, it has. Now, my question.
This is live television, you realize.
I know. So, my question is, if I want to use this opportunity, take 75% before I expire, And before I retire, do I still need to teach 18 contract hours? Because I teach now 24. 18 is the 75% end, and pay additional health insurance? That's my question. 24 compared to 18, 75%. I heard that 15 is necessary, but I'm one person.
As I understand our contracts, most of us teach 30 credit hours a year.
But I teach 24 in semester. Semester, not year.
It's the contact
Contact.
hour versus credit hour
Right.
debate. So
Right.
we've heard that at CFAC again and again from faculty in the sciences, and we've had it interpreted differently, different semesters as far as the load and what's acceptable, and the half credit versus full credit for labs and all that. So I don't know that this proposal gets into that nitty gritty. So I'm guessing that that would just have to be something that you would talk to with your supervisor, whoever approves you going into this. But I don't know that that answer would be, I mean, that question would be answered here or by CFAC. Is that a fair statement?
That's a good answer,
Okay.
Jen. I mean, if you're teaching 100% load and you take the 75%, that whatever your contact and credit hours are, it's 3/4 of that right now if you take advantage of a 75% contract.
I'm suspecting he's got an overload too, so I guess that would be, is it 75% of a standard load? Or,
There is no
you know,
overload built into this.
Right, so I think that's the misunderstanding.
Right.
Is that he's probably teaching an overload right now, so to
Yeah.
go down to 75% may not be.
Yeah, you wouldn't be teaching an overload under this because that would be meaningless. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
that you're jacking your hours back up. You might as well teach 100% load.
I do whatever my supervisor says.
Yes, ma'am.
This is really more of a comment after the meeting this morning about faculty evaluations. After talking to people around today, it's my understanding that the deans have been told to be harsh and strict, and now we're throwing the deans under the bus and saying you're misinterpreting it and you're not doing it correctly, and maybe their training wasn't exactly good in the first place. So just wanted to put that out there.
And I think the answer is yes, the training was not what it should have been. And some of the deans, however, have taken the training and applied common sense rules to it and made it work. And some of the deans, maybe the deans that are newer, have said, my gosh, I was told to do this, so I'm going to do this. And you're right, I don't want to throw the trainers under the bus either, but there were some bumps in the road with the training, and now we're trying to rectify it. So your comment is right on target.
What I heard this morning was a very difference of opinion between the philosophy from the faculty and the philosophy from the administration. And that throws more of a wrench in it, I think, in how it was interpreted. I heard from the faculty that this was not supposed to be particularly stringent on senior faculty. But what I heard from administration was that there was supposed to be a degree of mastery. There was supposed to be a big difference between between first year, third year, and fifth year faculty. And that's what was given down to the deans. And the problem now is if that's what the deans were told and that's how they understood to implement this, I really don't think it's the deans that are the problem. But the whole implementation, which we all know is the issue. But now how do we turn that around easily and make everybody be on the same page? Because some are going to agree that they do want to see some mastery and significant differences between first-year faculty and senior faculty. So I don't know that it's a given that we can just take away the bullets, even though most of us agree it should be. And certainly that it's common sense that everyone doesn't have to be met. But that's what they were told, that every bullet has to be met. So I think it's going to be a little more difficult.
There's a follow-on in the back. Did you want to chime in now?
Quick question. Will there be a new model plan?
The answer I've received is no.
I'm very uncomfortable with that because I'm looking at your the best practices you got this morning, your first line here, the burden of proof should be a shared responsibility. That violates the model plan. It's an absolute contradiction.
Here's my way to wiggle out of that one. The policy says that the faculty has a burden of proof to document. So what we're doing is we are defining that documentation more narrowly. And the documentation is your aptos and a statement about your teaching responsibilities. And so there is a policy statement in the VCCS manual that says that the faculty does take the lead in documentation. However, what we've been trying to do is to say the documentation should not be 90 bullet items, many of which are just routine items. The documentation should be based on your goals around the 4 domains, your aptos, and a documentation statement about your teaching.
Now, if I do my rewrite of the plan this summer and I put that in, would it be accepted?
I hope so. I mean, right now, here's where we are. We met just last Wednesday, because all of this is pretty new. And there were about 12 people there. They included faculty members and deans. They included Sharon Morrissey, who's the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, who is agreeing with what we are saying on these guidelines. Our mission was to come to New Horizons, get more feedback, put this group back together again, hopefully by the end of the spring semester, and write guidelines, best practice guidelines for all of the deans by the summer, so that if you're up at the end of a 3 or 5 year contract, you would be evaluated probably in December of 2015. And our hope is, and I can't promise you this because I don't have the ability to do that, is to have best practice guidelines in the hands of the deans by this summer.
There was, I just want to chime in on the model plan question. At our fall CFAC meeting, Dr. Chrisley, who's the Vice Chancellor for HR, who was very involved in the model plan conception and implementation, said that it would be time for the system office to look at the model and how it's worked after its first full year, year and a half of implementation. Now, I don't know if that means tweaking it, revising it. I don't know what's on the table. That's one of the things we hope to have answered when we meet with CFAC this coming week, next week. A week from today, we'll be in the room with them asking that question and getting an idea on the timeline. I know some of the plans that were approved early on either had a 1 year or 2 year review written in, where it says the plan will be reviewed annually or every 2 years, which now for some schools is imminent. So it remains to be seen what changes may be coming to the model and how that will trickle down to the colleges. In answer to your question earlier about who is the they, the way that I understand it, and if I'm misrepresenting it, then I misunderstood the way it was conveyed to us, is that there were various work groups which included faculty members, included deans, who created the model plan, and then this faculty evaluation work group had subcommittees that looked at each of the plans that came through. I think part of the problem was that the subcommittee who looked at our plan, because we went through 4 revisions, I think, before we were finally accepted. The committee that looked at our plan initially was not the same group of people who looked at it time 2, 3rd time, 4th time. So I don't know that there was continuity in who was reviewing you, and so we had different comments come up each time that we submitted it that hadn't been brought up in the prior submission. So anyway, all of that I know is now a moot point for the plans that we now have, but if we do have to go through this review process and it has to be looked at annually, it remains to be seen at what level that will be, kind of under the microscope and how the model plan may shift.
Let's see. Yes, ma'am. I think we're just floating around different people.
It's wonderful. I think the best practices are wonderful, but we all know that we have best practices for teaching, and it's up to us to follow those. So you may have answered my question. I mean, where is the support on the level of the deans? So at what point can we have somewhat level of confidence that if you develop these best practices, that we can walk into, you know, as a faculty member who's going to, in December, going to be at the end of my first 3 year and walk into this, that my dean has seen these, has had the training, and that is in agreement with them.
Well, one of the things, I feel like I'm talking too much. One of the things that we discovered at Lord Fairfax when our faculty senate was talking about the issues that we had, we did have a variety of deans take a variety of level of minutia as far as the plans go. And so there wasn't a consistency. And so in talking about this, we realized, you know, I don't even know that our president realizes what's happening here. She knows the plan, of course, but those evaluation packets that some faculty members spend 80 hours writing 100 pages bullet by bullet never make it to her. So does she even know that this is a huge concern for us and that there is this kind of disparity happening among different deans and how they're looking at this information or what they're asking faculty members to do? And the answer was that she didn't. I mean, so our faculty senate chairs went to her and, you know, talked about this issue, and now she is very much on board with us and I think would embrace this best practice document. So depending on your relationship with your president, that could be a level as well. I know the presidents have, I mean, we say we have the president's ear, the chancellor's ear. ACOP certainly, the presidents certainly have the chancellor's ear probably more than we do. So trying to get your president involved if possible, depending on that relationship, could be a way to go.
Yeah, our goal is to have consistency. And so if we can get the best practices in the hands of the deans, we want consistency from college to college and division to division within each college. Right now, that's not the case. And so if we can get the best practices policy approved by early summer, again, what Dr. Morrissey is talking about is bringing at least one dean together from each of the 23 colleges for this training, including the best practices, maybe more than one from each college. And so they would take that home with them. I think the presidents have to be involved in this because they should be concerned about consistency within their own college. And so I don't know who your CFAC representative is, but Thomas Nelson. So you've just lost. You have a new person coming in, I think, from Thomas Nelson. I don't remember offhand who's from Thomas, but he or she could take that back to you by the end of our meeting next week. Let's see.
As faculty, I think we have a bigger role in this. The plans, I think virtually all of the plans say that in order to get these plans changed, we as faculty have to make those changes. We have to put them through our senates, through our VPs, through our presidents. So if the best practices go to us first, then we can make those changes. And then if we have the support of our administration and then send it up through the VCCS, that should be the best way to get it to our deans and through our administration.
Well, that's a good point. The best practice document could be voted on by our faculty to be amended to our evaluation plan. I think that's a great suggestion.
I heard one keyword in the morning meeting, which was common sense. Very important. I heard two keywords here, which I draw your attention to. The first one is the training. The second one is contradiction. And I just recall a dean who told me who the dean's training is. He used to be a physics professor before he became the member of the dark side, before he joined the dark side. And he said, so I said, how did you become the dean from a professor of physics? He said, the dean is a mouse trained to be a rat.
You're giving us all kinds of great snippets for our live stream here. This is
I have a question from earlier this morning. Dean Corbin had stated that one of our sticky issues was the fact that the default for this evaluation does not meet standards. And that is one of the big issues of our faculty at Tidewater. And I know at Nova, we looked at your policy. It actually says that the default is meet standards. And that kind of flies in the face of the 3.6 policy, because it actually says that in the VCCS policy. And so Dean Corbin said this morning that because it's state policy, that he would find that would be very, very difficult to change, and that he might not be able to find an advocate to speak up for that particular change. Can we, at our college level, mimic the NOVA plan?
I don't know. I wrote the NOVA plan, so I guess you can. But,
we're going to say if they can do it, we can do it.
I do think that the easiest way to get changes made quickly so that people evaluated this next year will be evaluated fairly is we've got a top-down commitment from the chancellor and the vice chancellor on these best practices.
Yeah, I understand.
And
a policy change on that.
But the best practices, I think, will resolve that. We'll have to see. But you can try. Sure.
It will resolve it only in practice, but not on the policy, state policy.
Well, and the state policy went through the approval process originally, so it can be revised. As far as the advocates to get it to the state board, my immediate reaction when Ty said that was to think, okay, the presidents. Well, if we can get the presidents on board with making this change, then that would certainly, get to the state board level, I would hope. So it's not, I don't think that we should necessarily just accept the model and accept the plan as is just because it is policy and kind of give up on that. I know that there are certainly faculty members at Lord Fairfax who would still like to tweak our plan and see some of the bullets drop from the model. And I don't know that that's a conversation that will necessarily gain a lot of weight, but I do know that that conversation is happening at our college, and CFAC should be the voice to kind of bring that up if it is a concern, and it's not just, two people at Lord Fairfax. So if it is a system-wide concern that the majority of faculty at the various schools have, then it comes to our CFAC level, and then we bring it forward to the chancellor and his staff.
Other people in the back.
I had a question. Is there anything in place that, or could be put in place that says that the deans would review these bullet points or their concerns or questions in advance and let us know ahead of time what it is exactly that they might feel that is not up to par, so that the faculty would have time to demonstrate that rather than waiting to the point that they're trying to prove yourself or your value, and then you're on the defense of something you aren't prepared to do. It's
That's
like
a great question.
We're being led in for the slaughter, and we're not sure what to be prepared for.
The answer is absolutely. I mean, in theory, and theory isn't always practice, you sit down with your dean at the start of the calendar year and you develop goals for your evaluation that year. We call them APTOs, but they're goals. In theory, the dean would say, yes, I think those goals are fine, or I would like to tweak them in this way. And the tweaking should be based on something that dean has observed in your teaching, service, institutional responsibility that are tied to those bullet points. And that should happen in January, not December. Nobody should be surprised in December with an evaluation. It should be a product of mutually cooperative, collegial, those are the terms we use right from the get-go, goals between you and your dean. And then the dialogue continues through the year. And so in my particular one, I had a goal about writing a book, and I wasn't able to get the contract, and I had to change that. And so no problem. I mean, they're not setting concrete, but no dean should be surprising you with bullet points that you didn't meet in December. If that happens, you got a pretty bad dean, and there's no dialogue. And a lot of the things that we've noticed at CFAC are about a trust type of relationship between faculty and deans. And it had nothing to do with the plan or the implementation. Probably that trust wouldn't have been there under the old plan. And so it has to be there. And this system, I think, is positive in the sense that it says that there has to be that dialogue at the start, not at the end of the evaluation period. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but the easy answer is no, there shouldn't be any surprises in December.
Charlie, I want to add one other thing just to redirect the focus of the conversation. Faculty have a lot of power. And I know at my particular campus, John Tyler, I hear a lot of individual discussions, complaints and such about evaluations and the like. But again, they're individual discussions. What doesn't seem to happen at the level of the faculty senate is that we are coming together and discussing these concerns. It's difficult for the concerns to, I think, reach the dean and the deans in that particular sense if they are not aware of how the campus or the school feels about their particular policy from the face of the faculty and not simply from the face of the administration.
Maybe one final question, and then we'll stay for any other questions that you have. But yes, ma'am.
I guess our campuses must be strange. I need a little clarification of these APTOs. We have never used that term. I've never heard that term until today. But the way ours has been done is whether you meet expectations or not is only about those 4 goals and whether you did them or not.
That's the opposite of how it's supposed
Yes,
to be.
and there's no discussion of anything else. It's did you do it, yes or no? You pass, you fail, whether you did those 4 things. And the entire process has been boiled down to those 4 things and nothing else.
Yeah, that's not the way it should be. I mean, those goals, the model plan uses the APTO, A-P-P-T-O?
Yes.
T-O.
Annual performance and professional development objectives.
Yeah.
Goals.
But they're goals. That's all they are. And so that part you seem to be following just fine. But it's not just that. There should be other things as well.
Well, and meeting your goals doesn't equate to meets, does not meet. That's not the way it's supposed to be. So the goals are kind of in support of your teaching efforts, but not check, 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 therefore you meet expectations. It's supposed to be the narrative and the bullets and all this other stuff.
There's no narrative, there's no nothing. It's 4 goals, yes or no.
What college are you?
Southside. But as I understand it, there's differences between our campuses as well.
Yes, okay. Okay. Let's rely on your CFAC reps, though, because we meet next week, and all of you should know who your CFAC reps are. I can check on Thomas Nelson if you... it's not Don Singer.
Is it still Rick? It's not?
I don't think so. But I'll find out for you. I've got notes here.
All right.
Thank you.